This is Audible.
Angel Ink. Get Inked Book 7. Written by Lyda. Narrated by David Piper. Chapter 1. Kyzer. I was 6'2", covered in tattoos, with a face full of piercings, which meant never, and I mean never, in my life had I expected to feel a bit like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. Not the bedroom part, but good God, the apartment the studio had put us up in here in L.A. was beyond anything I've ever experienced. The kitchen had plenty of space for our two large bodies to comfortably navigate around each other, a first for me. There was also a 70-inch TV mounted on the wall in the living room, perfect for watching while reclining on a massive leather couch, and the apartment was decorated with all creams and whites, cut through with the occasional dark brown or splash of bright color. Sometimes I was afraid to touch anything in it, despite the studio being clear it was our home, at least while the show got started. At least LA was diverse. The few times I'd made it out to investigate the neighborhood, I hadn't received the constant stares and judgmental looks I'd become accustomed to on the East Coast. Being able to disappear in a crowd was a novelty I doubted would wear off anytime soon. Speaking of which, I'd need to head out soon. The refrigerator door stood open before me, the light illuminating the shelves that held, fuck all, a bottle of mayo, a jar of pickles with only one pickle remaining, and that was about it. Chester and I had to get better at shopping. My new roommate and coworker was a lot. Not a bad guy at all. In fact, he was one of the friendliest people I'd ever met. But goddamn, the man could talk. He was, in so many ways, my antithesis. Loud to my quiet, joking to my stoic, wild to my calm. Which meant we got along great. Like the shading I did in my art, it was all about balance. Chester was my balance. He was also going to be hungry, and I didn't feel like venturing out on my own. I walked down the short hallway of our posh, pristine apartment to his room. The door was shut, and I could hear heavy metal playing a smidge too loud through the door. Not that I'd complain out loud, but it forced me to knock harder than I normally would. Even things like knocking, if it felt aggressive at all, made my stomach clench. I wasn't exactly one for confrontation. The music stopped and Chester opened his door wearing a smile, some low-hanging pajama pants, and nothing else. He was objectively a very handsome man. His brown hair was shaggy, and so dark it was almost black. His eyes were a pale, piercing green, and practically always dancing with merriment. He had more piercings than I did, which was saying something. Rings in both his eyebrows, his septum. His dimples held tiny studs that flashed when he smiled, and his ears were loaded with rings. The bottoms stretched around 2-inch plugs. The bar in his tongue flashed as he laughed. His nipples, his belly button, and his penis, though I'd never seen it. Chester was just so damn proud of himself and his Prince Albert that he told everyone, whether they asked about it or not. Plus, Chester was ripped, his muscles flexing and stretching under pale skin that was completely unmarked. It continued to baffle me. He was a brilliant tattoo artist, and his color work was beyond amazing. But he only had one tattoo, and it was completely hidden. All tattoo apprentices give themselves a tattoo at some point. It's important to know how your hand feels with the gun. But whatever Chester had inked on himself, and where it was, remained a mystery. I must have been staring because Chester flexed his pecs back and forth in an absurd way. "Like what you see, Kai?" It made me snort. Did I appreciate what I saw? Sure. Did it arouse me? Not at all. And he knew it. "Whatever you need to tell yourself, Chester. I'm headed to the store for food. Want to come with? He made a show of pretending to think long and hard.
Having to cover up this body feels like a crime against humanity,
he pouted. I think we'll manage through, I replied. Put on a shirt. I'm hungry.
Oh, are we hangry shopping? That's my favorite, Hot Pockets.
It didn't take him long to get ready, and then we locked up with our reusable bags in tow and hoofed it to the local store, where I veered toward produce first. While I tested apples and smelled cantaloupes, Chester was already chatting up an athletic, tanned blonde woman. I knew he was bi because, when we'd moved in together as practically strangers, we'd needed to establish ground rules. I didn't care who Chester brought home. He remained baffled by my disinterest in bringing anyone home. Chester's large presence was soon by my side again, and that was the only way to describe him in just one word: large. He simply took up space wherever he was, with personality. I didn't mind it, even if the attention he sometimes grabbed made me uncomfortable.
Enough fruits and veggies, he said. Let's get Hot Pockets.
I raised an eyebrow. I don't know how you live off those things and look like you do. He lightly punched my shoulder.
I knew you wanted me, Kai.
He winked then because he understood how much I did not want him. It had been a very long time since I'd been remotely interested in anyone for sex. We shopped the aisles and we both got looks. Most of them were admittedly appreciative. Chester ate it up, flirting nonstop with a boldness I'd never have. When it was time to check out, the cashier was flirtatious too, but not with Chester. It was directed at me.
You're becoming a regular here,
the cashier said. I glanced at his name tag, Billy. I gave a shy smile. Yeah, I moved to LA recently and this is my neighborhood store, I guess.
That's a good thing,
Billy replied, giving me a quick up and down. Now I can look forward to seeing you often. Just because I was shy and uninterested didn't mean I didn't know when I was being flirted with. Oh, well, thanks, I managed, heat stinging my cheeks.
Anytime.
There was definite innuendo in his reply. A message that seeing me any time and under more intimate circumstances would be welcome. Chester watched with large, inquisitive eyes, and I sighed internally. I knew he'd pounce on this as soon as we left the store. Sure enough, the automatic door had barely swished shut when Chester was bouncing on his toes next to me.
Why didn't you get his number? That cashier was mega cute and totally into you.
Sometimes you make me feel like I'm living in a Sweet Valley High Twilight Zone, I muttered, with your boy and girl craziness.
I just don't get it.
I sighed. I didn't hide why I was the way I was, but I did get exhausted trying to explain it to people. I'm demisexual, Chester. The skin between his eyes wrinkled.
I mean, there's a sexual in that, so...
It isn't that I don't like sex. I do. A lot, when it happens. But attraction for me goes so far beyond looks. We're in a city with hundreds of thousands of attractive people.
Oh, I know,
he interrupted with an eyebrow waggle. I gave him a tolerant smile. But I don't know any of them. I have to know someone, like really know them, and fall in love with the person they are, for my interest in physical intimacy to be sparked at all. And most people aren't interested in the time and patience it takes to get to that place before I'll sleep with them. To his credit, Chester's smile never faltered. He absorbed my words like a sponge, and then, still a sponge, he seemed to squeeze them right back out.
I guess that means I don't have any competition. I was worried because you're fucking hot, man. I thought all my dates would be too interested in my roommate to get anywhere with me.
That made me laugh. Flattery will get you everywhere, I managed between chuckles.
Except in your bed.
Right. He shrugged.
Okay, but now I have a conquest far more important than a pussy or a dick.
Let me guess, I said, tone dry. You're going to defeat at least 4 Hot Pockets in record time.
You sure do make a good house husband, he said with a laugh. It's like you know me.
It was my turn to punch his shoulder. I continued to hang out with him after we got back to the apartment, listening to Chester tell stories and chat while he fixed us food. I was incredibly grateful Chester was my roommate. I could have lived with anyone, I was sure, but he made it easy. I liked him. I liked our boss, Eric, too. But Eric was busy with his husband and daughter when he wasn't at work, and so it was nice to have a friend in Chester while I adjusted to LA. Our phones buzzed at the same time.
Taking bets now, Chester said. Do you think it's Joel, or is it Joel?
Joel, who in addition to managing talent, like Chester and me, had also signed on as one of the producers of the show. Joel, who liked to send approximately 100 emails a day and twice as many texts. Joel, who'd run into me at the going away party back east, giving me a look that had been on my mind. A lot. Had it been fear? I wasn't sure, but I was used to people being scared of my size and my piercings and my tattoos. And the look in his eyes hadn't had the acrid tang of those encounters. But I couldn't imagine why else he'd have reacted the way he did, all stiff-bodied and stutters. He was uptight and beyond a micromanager. That alone would be difficult enough to adjust to working with. But if he was actually afraid of me, work would be a special kind of hellscape for me, with cameras rolling, no less. Chapter 2, Joel. I'd been rubbing at my temples for about 3 minutes straight, doing the deep breathing techniques my therapist was always encouraging me to do. Anything to calm down the rapid-fire thoughts and stomach-roiling nerves that had been building since I woke up. Honestly, I was ashamed of myself. I lived in LA. I had spent years as an agent for countless good-looking men. I was surrounded by them every single day. There was no reason for Kyzer to be on my mind like he had been. And oh, how he'd been on my mind. Ever since that party back on the East Coast, one I truthfully hadn't even needed to be at, but it had been a chance to see Milo happy for once. Truly happy. It wasn't something I saw often in my clients, and Milo had always been particularly special to me, not only because his catapult to fame had carried me to great heights as well, but because I'd witnessed his pain for so long. He'd been free and had wanted to bask in it a bit. Not all of us had those sort of happy endings, not with Pilates piled high with shit to deal with. So Kyzer, being in my mind for loops upon loops over the past few weeks, was far from ideal. But something about the size of him had my knees go soft. He was so not LA with the tattoos and the piercings combined with his soft-spoken manner. Usually the inked guys I dealt with in California were loud and brash, completely confident in their sex appeal, and not afraid to exploit that. Not Kyzer, though, and that juxtaposition intrigued me in a way I absolutely didn't have time for. But shooting prep began in just a few hours, and I needed to pull myself together. I could handle being around him. I could. I was a goddamn professional. My phone buzzed. I looked at it, expecting to see a reply from some of the cast or crew to the emails I'd sent out, or from the producers, former clients, literally anyone other than the person whose name was on my screen. Danny. Well, I supposed if I needed something to get Kyzer off my mind, my younger brother Danny was a strong contender. The youngest of my 3 siblings, and Danny managed to be everything I was not. I was meticulous, and he was chaotic. I was responsible, and he was a hot mess. I was focused on my career and being a stable presence for my brothers and sisters. Danny was a flight attendant who jet-setted and partied his way around the globe. He was, in short, a headache. A loving, erratic headache. And, according to his text, complete with no fewer than 20 emojis, letting me know that he was coming to visit for a few weeks. A few weeks! In the past, his visits were often accompanied by me scrambling to use many connections to get him out of trouble. Well, I thought, I should be careful what I wish for. Maybe this time would be the time I could impart a smidge of responsibility onto him. But I knew the definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. And Danny's chance of becoming responsible was about as likely as the Pope shitting in the woods. There was a knock at the office door, and Eric poked his head in.
Hey there, Joel.
Mila's husband and the manager of the new Get Inked location was easy to work with, a charmer, and would be perfect on the screen. He was also a reminder of what the day was going to bring. A lot of hustle. And Kyzer. Hey, I said, leaning back on the couch. Out of humor and a nod to Reagan, the office in L.A. was almost an identical replica of the original one. Similar large desk, couch against a wall, large office chairs, and a mini fridge. It was the only thing like the shop back east.
You ready to herd the cats?
Eric asked as he smoothly sat in one of the office chairs, swiveling toward me. My eyebrow arched. What?
The guys will be here soon. Chester texted. He and Kyzer are on the way. Plus, we've got the 2 guest artists. You ready to give them the rundown? I'm the only one who's been filmed regularly. Kyzer got a small taste of it back at Reagan's shop. But this is going to be a whole new animal.
Oh, right. Yeah. I've got printouts for everyone with the week's schedule and expectations for filming. It's broken into bullet points. The meeting shouldn't go over 30 minutes, and then we start getting the promotional photographs for the series. Some headshots, some group shots, and we brought in a few casuals to get free tattoos so we can cut some action clips to put together into a trailer. It was Eric's turn to raise his brows.
Okay, so you're prepared.
There was a hint of humor in his tone. I knew I was over the top with my schedules and lists, but my attention to detail and strict adherence to schedules were the skills that had gotten me here. Sometimes I thought I wouldn't know what to do without them. At that moment, loud laughter came pouring in from the main room. There was no doubt about it. Chester. The man was boisterous and impossible not to like. If he was here, then Kyzer would be as well. The two seemed like they were joined at the hip since they'd moved to L.A. together. My heart lurched in my chest. Painfully. What was I, 13? Fuck. I guess it's showtime, I said, trying my best to regain control of myself. I told myself it was to get control of the situation, but nothing had begun yet. Instead, I had all the promise of a shit-tastic time looming in my future, an absurd crush, and a visit by my tornado of a brother. In the main shop, I took a moment to appreciate what the architects and renovators had done to the old empty factory. Brick walls no longer looked chipped and dusty, but added a cool industrial look to the space. Clear plastic dividers separated each of the workstations. They were outfitted with clean tables, looking pristine, and bordering on medical, but not in an off-putting way. Then there were exposed steel beams across the ceiling, with lighting hung that could be adjusted easily for the cameras. Microphones, too, dropped down from them all over the shop, small and discreet, but allowing the film crew to take up less space. Art hung from the walls, made by Eric, Kyzer, and Chester in the past few weeks to showcase their talents. Neon tubes surrounded them instead of picture frames, giving them a futuristic edge. It was modern. It was hip. It was very L.A. There was a bustling in the front lobby, and I saw a group standing around and laughing. There was no missing Chester and Kyzer, as they stood several inches over everyone else. My eyes drifted over the 2 guest artists, a woman named Kelly and a man named Stephen. They were visiting from other shops for a month and then would change out for new guests. But soon, I found myself staring at Kyzer again. His long, strawberry blonde hair was straight and thick, falling well past his shoulder blades. He was in a t-shirt that was too large, yet didn't hide the well-formed muscles of his chest and shoulders. Shoulders that were semi-stooped, as if he were trying to disappear. A small part of me wanted to tell him he shone, no matter what.
That was the part that needed to stay quiet. Okay, everyone, I called out. Let's get going. We've got a schedule to keep today, and I doubt any of us wants to be here longer than we have to. The chatting stopped and the group moved like a single organism to stand near me. Kyzer, unsurprisingly, stood at the back, his hands shoved into his jeans pockets. I cleared my throat, trying not to stare at him. I have printed schedules for each of you. You'll see when you're scheduled for image consulting, when you'll have individual photos taken, when you'll do a film tattoo for promo, and the final group shot. In addition, I'll be meeting with each of you one-on-one to give you a sense of how the next few weeks will go. There were already some glazed looks, except for Kyzer, who managed to look right at me, like he was seeing through me. My heart raced, and for one crazy moment, I hope he couldn't see how he made me feel. Even though really, there was no way he could. I'd built a career on my poker face. Okay, let's go, I prompted after, beginning to hand out the schedules. When I got to Kyzer, I stared at his feet, too afraid that looking him in the face would reveal how nervous he made me feel, how he made my stomach flutter with his size and ink and those adorable freckles. Our hands brushed, and I bit back the gasps that wanted to come with the touch. Turning on my heel, I walked away from him, not running away, but only just barely. Inside, I was fuming, angry at myself. I couldn't be unprofessional like this. I'd spent so much time and effort building my career. Casual dating and sex were about the most I could squeeze in, and never was someone who made me feel things. Things like my blood rushing so hot, I was sure I was red all over. God, the distraction. This was why I avoided getting even remotely attached to anyone. My job often required me to juggle multiple problems, dealing with divas and shrewd network execs, and if I were honest, some sun-bleached dumbasses in my day-to-day. I had to make sure that contracts weren't screwing clients over, that clients weren't screwing studios over, and occasionally, to make sure clients weren't screwing their way to the top. In short, I had no room in my life for shit like crushes. Once the day began to flow, though, I found my groove. Directing, keeping people on task, flitting from one place to another. Those things were second nature to me. The knots in my shoulders started to loosen. My breaths were coming deeper and measured. I could do this, until I glanced at my watch and realized it was time for my one-on-one with Kyzer. I can't do this. My palms were slick with sweat as I clenched and unclenched my hands. Mouth dry, I tried to focus on the lighting just over his left shoulder, hoping to avoid the way his gorgeous green eyes could suck me in. We sat opposite each other in a makeshift area in the back of the tattoo shop. The chairs were cramped, and due to his height, his knees were in constant danger of brushing against my own. Kyzer, I stopped, cleared my throat, and ignored the prickle of heat on my cheeks. Do you, have any questions? He leaned back in his chair. I felt the weight of his stare on me, and like the chicken shit I was, couldn't meet his gaze. Questions about work, life, philosophy? He asked in that low, quiet way of his. I knew he was teasing me, and somehow that made it worse. Obviously about work, I snapped, then hated myself for it. Here was the thing. Life in Hollywood was fast. My days were hectic. I woke up at 4 a.m. most mornings to fit in a run or some push-ups, make myself breakfast, shower, and then it was go, go, go. I had a large number of clients, and I'd added in production duties with the show, ready to push myself in new directions. I drove fast when I could and yelled with everyone else when stuck in traffic. I walked at a clip. I never strolled. I wasn't comfortable if I didn't have somewhere to be, someone to talk to, something to do. Everything about Kyzer was slow. Well, no, not slow. Quiet. He was introverted in the true sense, not just the way movies portrayed introverts, where they were secretly great at meeting people and keeping groups going. Kyzer was here, in LA, but it was like he was able to move at his own pace. His quiet nature seemed to stretch out and envelop you when you were near, making you stop
and be present. And he was hot as fuck, in a way that felt way more threatening than the average movie star on rodeo.
"No questions," he finally said. "Wait, no. How much will I actually be on film? I'm not like Eric and Chester. I sort of get into a headspace with art, and the rest of the world falls away."
My mouth was dry. You're one of the stars, so I'd expect quite a bit of filming. His nose wrinkled when I said star. He chewed his lip. I stared at it. Then, embarrassed, I gazed at my hands.
"I just don't know if I'm entertaining. I don't know how to be entertaining."
His voice tapered off at the end, almost as if he were apologizing. I wanted to shake his shoulders and tell him his mystery was entertaining, that he didn't have to play the role of jester to be compelling, that it had me hooked in a way I wished I could shake. Instead, I spat. "You'll get used to it. This is the real deal, Kyzer, and you need to put on your big boy pants." If I could go back and not say it, I would. Being stupidly mean gave me the courage to look at him at least. He looked confused. The urge to apologize rose in my throat like bile, and I swallowed it back down. Better to enforce this distance between us, intentional or not. "You're needed for photos," I said, and walked away for him for the second time that day. This time, I bypassed everyone and went straight to Eric's office. I went in, shut the door behind me, and sank onto the couch. It took less than 5 shaky breaths for the door to open and Eric step in. He looked at me, went to his seat, and then smiled at me like he had just won the lottery. "What the fuck are you smiling about?" I groaned. He laughed. I stared at him, galled. Eric was 100% different from the man I'd met via the media a year before. At the time, I'd assumed he was a hard, partying playboy, incapable of responsibility. And because I cared for Milo, I'd been wary of Eric. But the man sitting across from me was relaxed, funny, and one of the most level-headed men I knew. Hell, he'd convinced Milo to finally shrug off the mantle of fear his father had left him and come out, which had made my life so much easier. I liked him, or at least I liked him when he wasn't giving me crap. "You have such a boner for Kyzer," Eric said, that shit-eating grin still in place. My stomach flopped. "What? You don't know what you're talking about. He's just another guy on the show." "Uh-huh." I wanted to snarl at him, if only for making it known how obvious my feelings were. "You can go to hell, Cook," I said. A poor retort at best. "You aren't being subtle," he replied, but gently, not teasing anymore. "You aren't being subtle," he said. "You look so uncomfortable around Kyzer. Anyone near you can see it. Is it going to be a problem?" Sighing, I rubbed at my face. "No, I'm a professional. I can get my shit together." "Are you sure? I hate to pull Reagan, but I've got to look out for my crew first and foremost. I'm still getting to know Kyzer, but I get the feeling that, well, feelings are a big deal for him. I don't want any fallback from you and him to affect the shop or the show." Defeated, I held up my hands. He wasn't trying to rib me or give me a hard time. He was doing what I should have been able to do, focusing on the work, on the big picture, not a schoolboy crush. "It's fine. I'll be fine." There was more I could have said, like how the fact that I even was crushing on someone scared me. It felt out of the blue, and it was a demanding crush, which embarrassed me as much as it scared me. I couldn't recall the last time I'd felt an attraction that was so full force, so carnal, that I couldn't control myself. No, that wasn't true. I'd never felt that way about anyone because I'd never allowed for it. My focus has always been on my career. If I needed to have sex, it was to take the edge off, but never with intentions of feelings beyond attraction. Everything I did had a purpose. This crush on Kyzer was without purpose. It felt wild and chaotic. It was throwing me, and I resented it, and him,
because what was I even supposed to do with those feelings? Now I had to hope I wouldn't have the additional hassle of Eric hawkeyeing me around Kyzer, or bringing him up around me, or worse, trying to play matchmaker. Not when I needed less of Kyzer, not more. Eric nodded as he headed back out. In truth, I'd done all I needed to do at the shop for the day. I wasn't the director, just helping to coordinate the talent, and help produce on the side. I could leave. I should leave. I checked my phone and saw that I had missed calls and messages, things from other clients that would require my attention. Quickly, I scanned my emails and saw that the director had sent a message. Chester and Kyzer were making waves in the small test groups he'd been giving headshots and background stories of the men to. Kyzer's size, scary appearance, I huffed at that because I certainly didn't think he was scary, and shyness made him the perfect poster boy, which I knew he'd love. Everything about Kyzer screamed, I want the spotlight. Make me a star. Not. But I had to agree. Kyzer was having an effect on me. That was for damn sure. Deciding to run before I could make things work, I tucked my phone in my pocket and grabbed my jacket to head out. Outside of the office, everything was moving like a well-oiled machine. People were where they needed to be. Shit was getting done well. It was what a talent manager liked to see. Without meaning to, I found Kyzer. He was filming his tattoo, his face a mask of concentration. Fuck, I'd forgotten about his art. His portraits were unreal, so beautifully rendered on skin. It was like looking at a photograph. He was a master of placement, too, to ensure that the portrait didn't get tugged or warped when the body moved. His focus as he worked was searing and intense. He hadn't been lying. It was as if the cameras weren't there. He thought it was a bad thing, but I imagined it would help him on the show. After all, he agreed to be on camera, but if he got too weird being filmed, it would be off-putting to an audience. If he could ignore the cameras, though, like now, he'd be a star. He looked up then and caught me staring, because of course he did. My face immediately felt like flames, and yeah, it was well past time to go. I turned and beat a hasty retreat to the door, but I was unable to keep myself from looking back, only to find Kyzer still staring at me, face perplexed. Fuck me. Irritated at myself, I walked away. I had to find a way to get over this thing with Kyzer, and I needed to find it fast.
Chapter 3. Kyzer. It was the end of the first week of truly filming for the show, and I was fucking wiped. The job itself was perfection. I couldn't have created a more perfect space to work in if I tried. The ambiance of the shop was chill and cool, but still had the comforting edginess of tattoo shops that I'd always been comfortable in. My clients? Also perfection, because I specialized in portraits. I didn't create the images that clients wanted, but the clients I was booking gave me complete freedom beyond that. Placement, color choices, the works. I was allowed to do what I did best, no holds barred. Chester kept my spirits up with his jokes and constant litany of stories. The other guest artists were polite and easygoing. I loved all of it, except for the cameras. Those took getting used to, and their constant presence wore me down throughout the week. I knew I'd become accustomed to it, but the direct and obvious focus on me was difficult to bear. I preferred quiet and anonymity, and this was the opposite. But it was also what I'd signed up for, so I wasn't going to get mad about it. Change would happen, and I'd become accustomed to being filmed. Just not yet. So when we filmed the last bit for the week, and Chester announced loudly that all artists were to accompany him to a bar for celebratory drinks, I sagged in relief. Eric bowed out, saying he was missing his family. His husband Milo was a ridiculously handsome movie star who was often away on location. They had a beautiful little girl together, and I couldn't blame him. If I had that, I'd be headed home too. There was a bar not too far from the shop, close enough for us to walk. Even though it was night, the sky was orange from the constant light pollution of the city. More than enough light to see by as we made our way to the bar. It was crowded, but in that neighborhood way, not in the line out the door way. People leaning here and there, the din of noise feeling almost like a hug. Chester, being Chester, managed to make his way through the crowd and score a booth. The luck of that dude. Smiling, I slid in along with Chester. Kelly and Steven sat across from us. It felt as if we'd been working and partying together for ages, instead of just 1 week. I loved the comfort of it. Before long, I felt the attention on us. It wasn't surprising. Chester's face was filled with piercings. Kelly and Steven and I were covered in tattoos. We were all good-looking, tough-looking. Scanning the room, I saw some of the heated looks. Some were even directed at me. Sometimes I wished that it did something for me, just because it would be nice if love were easier. But on the other hand, it was also easy for me to refuse things I wasn't interested in. Oh, I was open enough for love, in any shape, gender, or form. My needs just required they be open to me, all of me, and deeply, for anything to spark my cock. Once I told a potential lover that it was like an old oven. It took knowing all my quirks and the patience for me to preheat to get the heated payoff. She hadn't stuck around long after that. My friends were also becoming aware of the attention, and they preened. Chester especially. It was sort of endearing how he wore all of himself so out and open, and it was a relief, because he tended to pull that attention off of me and onto himself. We were symbiotic like that. "I gotta piss," I said, making my way out of the booth. Chester was too invested in the attention to do more than give me a small wave. The door opened as I finished. As I was zipping up, I heard the stumbling that accompanied drunk. When I turned to use the sink, I saw there was a cute young man with eyes glazed over from alcohol, barely holding himself up on the sink. "Excuse me," I said, needing to wash. He looked at me, and a slow smile formed. "Holy shit," he said, lisping his words. "You're fucking hot." I smiled because it was easy to do. "Thanks, man. Mind if I wash my hands?" "I could wash them for you," the drunk said. I raised an eyebrow. "That's the weirdest thing anyone has said to me." "I could wash the rest of you too, if you wanted, and do the weirdest things to you too." He shifted his hold from the sink to my shoulders, his fingers digging in as he tried to find purchase. "Take me home with you," he said. I thought he might be trying to sound sultry, but he was so intoxicated it was hard to tell. Worry crept in. This wasn't just drunk. This was soon-to-be blackout drunk. "Who are you here with?" I asked, hoping to direct him to his party and have them help him home. "Didn't come with anyone," he said in a sing-song way. "How else would I find a hookup?" He reached between us to try to paw at my cock. It took no effort to stop him, gently. "Look, do you need to piss? Puke?" Understanding dawned on his face. "That's why I came in here. You genius." He dragged out the S as I helped him stumble to a urinal. "I'm not unzipping you," I warned. He shrugged and focused on the task of getting himself out of his pants while not losing his balance. I waited while he peed what sounded like an endless stream of piss. Inwardly, my eyes were rolling. He was so young. Too young to sleep with, honestly, even if that kind of thing interested me. But his youth and his state did hook me into being concerned for him. "So, let's do this," he mumbled as he swerved, cock still out and dripping toward me. He made to kiss me. Laughing, I caught a hold of him. Let's be honest. You'd pass out before we got past first base. How drunk are you? A dumb question. But he seemed up to answering. I only see 2 of you. Until I see 4, I'm not drunk enough. Right. Okay, time to follow me. I grabbed his hand, grimacing because we hadn't had time to wash. I wasn't a complete stickler about germs, but this was a definite you situation. Still, he needed help and I could scour myself later. Now you're talking, he said, again shooting for sultry and coming up very, very short. I let him out and through the crowd, scanning to see if anyone's face lit up in recognition at the poor kid. Chester caught my eye and flashed 2 thumbs up, completely misreading the situation. Oh, brother. No one on the dance floor claimed the kid, who felt more like pulling around a sack of potatoes than a human with legs. My next attempt was at the bar. Stay here, I ordered, and headed toward the doorman. The doorman eyed me warily, so I made myself look the least menacing I could manage. I pointed to the kid, who was, damn it, talking to the bartender. Did that kid come in with anyone? He's way over his limit. When understanding dawned on the doorman's face, he gave me a genuine smile. Nope, came in solo. Has hit on too many customers to count. Do you need help handling him? He looked me up and down, not in a sexy way, but in a way that said, You're stronger and tougher than me. I doubt you need help. No, I sighed. I've got it. And of course, at that moment, the heated exchange of the kid and the bartender rose above the clamor of the crowd. Groaning, I headed over. I hated conflict, but I couldn't abandon the kid or situation, no matter how distasteful. It wouldn't be right. You've had enough, the bartender was saying. You're cut off. Time to go home. The kid had crumpled cash he was trying to shove at the bartender. One more, man. Come on, I'm fine. Only to wobble to his feet, swaying enough I was sure he was about to take a quick trip to the floor. I put an arm around his waist, steadying and supporting him. Flashing the bartender an apologetic smile, I said, I'll help him get a cab. The bartender relaxed. Thank you, he said. I'll send a free round over to your table. Not necessary, but thank you. I half-hauled, half-walked the drunk kid over to my group. I've got to help this guy get home. All of them hooted and made lewd jokes. Oh, Lord, it wasn't worth correcting them. Sighing, I heaved the man more fully into my arms. He smiled and placed a hand on my chest, rubbing it in circles. I tried not to cringe. I wish that it wasn't so difficult to explain my sexuality, that it didn't baffle people. They always looked for loopholes or chinks in the armor. But it wasn't armor. It was just how I was. The crowd made room for us. As soon as the crisp night air hit me, I inhaled deeply, needing its refreshing bite. Next to me, the kid was beginning to really stagger. His head rolled, and I was afraid he was about to pass out. I couldn't put a blacked-out kid in a cab. I didn't know where to send him, and I sure as hell wasn't bringing him home with me, even if nothing was going to happen. Hey, I said, where's your phone? He angled his face toward my voice, but his eyelids looked weighed down with elephants. He was going to drop at any second. Your phone, I said more forcefully. Is in my pocket, he said sleepily. I didn't waste time, reaching in and finding it. Then I quickly used the pad of the thumb to unlock it. It worked, thank God. Who do I call? Brother. Should be the first in my contacts. Then he was out, cold. Holding him up and calling on his phone wasn't easy, but I had the strength for it. Thumbing through, I found his contacts. Sure enough, he'd listed the number as Brother Jojo. Cute. Weird? I hit the call button, knowing it was late for anyone to be calling and hoping his brother picked up. But someone did answer. A wary and all too familiar. "Danny, what's going on?" came over the line. It couldn't be, I thought, but needed to press on. "Your brother is passed out next to me in front of the dive bar, near Ortega Street. Can you come get him?" A string of curses blitzed through the line, practically burning my ear, but he eventually got to, "I'll be there soon," then hung up. My stomach wobbled. I was 90% sure that Jojo was Joel, the same Joel who looked at me with trepidation all the time at work. I wished I could convince him not to be scared of me, but the man turned and ran after every interaction. What were the chances? I didn't have to wonder for long. Soon, a sleek black car pulled up to the curb and the driver opened the door. Sure enough, a pissed-off-looking Joel climbed out of the driver's seat seconds later. His hair was mussed, and his shirt wrinkled. I'd never seen him even approaching disheveled. His appearance, usually immaculate. My breath caught in my throat. Here we go. Chapter 4. Joel. It had taken 3 hours and a glass of wine to get up the nerve to call an old hookup and see if he was down for a quick, heated reunion, which he was. Thank fuck. Anything to ease off the slow-burning build that was Kyzer Lewis, who never left my mind. It was infuriating. But after old hookup said yes, relief and anxiety had warred within me while I dressed, only to have my phone ring a little after 1 a.m., just as I was ready to head out. It was a call from Danny, and every inch of me sagged at seeing his name on the phone. That irritation had grown exponentially when, instead of my brother, a stranger's voice spoke over the line. Apparently, Danny was too drunk to even ask for help. Icy fear crystallized in my bones. This went beyond reckless. Danny was now making dangerous choices, and I was being called in to rescue him again. But what happened when no one thought to call me? I'd called back the hookup and canceled. Burning the bridge, probably, because no one liked to be asked to fuck after midnight, only to be bailed on. Sighing, I slid into my car and drove to the bar. It was close to the new Get Inked, making the drive familiar enough I could let my mind storm and wander. Danny partied. I knew it. It rubbed me the wrong way, but what could I do? It felt like whenever he was in town, though, he went extra hard, as if he'd assumed I'd always be there to catch him. I loved Danny. It scared me to death to think about how many ways he could get hurt or worse on one of these binges. How many nights had I spent with the sour stomach, looking at my phone and hoping he was safe? Meanwhile, how often was he thinking about what he cost me? Probably not fucking often. That was the stickler. Danny made me laugh. He made me want to break things. He scared the shit out of me with his antics. And I kept pulling him out of the holes that he dug because he was my brother. And didn't that mean I needed to help? To protect? And yet, while it felt heartless to pull my support, were my actions just enabling him? Troubled, I pulled up to the curb and scanned for Danny, spotting him instantly. He wasn't even able to stand on his own, sagging so heavily in a stranger's arms that his lolling head was shadowed. A fist gripped my heart. Danny was too out of it to defend himself. I couldn't keep my eyes off my brother, love and worry swelling and rolling in waves as I got out of my car. But there was a heat, a prickling sensation that forced me to look up from my brother's ragdoll body to the stranger holding him up. It was only some last-minute reflex that kept me from slamming my fingers in the door in surprise. Because Kyzer stood there, supporting Danny and staring at me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. How had I not recognized his voice? As soon as Danny's name had shown up on the phone, I'd shifted into the protector. Of course, I hadn't been paying attention to who was on the other line.
Still, of all the people, a different kind of heat stoked in me as I approached Kyzer and my brother. It was the stomach-twisting kind, the shame of being caught with my family's dirty laundry out in the open. It took tremendous effort to stay calm. "What happened?" I ground out, shifting my gaze back to my brother. It was only a bit easier than looking at Kyzer. The weight of his stare still burned over me.
"I was in there with Chester and the others. Went to the bathroom. Your brother came in, and it was clear he was past his limit. I managed to get his phone before he passed out."
My groan was deep and palpable, like my whole body went into it. Disgusted, I reached back and opened the passenger door. Kyzer helped move Danny into the seat, though it was clearly awkward and took effort. My heart clenched as Kyzer made sure to buckle Danny in. "Thanks for taking care of my stupid brother," I said.
"I'm not stupid," Danny managed, surprising me.
Somehow, it only added fuel to my anger. "Shut it, kid," I snapped. "You have no idea what could have happened to you if a lesser man had found you." But my words fell on deaf ears. Danny's chainsaw snores filled the air beside the car. Sighing, I turned back to Kyzer. Weariness clung to me like burrs. "Anyway, thanks again." Kyzer shrugged.
"It was the right thing to do."
"That's how I know you're not from LA, I said. "There are many people here who would have gone out of their way for him. At most, they would have tossed him in a cab."
To be fair, I wanted to, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to give directions to the driver. I didn't feel safe to let him go off alone.
A surge of gratitude helped bolster me. Kyzer didn't get it. How closely Danny liked to dance with danger, and how I got the brunt of the aftermath and cleanup, which meant he couldn't understand why watching out for my kid brother, a stranger, was such a big deal to me. "He's a wreck," I admitted. "An absolute train wreck." Running a hand through my hair, I nodded at the door. "You should remind them it's possible all of you could get called in for some reshoots tomorrow. Better get some sleep." Kyzer nodded but didn't move. It was then that I became aware of how close we were. I'd always managed to keep distance from him, ever since running into him. Just the memory of that touch made my skin crackle with anticipation. Now, he was a mere foot away, leaning against my car, staring hard at me, like he could read all my thoughts. Oh God, please don't let him read my thoughts. Not that he would need telepathy. My flushed skin was basically a blinking neon sign flashing, "Joel Howard wants you to fuck him, stupid." Kyzer's eyes narrowed. Jesus, I was making everything worse. "Thanks again." I hurried to the driver's side and had the car running and my own seatbelt buckled before Kyzer had stepped fully back to the sidewalk. I waited until he was clear before gunning it. Beside me, Danny's not-so-musical snores were a reminder of who'd put me in that situation. Next to Kyzer. And now, he knew about my family drama too. He didn't seem like a gossip, but I didn't like feeling so exposed and vulnerable. At my house, I grunted and strained to get Danny to the guest bedroom. After pulling off his shoes and dumping them on the floor, I got him a glass of water and some pain medicine. He'd need both in the morning. By that point, the night had worn out all my energy and enthusiasm. All thoughts of my intended hookup were soured and gone. My eyes scratched with exhaustion, and I stripped to my underwear and tumbled into bed, not even bothering to brush my teeth. Sleep didn't claim me immediately, though. How could it, when my thoughts were still racing? I agonized over the interaction with Kyzer. I shouldn't be so upset that he'd seen Danny like that. After all, we'd had to vet him before signing him to the show, and I knew enough about his past to know he shouldn't be throwing any stones. But for someone who'd done time, who covered himself in fierce tattoos and piercings, all I saw was a teddy bear, a gentle giant. That was what finally lulled me to sleep, imagining snuggling a warm, strong Kyzer in bed, despite myself. I slammed the plate of eggs and bacon down in front of Danny, getting pleasure out of his wince. "I can't believe you," I said. Danny's eyes were bleary, and he looked a bit green, I didn't think he could feel hungover enough after the stunt he'd pulled. You have no idea what could have happened to you, I went on. Hell, you were passed out when I got to you. What if someone had taken advantage of you? I wish he had, Danny mumbled before shoving a bite of eggs in his mouth and chewing slowly, as if he weren't sure they'd actually go down. He? What are you even talking about? A stranger took care of you. It should have been the cops. Danny looked remorseful, but it was a practiced look, and I didn't believe it. I'm sorry, Jojo, he said, making my anger flare. I'll be better. You always say that. You always promise. Then you come here and go crazy, and I have to go out of my way to pick up the mess you leave behind. It sucks, Danny. And the worst part is, you don't even care. You don't care that if it hadn't been Kyzer who'd helped you, you could be waking up somewhere you don't know, with someone you don't know, hurt or worse. This time his chagrin seemed more genuine, but then his brows pressed together. Kyzer? That's the hottie that helped me? His grin turned salacious, and my palm itched to slap him. God, it is a shame I got too drunk to tap that. He was so fucking hot. I wanted to climb him like a tree. Jealousy roiled inside of me, a storm about an ocean collecting strength. Kyzer is off limits, I managed to grind out. Danny's eyes narrowed and I saw what I'd done. I'd issued a fucking challenge to my loose cannon of a brother. Now he'd work extra hard to try to get Kyzer. Why is he off limits? Because I want him like I've never wanted anything in my life, and I don't even know why. Because he's a client, and I can't deal with any more complications than you've already created. A client? Like, is he a model? An actor? Where can I find pictures of him? There was no missing the fast-growing interest in Danny's face. I dangled a prize in front of him. How could this situation get worse? I bet he's a model, Danny kept going. With that body, I was drunk, but I felt those abs when he was holding me up. I could wash laundry on them. My calm snapped. Let me make one thing clear, Daniel Howard, I spat out, enunciating each syllable. If you attempt to hook up, seduce, whatever, Kyzer, especially just to spite me, I will not save you again. I pinned him with my stare. I will not bail you out. I will not call in favors. No matter what hole you've dug for yourself, I will not help. For a moment, Danny was stunned, his mouth slack. Then his lips curled up, and I knew all I'd done was given him more fodder. With Danny, there was no winning. All you had to say was you wanted him for yourself, Jojo. I didn't say that. I said he was a client. A client you have the hots for. No, it doesn't matter. Nothing can happen there. I can't deal with complications. Danny leaned back in his seat. I'm a complication, and you deal with me. You're family. I busied myself with bussing the dishes that were empty. It's different. Look, I know I'm hard to have as family, Danny said to my back as I began washing the dishes in the sink. But I won't make your job harder. You don't have to worry. I won't come on to Kyzer. I won't even flirt with him. Just because I wasn't facing him didn't mean he couldn't see my sigh of relief. I heard his chair scrape, and then he was beside me, handing me his empty plate. You've never had a crush like this, Jojo? Not since I can remember. Is it really so complicated? I made it a rule to never sleep with clients. It had never been a problem before. But this one's different, Danny correctly guessed. What are you going to do about it? Having a heart-to-heart about boy troubles with my hungover younger brother was low on my list of things I thought would actually happen. But the questions and the moment left me stripped of my normal defenses. So when I turned to him to answer, it was a genuine reply. I have no fucking clue.
Chapter 5. Kyzer. The muscles in my chest were screaming for relief, but I didn't stop the set of chest presses until I'd hit my 8th rep. Setting the bar back on the rack, I let my arms fall down in my sides. They were beginning to feel like noodles. Lifting wasn't something I'd picked up on my own. It had come in juvie, in part because I'd needed to defend myself. In there, my shyness had been mistaken for meekness and had put a target on my back. If only the other kids knew how much time I'd spent beating myself up for landing in juvie, they'd have backed off. But they hadn't, so I started working out. He gave me something to focus on, and as my body grew stronger and larger, I found there were fewer people hovering around trying to hurt me. Now I kept it up because it helped burn off any negative thoughts or stress that accumulated in my body. It helped that Henry Rollins of Black Flag was a bit of a hero for me. He'd written several essays that had spoken to me on a deep level when I'd read them about how lifting had changed his life. Though I supposed getting larger had come with its own complications, like earning the attention of a lover who'd hurt me. Bad. He'd loved my body and taught me to love it too. He'd brought it to life in a way I hadn't known was possible. And then he stabbed me in the back, ruining everything. Almost ruining me and scaring me off from situations that got too intense. Fuck. Noodle arms or no, the gym wasn't doing its job today because I was still thinking about Joel nonstop. Originally, Joel had been like this tiny fly that zoomed around, annoying, buzzing, always on the move. But over the weeks in LA, as constant as his presence had been, it had also become reassuring. Joel knew his shit. I thought that might be why the night with his brother had been such a revelation. I'd assumed Joel was just one of those type A people, driven by a need for success I didn't fully understand, something cold and almost robotic underneath. Clearly, I'd oversimplified his situation. He obviously cared for his brother, but what a difference between the two of them, and what a handful. What else was Joel juggling while taking care of all of us? Standing, I moved the bench out from under the rack and started unloading the plates from the bar. There were large mirrors along the back of the gym wall so that a lifter could keep an eye on their form. My reflection caught my eye. My hair was pulled up in a bun. Chester gave me no end of grief whenever I rocked the man bun, but there was little that annoyed me as much as sweaty hair sticking to my face while I worked out. The strawberry in the blonde became brassy under the harsh lights of the gym, and my tattoos stood in stark relief. The bold and dark designs covering every inch of my skin, aside from my face. The metal of my piercings shone and glinted as I looked. If I saw me on the street, I might come to the wrong conclusions too. And Joel had always seemed so rattled around me. I'd assumed it was because of how I looked, that he was scared. But while talking to him next to the bar, while his brother dozed in the seat, there'd been a different gleam in Joel's eyes. It had looked almost like he was admiring me, checking me out. What the hell was I supposed to do with that? It was easy to turn down strangers and avoid the complicated conversations about my sexuality. But Joel was someone I'd see every day. There'd be no avoiding, no dodging, no hiding. It shouldn't have been a problem, except after seeing him with his brother, I found myself interested in getting to know him more. I found myself interested in getting to know him, like with the potential of turning it into more than friends. Once the rack was cleaned from my use, I went over to the dumbbell area to grab some weights. My chest was burning, but my shoulders still needed work before I could leave. Heaving 70-pound weights in each hand, I sat, hoisted them to my chest, and began to press them overhead. My body screamed with effort. Sweat dripped down my neck, my back. 1, 2. I couldn't go there with Joel. There was too much at risk. He was my manager, and if he discovered he couldn't handle my extensive needs as a lover, well, it could make work muddy, at the very least. And I loved my job, despite the cameras. Better not to complicate anything. Better not to risk thinking someone might be different and having it thrown in your face. The door of the gym opened, and Chester walked in.
"How are you here already, man?"
he exclaimed, coming over to sit on a bench near me, his green eyes tracking the movements of my set.
"I assumed you'd still be rolling around with that cute twink from last night."
6. 7. I grunted with effort. Then 8. I lowered the weights carefully and set them on the floor. I don't do that, Chester.
"I know," he said. "I don't understand it, but I will always tease you about it. I have 2 secrets, though."
My eyebrow arched.
1, I didn't leave the bar alone either.
That made me roll my eyes. No shit. Chester was a walking pheromone factory with the libido of a rabbit. He'd humped anyone that looked his way.
2, the sex was awful. It made me jealous of your steadfast will, because it was bad enough that no sex would have been better than what happened to me last night.
He made a sour face that was so over the top that I had to laugh. I'm sorry for your trials and tribulations as a horn dog, I said. He speared me a look, then,
"You're a good guy, Kai."
It caught me off guard. Thanks?
"No, really," he said. "There are plenty of folks who are nice enough, but you're, like, good. Your heart is fucking gold. I'm glad work brought us together. You're like the yin to my yang."
"I still won't sleep with you." That made him roar with laughter.
"Good. I need someone who is resistant to my charms. It's an exercise in humility to balance my massive ego."
"I do what I can, I guess," I joked back. It had been a long time since I'd allowed people close, even just as a friend. Juvie and the bad relationship that had led to it had taught me to be extra reserved in who I let in. But Chester busted through my door, and I was beginning to accept that he was a good friend.
"What set are you on?"
he asked, looking at the dumbbells and starting to move and twist to warm up his body. First set of 3 for shoulders, then I was going to be done for the day. I already benched.
"Cool. If you're still after, maybe you can spot me with squats? I want to try for a new PR."
I nodded at Chester. Then, across the room, my phone began to ring, and I jumped up to jog and answer it. It was Joel. My eyebrow raised. Usually he texted or emailed his bullet list or schedule requirements. "Hey, Joel," I said, unsure of why he'd be calling.
"I know it's supposed to be a day off, but we have a client at the shop who has personally requested you. Do you think you can make it in?"
Only a week into a new business and I was getting requests? Strange. We weren't airing yet. But still, it was a good sign. "Yeah, sure. I've got a shower and then I'll be there."
"Make it fast,"
Joel said before hanging up. The call was much more on brand with the Joel I thought I knew, but his clipped nature felt different. Better do as the man says, I thought. "Jess, I got a client at the shop. No spotting today."
"Damn, dude. Who is it?"
Joel didn't say. Chester flashed his cheesy 2 thumbs up.
"Go get him, Tiger."
When I walked into the shop, I could see a few of the camera crew finishing setting up near my workstation. Steeling myself for being filmed, I looked around to get inked for Joel and the client, my curiosity burning, only to have my stomach drop when they walked toward me. Next to Joel was someone I was all too familiar with, someone who had hurt me deeply, more deeply than anyone in my life. Peyton, my ex, was smiling as he approached. It was the same lopsided grin that had stolen my heart all those years ago in high school. Now, though, instead of causing butterflies, I felt a smoldering rage in my chest that was difficult to suppress.
"Hey, Kai. Long time no see," Peyton said smoothly.
I'd forgotten how his voice was like velvet, soft enough to feel like a caress whenever he spoke. "What are you doing here?" I snapped. My voice was louder and more aggressive than normal, and everyone in the shop, including Joel, stiffened and turned toward us. None of the crew or staff had ever seen me riled, but Peyton had always held that magic too, the magic that turned me into a pulsing ball of anger. Peyton pouted and held up his hands.
"I got out of prison a few weeks ago. Went to visit the old neighborhood, see some friends. I'd hoped to see you, but you weren't there. Instead, I found out you'd gone all Hollywood, which honestly was hard to believe. So here I am, seeing and believing."
He looked me up and down.
"Hollywood looks good on you."
Confrontation was something I worked on, so hard to avoid, but it felt as if life were testing my strength and I didn't like it. Nor was I going to back down. Not with Peyton, just out of prison. I could guess who he was visiting and why he'd search out for me. Peyton wore trouble like a tailored suit. "Not interested," I said. "Get the fuck out." Joel's eyes flared wide, and I felt a squeeze in my chest when I glanced his way and glimpsed fear there in the face of my anger. It hurt, but better a little fear now than allowing Peyton and all his shit invade get inked. This place had the potential to become like home for me, and I was going to defend it.
"Don't be like that, Kai,"
Peyton crooned. His eyes softened, and for a moment it seemed like he was going to try to sweet talk. It had worked on me in the past, until it hadn't. It wasn't going to work now. I crossed my arms and hardened my stare. All at once, Peyton seemed to remember that I wasn't always a pushover, that on those few times when he'd pushed me too far, I shoved back, hard. So he shrugged and headed toward the door.
"I have apparently overstayed my welcome,"
he said breezily. A shiver traced its way down my spine at the smooth, sultry tone that had once been my world.
"But don't forget, Kai baby, that you owe me."
Oh, hell no. In a burst of speed, I was chest to chest with Peyton. I'd gotten so much larger and stronger since high school, since juvie. Now, I used my bulk to show him that I wasn't the boy he'd gotten so used to manipulating. "You've got it backwards, Peyton. You owe me. Luckily, I don't want shit from you. Get out." The lopsided grin reemerged, and he shrugged.
"I'm in town for a while. When you've cooled off, I'd like to catch up."
He opened the door and sauntered out, as if he hadn't just rocked my world and created a scene at my job. Though, to be fair, I was the one who'd made it a scene. Seeing Peyton so unexpectedly ripped open wounds I'd worked hard to close. There were choices I'd made that I could never take back, and Peyton was one of them. Regret is a bitter thing, and it seeps in deep. Apparently, I hadn't healed my wounds at all, but I buried them. And now they were out, fresh, and leaving me feeling scraped raw. I took a deep breath and released it, trying to shed the anger that still shimmered under my skin. Big emotions were uncomfortable for me. I didn't know how to deal with them well. At least now I could go home and hide from the world, settling back into myself. A hand touched my elbow and I stiffened, turning to find Joel looking at me with concern.
Is Peyton going to be someone that I need to handle?
On some level, I knew that this was part of his job. I'd caught bits and pieces of Joel's assistance with Milo, both in hiding Milo's sexuality and then his coming out. I knew that he handled his clients' personal demons, the same as he did their contracts and guest appearances. But at the moment, my heart was sore and tender, and I couldn't stomach any kindness. My fingernails bit into my palms, and I couldn't loosen my fists. Fight or flight was in full effect, and running didn't feel like an option. I didn't like to have my pain exposed, not to anyone, and certainly not to Joel. Yet he'd witnessed me lose my shit, and he was there now, in the line of fire. The need for release superseded my ability to control myself. You can't even handle your younger brother, Joel. What the fuck do you think you can do for me? Before I could stop myself, Joel flinched and dropped his hand. But to his credit, he stayed far more professional than I had.
Okay.
His tone grew flinty as he continued.
But it is my job to keep the shop running and the studio happy. My brother doesn't interfere with that, but your friend there just did. If you keep running into trouble that could jeopardize this, then think about calling me. I'm here to help.
Ouch. Joel walked away then, but unlike the times when he'd scurried away red-faced, his shoulders were straight, and he held an air of authority.
Sorry, everyone. No filming today. Thanks for coming in. Let me know if you'd like me to order some lunch as a thank you for being available, and an apology for wasting your time.
It was clear the invitation for food was not being offered for me. The sick, nauseous aftermath of being angry and doing something stupid flooded my system. I'd managed to lose my shit so quickly. Fucking Peyton. But if Joel had a crush on me before, I was certain my being a royal asshole probably ruined it. And maybe that was for the best. Certainly it would be a lot less complicated and a lot less risk. It didn't stop me from throwing him one more look as I left.
Chapter 6. Joel. There were 4 of us siblings growing up. I was the oldest, and my mom raised us alone, which meant I was the default other parent, helping my 3 younger siblings as much as I was able. The second oldest was Marjorie, and she required little help. She'd managed to fall in love in high school, marry her sweetheart, and now lived in New York with her husband. That just left Daniel and Daniela, the twins. Almost 10 years younger than me. I'd borne the brunt of their terrible 2s, torrid 3s, fearsome 4s, and so forth. Lord, when they'd been teenagers, every day consisted of shouting matches, and Mom was at work so much that I was usually the one in the line of fire. It hadn't taken long for me to grow thick skin, tough enough that my siblings couldn't pierce it easily. But Kyzer had managed to slash right through it with his barb about my brother, in part because it felt like the truth in the moment. Danny had settled into my guest bedroom, and I had a feeling he'd be crashing with me for a bit longer than the few weeks he'd originally estimated. I'd needed space from Kyzer because I didn't want to go off on him, but also because I'd been afraid he was right. After taking care of the crew, though, I'd cooled off, remembered who I was and how I'd gotten where I was. My success wasn't luck. It was because I was damn good at what I did. Really, Kyzer's barb had surprised me more than anything. I never expected to see so many teeth inside of the gentle giant until they'd been bared at Peyton. Peyton. If I'd had known, I never would have set up the tattoo appointment. I honestly hadn't thought I'd needed to vet clients for the show, but Kyzer obviously had history with Peyton that was less than pleasant, and I'd probably stepped in too soon while he was still on edge. Still, I could let his words go. I doubted he meant them. Much like my siblings when they felt cornered,
He'd simply gone for the lowest blow. Wounded animals reacted in the same way. That dude Peyton had wounded Kyzer in the past. Anyone could have deduced that based on Kyzer's startling reaction. It didn't matter that I'd been offering a hand to help. He'd still snapped. Instinct tickled me. Kyzer was never riled up, and Peyton had managed to trigger him, which meant whether Kyzer asked me to or not, I needed to know who Peyton was. I had some long-term contacts who were good at snooping for this exact reason. I quickly texted every single one of them until the calendar app on my phone pinged, reminding me of my lunch date with my mom and sister. I hated having to schedule family time, but it was the only way to see them in my hectic world. Seeing family was always grounding, well, except when the family was Danny. The lunch date felt fortuitous, considering how rocky everything currently felt. The restaurant they'd picked was an open-air taco joint. Daniela, Ella for short, waved at me from the table. They were already digging in, but as I got closer, I saw a plate waiting for me. "I got you what you ordered last time," Ella said between bites. "Sorry, I was starving." Smiling, I leaned in to kiss her cheek and then my mother's before taking my seat. "No worries. It's nice to see you." My mother pushed an orangeade over to me. "How are you?" I'd just taken a bite of taco. Hot. Seasoned beef spilled over my tongue, burning and delighting at the same time. I held my hand up and made a so-so gesture. When I swallowed, I followed up with, "It's been a bit of a week." Ella and my mother shared a pointed look. "We know, or at least we guessed," Ella finally said, "since Danny is in town." My defenses went on alert. Danny was, and always had been, a touchy subject among my family. No one really knew what to do with him, and I was pretty much the only one who tried at this point. "Has he already called you?" My mother probed, picking at some chicken. "Here we go. Yes, I had to pick him up at a bar last night. He's in my place right now." My mother heaved a sigh, while Ella glowered. "You have to stop bailing him out," she said, pointing her fork at me. "He's my twin. I love him, but he'll keep going as long as he knows you'll be there to save him." "I'm not going to leave him in the streets, Ella. Jesus, he's our brother." "Exactly. He's our brother and a grown man. He needs to grow up. Take care of himself." My mother's eyes were growing wet. I knew she blamed herself for Danny's wild behavior. She had to work a lot and had missed out on being around for his formative years. What she didn't know was that I understood who was really at fault, the person who'd been in charge of raising him. Me. "That's easier said than done," I said. "He has, well, look at you. At Marjorie and me. We're all settled, successful. You're going to be finishing up your nursing program soon, and already have a potential job lined up." At that, my mother patted Ella's hand. My youngest sister had worked her ass off to get grants and scholarships. She'd worked part-time to cover expenses. We didn't discuss the extra money I dropped into her account every month, a tiny, "I'm proud of you" boost that helps make her life easier. "Danny," I continued, "doesn't know what he wants, and at least he has a job that he's good at." Ella rolled her eyes. "Flight attendant is a good job if he was in it for money and security, but he is only in it for the travel and excuse to party around the globe." "He won't always be like this," I said, more to convince myself than them. "He'll grow up, meet someone who helps him settle down." My mom perked up at that. "Speaking of meeting someone," she said, "what about—" And just like that, my stomach plummeted. "Don't start, Mom. I'm too busy. There's zero room in my life for dating right now." I wasn't about to mention that not having room in my life didn't mean there wasn't interest, or someone specific I was interested in. My mom would hold on to an update like that with barbed fingers, unwilling to ever let go. "You always say that," Mom grumbled. "Always too busy. You need more in life than just work, Joel. I had you kids to help me through. You need someone." Ella was slipping me covert winks. Let her laugh it up while she could. She was still in school. She didn't know that as soon as she graduated and joined the workforce, Mom would be on her, too. It didn't help that my mother was a wedding planner, and a damn fine one at that. I'll never know where she got the fortitude to continue as a wedding planner after my father left her. She'd lost her happily ever after, yet managed to be successful helping other people get theirs. She wanted us all happily married. I could admit that sometimes, when things were too slow, or I'd had a particularly rough day, yeah, I wanted that too. Just not yet. My phone pinged with a reminder that I still had a schedule to keep. "My lovely ladies," I said, "thank you for lunch. I always love catching up, but I have to run. I've got another meeting." "Stop enabling Danny," Ella said, followed by an, "I love you." "Make time for love," my mother said at almost the same time. "I want you to be happy." Rolling my eyes, I kissed them both on the cheeks and left, half jogging to my car. Seeing non-Danny family did help to lift my spirits. Maybe, with luck, one day I wouldn't dread seeing my brother either. Until then, work called. It always called. In bed later that night, I scanned through the contract on my tablet. The lawyers my client hired would also be reading it over, but I liked to know exactly what was being offered and be prepared to counter if I felt the client was being shafted. The words slid and swirled in my vision tonight, though. For the life of me, I couldn't concentrate on reading. Thoughts of Kyzer had chased me all day, and they weren't letting up now. On top of my growing desire for him, seeing Kyzer's reaction to Peyton had somehow hooked me deeper. The change in Kyzer had been almost tangible. Maybe someone else would have seen it as scary or a warning sign, but I knew what I was seeing. Someone defending their safety. It made me want to help Kyzer. It made me want to rip Peyton apart, make it so he couldn't hurt anyone again. I didn't even know how he'd hurt Kyzer, and I doubted the shy man would ever let me close enough to find out. I shouldn't want to be close enough to find out. It took realizing that I'd been staring at the same sentence for over 10 minutes to finally admit defeat. I was wired, my body buzzing with worry and curiosity. Danny wasn't home. I wasn't sure if he was gone from the guest bedroom for the night, or if he'd left for good. Or at least, until he needed rescuing again. My shoulders were tight enough to pulse with sharp pain, and I knew I wouldn't sleep if I couldn't unwind a bit. Sighing, I guiltily reached into my bedside table and grabbed my favorite dildo and some lube. After I turned 18, strode into a sex store and bought my first toy. I'd never gone the stroke it into a sock route again. Some men just needed to be filled. I was a man like that. Lowering the lights to a dim, like I could pretend I wasn't about to fuck myself in a pathetic bid to relax, I slid my boxers off and lay back on my bed. With a practiced hand, I popped the top off the lube and drizzled a cool stream onto my hole, clenching my teeth as a shiver jerked through me. I loved it, though, the edge of something to counter the pleasurable stretch that was about to happen. That had always been my way, hadn't it? To want something sharp to temper the sweet. Maybe that's why Kyzer appealed to me so much. He was the temper to me, the counterbalance. I was thinking of Kyzer when I slipped a finger inside. I pictured his finger in me, but I knew immediately that his large hands would stretch me more than my own. I added a second finger, gritting my teeth against the sharp pain of stretching too quickly. But my cock was hard and dribbling onto my stomach, too. Kyzer would be a lover, I decided, who would take his time. No quick fucks for Kai. So I slowed my fingers, pressing in and out of myself at an almost infuriating pace. Eyes squeezed shut. I pictured his teasing grin as he watched me, as his green eyes took in my every gasp and muscle quake. In my mind, he twisted his fingers and curled them, stroking my insides. In reality, I could only do so much to myself, but it didn't matter. The fantasy was the driving force. Moaning, I imagined how he'd press his lips to mine. I pictured the cold, hard feel of his lip ring, and how it tickled when he moved his mouth to my jaw and earlobes. I could almost feel the enormous heat of him next to me, the way his size made me feel dwarfed, owned and wanted. My fingers began to move in and out more quickly. I licked my lips. Would Kyzer go down on me? Or would he make me come in a long, torturous way, with just his hands, stroking and finger-fucking me while I writhed and begged? My abs clenched at the idea, relishing the image of me, shaky-legged and pathetic, begging for anything Kyzer would give me. He'd relent eventually. Cruelty wouldn't be in his nature. Kyzer would roll me onto my stomach and lift my hips in the air after he turned me into a limp, shaking mess with a cock hard enough to go to bat with. Groaning, I rolled onto my stomach and pushed my hips up in my bed, reaching out to grab my dildo. It was large. Somehow I knew Kai would be large. His dick so thick and heavy, I'd have to bite my lip to keep from drooling. Moving the dildo's head into position, I teased myself with it, picturing Kyzer behind me, giving me hints of his intentions, making me beg. But Kyzer wouldn't punch into me like other lovers had. He wouldn't grip my hips and turn me into a vehicle for his own ejaculation. No, he'd get pleasure from me by wringing me completely dry first. My mind was running away with me now, but it was too late to do anything about it. I was ensnared in the fantasy of Kyzer, of his cock, pressing into me, slow and deliberate. I pushed my dildo in, groaning as it began to fill me. As Kyzer started to fill me, I was stretched to the point of gasping, sweat gathering on my upper lip. But I pushed back, wanting more, wanting all of him. When the dildo was fully seated in me, I finally allowed myself to reach my other hand through to grab my cock. It blazed with turgid heat in my hand. I let Kyzer begin to slowly fuck me. He angled himself to hit my prostate. My cock twitched in my hand as I forced myself to match the pace of the cock in my ass. He'd croon to me, soft and mellow in his deep voice, telling me how pretty I was, how sexy, how tight my ass was, how good I felt, squeezing his big cock with my ass. His fingertips would stroke up my spine, twisting into my hair, pulling me back just enough to create discomfort. Kyzer would know how much I loved that. I wasn't comfortable. My neck was pissed at the angle it was forced into as I fucked myself with the dildo with one hand and stroked my cock with the other. My breath came out in wet huffs into the mattress. But the climax building was taking shape, shifting from the normal rush into something larger. A storm at sea, gathering speed and size as it raced toward landfall. I sped up, grunting as I worked my body, my legs quivering with the strain. My toes curled as I was picturing Kyzer so clearly I could practically smell him rutting behind me, how he'd lose a measure of control at the end, his pace growing fast and reckless. My balls squeezed tight, and I shouted as I came. The splatter of my climax on my bed was almost as humiliating as the wobbly-kneed intensity of my orgasm. My breaths couldn't slow. My heart was a rapid patter in my chest. Sweat coated my body as I slid to my side, the dildo falling out of my well-used hole. That hadn't felt like masturbation, and I wasn't sure any edge had been taken off, because I'd never come that hard. If I'd hoped to shed some of the day, some of Kyzer from my system, I'd failed miserably. Guilt stole in during the aftermath. It grew as I changed my sheets and cleaned my toy. By the time I got in bed, my body felt languid, but my mind was a mess. I was supposed to be finding a way to get over Kyzer. Instead, I was digging in deeper.
Chapter 7. Kyzer. My teeth ached, radiating through my jaw and into my neck. Probably because I'd been grinding them in my sleep, or I had the past few nights at least, ever since Peyton showed up. God, the absolute fucking nerve. But that had always been Peyton. Flashy, showy,
a pretty veneer to hide the rot inside. Ever since he showed up, I hadn't been able to relax. I hated it. I'd been trying to keep it suppressed. After all, I told him to go and he left, and that should have been that. Only it wasn't just Peyton in the present bothering me. It was all the memories and pain that he'd caused me in the past. I'd been revisiting them too much, and it was wearing me down. Enough, I supposed, to bother Chester. He'd been walking on eggshells around me, I knew. How else to explain his normal speaking voice in the apartment when he usually boomed? Or the fact that he'd been giving me more space than usual. Bud has angrily washed our coffee mugs for breakfast. I hadn't even known one could angrily wash, but I was doing it. He finally popped up on the counter next to me. Some water from my scrubbing flecked his pants. Sorry, I grumbled, though I wasn't the idiot who'd hopped onto the counter next to someone washing.
Why have you been weird and dickish? Chester asked in response.
My hands slowed in their scrubbing. It's nothing.
Don't be that dude, Kai. Don't bottle it all up and get all gruff and hard to be around. I gave you some space and some days, but for real, I want to know. What is up with you?
Chester said it with lighthearted ease, but I heard the genuine note of concern underneath. Sighing, I rinsed the mugs and stuck them on the drying rack. It wasn't really a secret anyway. My ex showed up at work a few days ago, and it has me thrown for a loop. Chester nodded, but then managed to make me want to punch him by saying with a little too much joy,
You have an ex? And here, I thought you were a robot.
You're a riot, I growled. So fucking funny. I thought you wanted us to have girl talk. He held up his hands.
I totally do. Sorry, continue.
I rolled my eyes, but felt the tug of a smile. Chester was continually one of the best perks of the job. He was becoming one of my closest friends, something I hadn't known I was so starved for until I had him. Here's story time then. I was a super small kid growing up, shorter than everyone, so skinny you could have grated cheese on my ribs. Needless to say, I was bullied. A lot. I went to the fridge and grabbed a beer for each of us. We'd just finished breakfast, but I wasn't delving into the past without a little liquid courage. Chester accepted his without comment. In high school, I had a growth spurt. Jesus, it had been painful. I added over a foot of height to my frame in only 2 years. Suddenly, I was taller than everyone, but still all arms and legs. Height makes a difference, though. Some people mistake it for confidence, and the people who'd bullied me before befriended me after. A self-deprecating bark of a laugh escaped my throat. I was so desperate for friendships and attention that I gobbled it up. One of the guys was named Peyton. He took me under his wing. We became inseparable. As we spent more and more time together, I started to fall in love with him. Sighing, I moved to sit on the counter next to Chester. It was easier than having to face him while talking about this. He was the first person I ever loved like that, and after he began to show what felt like love back, my sexual desire hit me like a goddamn Mack truck. Up until then, I'd never thought that way about anyone, but once I connected with him, I was just as horny as any 17-year-old. Chester cleared his throat, and I broke from the memory to look at him. His eyes were wide.
I know you told me you're demi, and I even looked it up, but this is just, I don't know, making the connection clearer? What it really means for you? I'm sorry I've been giving you a hard time about hooking up with people.
I leaned over to bump him with my shoulder. If it had really started to bother me, I would have said something. We're cool.
So, what happened with first love Peyton?
What happens with a lot of first loves? I fell so fucking hard. I lost all my everythings to him. I was infatuated and willing to do anything. We would get into trouble together. Nothing major, just low-level shit. And I was never really comfortable with it. But I didn't want him to think I didn't love him if I said no. And then one day, Peyton wanted to rob a goddamn store. I was his getaway driver. There was more to it than that. Peyton had mentioned he was going to rob that store on that day while I waited in the parking lot. He'd mentioned his plans to me, and each time he brought it up, I'd tried to talk him out of it. But he'd done it anyway. I could still vividly recall him flying out of the convenience store, bag in one hand and a gun in the other. He'd launched himself into my car, screaming at me to go, go, go. By that point in our relationship, I did whatever he told me. So despite being scared and angry and confused, I'd gone. And we'd gotten pulled over and arrested half an hour later.
Damn, dude. That sucks, Chester said.
It did. I was underage, so I got lucky and was sent to juvie. But Peyton had been 18, and the one with a gun, he was sent to prison. I swallowed hard, wishing the story ended there. The thing that makes me so angry at him isn't the way he manipulated me into the situation. I can own my own responsibility there, too, of course. It's just the consequences were too steep. My mom, she was bipolar. I felt Chester stiffen beside me.
Was?
He asked, picking up on the most critical word. Yeah, my dad had left us early because her swings were hard to ride out. But as I'd grown, I'd gotten really good at helping her with her meds and knowing the signs of a downswing. Once I was locked up, there was no one to watch out for her.
Jesus, what happened?
I knew the details because the hired counselor in juvie had told me. Too many sleeping pills chased by a fifth of vodka. But I couldn't stomach saying it out loud. She killed herself, I think. Maybe it was an accident, but I doubt it. Regardless, she died, and I wasn't even allowed out for her funeral.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I agreed. Fucking hell. So now, when I think of Peyton, I think of all he stole from me. My chance at going to college, my chance to have had a healthy first love. And he stole my goddamn mother from me because I couldn't be there for her while I was locked up. I waited for Chester to do the things others had, to tell me it hadn't been my fault, or to pry for the dirty details like my mother was a soap opera instead of the person who loved me most in the world. He didn't. He threw an arm over my shoulder.
And Peyton showed up at Get Inked? Your job?
Yeah, he's out of prison and wants to catch up.
If he shows up again, he can catch up with my fist,
Chester said with Rambo-level machismo.
I'll go all Jean-Claude Van Damme on his ass.
That image of Chester, with his piercings and snarky t-shirts doing crazy kicks and punches in front of Peyton, was enough to crack the pain of the moment. I laughed. Hard. Hard enough that Chester got caught up in it, and soon we were struggling to breathe, tears running down our cheeks. As much as I'd like to see that, I finally managed. I'm good. Standing up to him felt right, and I can do it again if I need to. It's just, I keep most of that stuff pushed down, and he ripped it right back out, and I've been having a tough time fitting it in again.
What a fucker.
You're a good guy, Chester, I said. Like, really good.
Thanks. You're welcome. Let's get going. I have a huge custom and you've got... What was it?
The memorial piece, I said. Big back piece devoted to his mom, aunt, and sister.
Jesus. Today is just going to be a total upper, huh?
You know it. Ironically, the day was becoming an upper. My client had shown up as I'd put the finishing touches on my sketch for his back piece. It had all 3 portraits, but I'd also woven in a narrative of images surrounding them of things my client, George, said they loved. Teacups and birds, lilies and dogwood trees. The piece told a story of the love of family, of the closeness and inspiration the women had, and gave them beauty in their memory. All 3 had died of breast cancer, so I'd kept the design grayscale, but added touches of pink here and there. I felt confident in my design, and working on finding the beauty and warmth that could grow after someone passed was good for me too. If I had skin left to do an ode to my mom, I would. As it was, I had a rose on my ribs I'd gotten right after I'd gotten out of juvie with her name underneath. It was flash art, a quick decision I'd made while in pain. It would have to be enough. George sat down and we waited while all the cameras and microphones were tested and checked. I could see how nervous he was, his knee jogging under the table. Finally, I got the thumbs up from the director. We went over some pre-decided dialogue, reminding the audience about what kind of piece he wanted and why. This would be the big focus for me for the season, so there needed to be a lot of build-up for drama. While I understood that, I also didn't give a fuck. I gave a fuck about George. I gave a fuck about giving him the best art I could. So I said what I needed to, but my heart didn't kickstart until it was time to reveal the drawing. Taking a deep breath, I opened my workbook. I'd made the sketch large because I wanted him to see all the detail I planned on putting on his back. There was a pregnant pause as he looked at it. My heart inched into my throat. George's eyes watered. A tear slipped out while his gaze circled over the sketch, lingering on each special detail, on the faces of the women he'd lost. So, I finally hedged, unable to bear the silence anymore. It's too good. It's too perfect. I'm not worthy of something like this, George said, his voice breaking. You've captured them so well. My own throat threatened to choke, but I managed to say, You are worthy of this. You were worthy of them and their love, and it is my honor to be able to tattoo this for you. That broke George. He stood, crying, and tugged me up into a hug. Somewhere I was sure the director was dying from his goddamn television gold we'd created, but I didn't care. George was crying in my arms, a stranger who'd trusted me with his story. It felt so fucking good to know I'd made something beautiful with what had been shared. After, there was scheduling for the actual tattooing and making sure there were no filming conflicts. Then I made a copy of the sketch for him to take home, and after George left, I had to film a confessional about the experience. It was weird to talk to cameras like they were people, but I was on cloud 9 and it was easy for once to exalt in the experience. This is why I do what I do, I said to the camera. Tattoos make a person more them, whether they're meaningful or silly or whatever. You're being trusted to bring more of their insides out, to paint who they are onto a canvas everyone will see. George's reaction is going to keep me going for months. When I finally finished filming, I was exhausted, emotionally spent. So bumping into Joel outside of the filming booth was a surprise I wasn't quite prepared for. After all, we'd fought the last time we'd been in here together. Well, that wasn't true. He'd offered to help me, and I'd been a dick. Regardless, we hadn't made up. His cheeks turned pink like they always did around me. Again, I was forced to wonder whether he liked me or was intimidated by me, and wonder if it really even mattered. "Hey, Joel," I managed.
Kyzer,"
he said, before his blush deepened and he looked to his shoes. Sighing, I reached up to retie my ponytail. "Listen, I'm sorry for being an asshole the other day. I said some awful things to you that weren't fair or true. I promise, I'm not usually an asshole. It was just bad timing. That guy brings out the worst in me." Joel's gaze jerked up at that. His piercing eyes met mine.
"It's fine. I don't think you're an ass."
There was an awkward pause. Joel shuffled his feet, and he was clearly about to make his typical running exit. And maybe it was because I was so tired from all the spikes of emotions throughout my day, but I didn't feel like playing this game with him anymore. Before he could run, I finally spit it out. "What causes it?" I asked, nodding to his blushing skin. "Do you like me? Do you hate me? Do I scare you?" Joel's eyes widened.
What are you talking about?"
"You treat me differently than everyone else. I can't tell if it is because you have a problem with me or what. But if you do have a problem with me, I'd like to know, because I'm tired of seeing you walk on eggshells around me." And I just told him I wasn't an asshole. I needed to find a way to get my cool back, and fast. Joel didn't deserve my frustration, though I was ready to figure out what about me bothered him so we could move on. To my surprise, Joel looked sad. The pink disappeared from his cheeks, and I almost missed it once it was gone.
"I don't hate you, and I'm not afraid of you," he said.
His tone was firm but quiet, soft enough I almost needed to lean in.
"I'm sorry I've made you feel that way."
Huh. Something like hope fluttered in my chest, because if it wasn't that, then what exactly was it? "Thanks," I said, my brows furrowing. "But that doesn't tell me why you've been acting the way you have." Joel's throat bobbed as he swallowed. He really didn't want me questioning him like this.
"It's just," he started, only to wrinkle his nose. "I guess that you make me feel—"
When he didn't keep going, his tongue tied and the blush crept back in. I relented. It was almost cute how flustered he was around me. "I make you feel what?" But I pushed too far. In real time, I could almost see the walls going up. His shoulders stiffened, and his jaw was tight enough a muscle twitched near his temple.
"Look, it was a lapse in judgment for me, treating you differently, unprofessional," Joel said. "It won't happen again. I promise you, I'll treat you just like everyone else."
And just like each time before, Joel turned and hurried off, making a show of pulling out his phone and suddenly being very busy. Too busy, he wanted me to know, for me to chase and pursue my line of questioning. Which left me with no more answers than I'd started with, other than he doesn't hate me. Maybe I should have kept my mouth closed. But as I watched Joel, I knew there was something I was missing, and now that I'd seen a little more deeply into him, how protective he got after Peyton and his brother, I couldn't help my stirring of curiosity about the man behind the phone and the bullet-listed schedules. Joel was uptight and needed to relax in a serious way. Instead of turning me off him, though, I wanted to know more. If only I'd kept my big mouth shut.
Chapter 8. Joel. Was avoiding Kyzer cowardly? Yes.
Was I still doing it? Absolutely. He was catching on, and I couldn't admit to having a crush on him. It would make things messier than they already were. Distance was best. It wasn't running if I never saw him in the first place, right? Of course, I wasn't sleeping well either. My coffees all had extra shots of espresso in them, and I was relentless in my pursuit of emails and contracts to read, phone calls to make, and errands to run. The theory was that if I was busy enough, my crush would dissipate. The theory, so far, was wrong. I hadn't called in a hookup or used my toy in over a week either. At this point, anything sexual immediately sent me into a fantasy about Kyzer, which I absolutely, in no way could afford. But as another day passed and I found myself wound up as tight as a human could be without snapping, I was forced to admit defeat. I needed outside advice. I called my sister Marjorie, who was married and settled in New York. She was closer to me in age than Ella and Danny, and in a lot of ways, I think she always understood the pressure I felt more than my other siblings. "Joel," she said, voice full of warmth, "please tell me this is a friendly call and not one I need to panic over." Caught off guard, I let out a clipped laugh. "Why would you need to panic?" "Because my big shot Hollywood brother never calls anymore. So when I see your name, I get worried something's wrong." I called just to talk, didn't I? "No, nothing's wrong. Just busy." "Uh-huh." She clearly didn't believe me. "What?" I demanded. "I'm glad to talk to you, you know that, right? But you sound like you've got a stick up your ass. And so you may as well get whatever's on your mind out. Afterward, we can talk like normal siblings who want to catch up." I bristled. Marjorie always did get to the point. "Fine, but I would have been happy just catching up." "Out with it." The too long don't read version is, I have a crush on a client. Only crush doesn't feel like a good enough word. I think about him all the time. I fantasize about him. I can't talk to him without blushing like a fucking teenager and stumbling over my words. I'm doing everything I can to bury myself in work because I don't want to obsess over him. "But you're obsessing anyway," she said, understanding. "God, yes. How the fuck do I get over a crush like this? How do you make this kind of infatuation disappear?" "I guess you ask him out," she replied. I jerked in my chair. "Are you fucking crazy? He's a client. And you're a man. A man who has put his needs on the back burner for too long. You're torturing yourself by ignoring it, and that's why it's getting worse." Groaning, I leaned back again. I was at a cafe, sipping on a latte, my computer open to give the impression that I was very busy and working hard, when in fact I'd been reading over Kyzer's profile from when he applied for the job for the 100th time. "I can't act on it, Marjorie." "Because?" "I've already said he's a client." Somehow the more I said it, the more it sounded like a hollow excuse instead of a sound business practice. "Do you remember David and Matt and Jeremy?" All exes of mine, men I'd managed to date for a very brief time. David had lasted almost a month before we'd broken up, and had been all about sex for me. And as soon as things got too complicated or intruded on my life, I dropped them. I don't forget the men I've dated, sis. "Each and every one of them left you because of work. You put work above your relationships. Do you remember Mom had to, track you down that one year at a job site because you'd gotten too busy to check on her? Or when you forgot the twins' high school graduation?" Every word was a barb. They stung and stuck because they were true. "My job is demanding," I argued weakly. "No one was mad. Family, I mean. You've busted your ass to take care of all of us. You still take care of us. And once Mom made it clear she missed you, you made time for her. For all of us. Hell, the last time you called me was 3 weeks ago. I was giving you a tough time. But a lot of my friends go months without speaking to their siblings." My heart softened and my chest caved. "Yeah, but I will be better about calling, I promise." "Sure, my point is, Joel, You made work and us your life. Your family is good. We've grown up. And you're human. Humans are social animals. We need love and relationships to sustain us. Maybe your obsession with this guy is your mind letting you know it's time to shift your priorities. I chewed on my lip. If I wasn't working to support my family anymore, then who exactly was I working so hard for? I don't think I know how to do that. She laughed, her chuckle warm in my ear. Oh, darling, I know. But I have a serious question. Is it really unethical for you to date a client? I feel like my gossip magazines are full of celebrities dating and marrying their managers. It isn't, like, objectively unethical, I hedge, but it makes shit super messy when it doesn't work out. I don't know if anyone told you, Joel, but life is messy. If you're both consenting adults, you aren't doing yourself favors by avoiding your feelings. Just be upfront about what you're interested in. Stop torturing yourself. I sighed heavily. I'll think about it. She laughed again. Now's the part where you ask me how I'm doing. How are you, Marjorie? Mike and I are trying for a baby. My heart bubbled with excitement, and I am going to need to know everything, except the actual baby-making details. I'm good on that. She launched into her life, and for a short time, I was able to stop thinking about Kyzer and instead start dreaming of what it would be like to be an uncle, how sweet it would be to hold a baby, to see Marjorie's success made flesh in a sweet bundle. Of course, we had to end the call, and as soon as we did, thoughts of the baby were shoved out of the way by Kyzer again. Marjorie's words were ringing in my head. After the phone call, I did the silliest, most teenage thing I could think of. I made a pro and con list. But seriously, lists helped. Bullet points in favor of telling Kyzer how I felt included not being a complete idiot around the man after potentially getting a much-needed fuck, and being able to move on with my life. Maybe even falling in love, though that could go on the con side too. Cons included that I wasn't sure Kyzer returned my feelings at all, or if he was gay. I mean, part of getting this appeal was the LGBTQA+ quality of it. Viewers loved seeing all the big, tough men with rough backgrounds finding their true loves that were also men, so I assumed Kyzer fit that aspect of the bill. But it wasn't like it was a question on the hiring application. Ultimately, though, I knew the best option wasn't immediately confronting Kyzer with my crush. After all, I barely know him. Perhaps my crush was on the idea of him. If I got to know him better first, my pro-con list could develop more. And I could know if I actually wanted to pursue anything with him. I didn't have to try to decide the rest of my life all in one moment. Luckily, the studio wanted some more photos for the upcoming season, so I had something else to focus on. They wanted the focus to be on the guys out in LA, reminding everyone of their softer sides. Plus, if I could convince Kyzer to go, it would be a good opportunity to get to know him better. Eager to get my plan in motion, I started emailing and calling. By the time I strolled into the shop the next day, I had a photographer on call. All I needed was to get some of the artists to agree to a shoot. Everyone was already at work, getting warmed up for a day of filming. I grabbed Derek and told him about the photo shoot. He nodded. "Let me look at the books," he said. He glanced at the schedule. "Kelly and Steven are the only ones with clients today. I need one of the other guys to be here for walk-ins, but other than that..." "Cool," I said, but it was like I had a racing jackrabbit in my chest. "Chester, Kyzer, get over here," Eric called out. The two large men came over. Chester was beaming. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen him without a smile. And Kyzer looked a lot brighter than he had after the whole fiasco with Peyton. "Okay, my dudes," Eric said as soon as the guys were there. "I need a volunteer for a photo shoot. It'll be outdoors, and it may involve more hands-on directing and camera time than you're used to. But the studio is putting a lot of money into marketing our fine asses. So one of you will need to agree to a day out of the office, so to speak." To my surprise and relief, Kyzer immediately piped up. "I'll do it," he said. We all gave him a look that had his shoulders shaking with silent laughter. What? I like getting outside sometimes.
You never know with that pale-ass skin, Chester grumbled.
Kyzer looked at both of his arms, covered in ink, no paleness showing. Huh. Must be my Irish heritage. Though his face, freckles, and strawberry blonde hair did make me wonder if he'd need to smother himself in sunscreen. Then Kyzer nodded at Chester. Besides, we don't want your beautiful virgin skin to burn, Chester. And we're shooting promos for a tattoo shop. You make us look bad with all that bare skin. Kyzer was so relaxed as he ribbed the other artist. It was like I was seeing a whole new person. Any hopes I had of losing my crush as I got to know Kyzer faltered. Chester grinned and mock-punched Kyzer. You're just afraid my pretty face will garner too much attention. Kyzer deadpanned. Yep, you caught me. I'm so afraid the world will be hot for your cock, so I'm trying to hide you away.
Did you know?
That you have a Prince Albert. Yes, you've told me in all of L.A. at least 500 times. Their back and forth was almost mesmerizing. I kept discovering new sides of Kyzer. Shy, mysterious, gentle, but also fierce and aggressive when needed, and now funny and lighthearted and friendly. I'm doomed. Eric finally shooed them away and called me to his office, where I assumed we'd talk logistics. He'd be there too, after all. The press was still hot for anything Eric and Milo, and he was completely comfortable milking it for the press of the show. But once we were inside, Eric turned on me. Man, what are you doing? Like with work? I knew what he was talking about, but I didn't want to admit it. With Kyzer. You've been hot for him until you talked to him, then you run cold. And I just stood there and watched you drool while he and Chester joked around. Serious goo-goo eyes. Can you just do something about your hard-on already? I wrinkled my nose. First, you are crude, but second, I'm still not sure how to go about it. I figured the photo shoot would be a good chance to get to know Kyzer, but also, what if he isn't interested in me? It could make everything here harder. Eric sighed and shrugged. So be subtle. I'm not going to do or say anything, but watching you around him is painful, man. So feel him out and go from there. What if it's a mistake? The look Eric gave me could have curdled milk. You once thought I was a mistake for Milo. Look where he and I are now. This is one of those better to live and learn things rather than live with regret. I grumbled, then sighed. I hated regret. I already had more than enough of it. Danny's reappearance had been one of my most recent regrets, and I had a feeling Kyzer was about to become another. Fine, I huffed. I'll play it cool and see how things go. Just stop being such an asshole about it. Eric chuckled. You'll be thanking me when you're no longer a lovesick puppy in my shop. I flipped him my middle finger. Yeah, I could be thanking him. Or I could be about to make a monumental mistake. Chapter 9. Kyzer. I never would have thought having a stylist would be so cool, but I was having a blast. A hired stylist met Eric and me at the park for the promo shoot, and they had everything. Racks of clothing, chairs set up for hair and makeup, and even a pop-up changing room. The stylist I had, Melanie, went to work immediately. She showed me her outfit pics and then wanted my opinion on my top 3. Pick things you'd want to wear, that you'll be comfortable in. Her taste was excellent. Most of what she'd chosen for me was close to what I already wore, but she added in some lightweight flannels, some big black boots, and a variety of vintage t-shirts that were cool as hell. In the end, I picked 3 outfits that gave me a refined aging rocker look. Still badass, but with a bit of class, too. I looked damn good. Next came hair, and Mel decided to go for the man bun. It's on its way out, she said with a sad sigh. But with your coloring and strong features,
It'll make you look tough.
Adora what?
Adorable and tough at the same time. Like you could punch bad guys and rescue kittens on the same day. People are going to eat it up.
You're the expert, I said, as she scooped my hair up and arranged it into an artfully messy pun at the back of my head. All the while, Eric had been getting ready with his own stylist. He looked comfortable in the spotlight, and I worked to emulate him. As we finished up, an incredibly handsome man came walking up, cameras around his neck. He was followed by a crew lugging more camera equipment. I might be demi, but that didn't make me blind. With tan-skinned and wind-swept blonde hair, the photographer looked more like a model than the man behind the lens.
"Hello, handsomes," he said as he approached Eric and me. "Looks like I booked a fun job today."
His gaze dragged over us appraising. It lingered on me.
"I'm Landon," he said.
"Kyzer," I responded, holding out my hand. Landon's grip was firm as we shook hands.
"Kyzer, you are about 100 different shades of sexy. Where have you been hiding?"
I chuckled when Eric cleared his throat pointedly before introducing himself, but Landon shook it off.
"Everyone knows about you, Mr. Cook, and your hot-as-hell husband. Try not to hog all of the glory and leave something for the rest of us."
He moved closer to me and put an arm around my shoulder.
"Like Kyzer here, who is not married?" Landon looked at me hopefully.
While my body was humming along with its normal, mellow tune, rather than attraction, I could still appreciate Landon's interest and outrageous flirtations. It was fun. Sometimes, especially when someone was so bold and friendly about it. "Not married," I replied.
"What's happening here?"
The hard question had Landon twisting, his arm still on my shoulder, to see who was approaching. But by now, I knew that voice anywhere.
"And the boss man arrives," Landon says.
I looked at Joel and saw his gaze was locked to Landon's arm on my shoulders. He was glaring, and there was no missing the jealousy set of his mouth. I stepped away gently. Maybe he had a thing for Landon. I couldn't blame Joel. But Joel's rankled glare didn't shift with me. It remained locked on Landon. Eric stepped next to me and said,
"So much for being subtle."
"What do you mean?" I asked, but before I could get an answer, Joel was already lighting into Landon.
"You're getting paid to take pictures, Landon, not get handsy with the models."
Then Joel looked at me. His gaze seemed to stumble over the hair, then move down to check me out. He flushed.
"You, look great,"
he managed, then whirled away and hunted down the stylist. Landon shrugged.
"Ah, that makes sense."
That makes sense. So much for being subtle. Why was everyone around me speaking in riddles today? The shoot moved quickly after that. Landon helped Eric and me pose, a lot of leaning on trees, or stretching my arms behind my head so that my shirt rode up, showing a flash of inked abs. Then we moved on to candids, pretending to be engrossed in conversation, or sketching a design. All the while, I felt the heat of Joel's attention. We changed outfits several times. Sometimes we moved to the location, chasing the light. I didn't have to do much. Stand where I was told to stand. Look where I was told to look. But after 3 hours, when we finally wrapped up, I was exhausted. The stylist and photography crew packed up and headed out. I was going to leave too when Joel stepped up to Eric and me.
"I've got some lunch coming for both of you. I hope you like sushi."
I did. A lot, in fact. My stomach gurgled in response, bringing a smile to Joel's face. Eric, on the other hand, was scrunching his nose.
"I'm not so into the sushi," he admitted, "and I promised to pick Soph up from school. I'll head out if that's okay."
Huh. That seemed convenient. There was the sensation I was being set up, but I was too hungry and tired to push. Besides, hadn't I been interested in getting to know Joel better anyway? "Say hi and give her a hug for me," I said. Eric's daughter was so damn cute. It got weird as soon as he was gone, though, with Joel looking up from his phone every 2 minutes to see if the delivery guy had arrived. I was relieved when he finally did show up, unable to stand Joel's silent anxiety anymore. "There's a table over there," Joel said, pointing. I carried our food and we sat at the bench, setting out all the different rolls, nigiri and sashimi. There were also 4 different flavors of bubble tea. I opted for the honeydew. "How are you enjoying L.A.?" Joel finally asked before popping a bite of eel roll into his mouth. "It's different. I like it here, though. Aside from having everything I could ever want nearby, I can disappear here." Joel paused in his chewing before swallowing hard. "What do you mean?" "Back east, my appearance netted me a lot of attention. Most of it was negative. Here, though, there's such a variety and diversity of people, and there are simply so many bodies that I can just wade in, you know?" Joel nodded and chewed a new bite, thoughtfully. "It's definitely a city like no other." "For sure. I wasn't sure if I'd like the city so much. But in a lot of ways, it seems made for a shy guy like me. I can watch people all day, so I'm not lonely. What about you? Have you always lived here?" Joel nodded. "I mean, not always in the city proper, but California, born and raised. My mom said the sun saved her." "Saved her from what?" I hoped it was okay to pry, but this was the most relaxed I'd ever seen Joel. I wanted to know why that was. Why he was the way he was. His smile caught me off guard. It was big and easy, unlike the tight smiles he offered most of the time. "I think she wanted us to think it saved her from our dad leaving, but really, I think she means the sun saved her from her kids. We were hooligans." "How many is we?" 4. I'm the oldest." 4 siblings? Jesus. "I'm an only child," I said, feeling dumb as I did. After all, he hadn't asked. "But my dad also left. My mom was a single mom, too." Like Chester, Joel heard the "was." His smile dropped. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's okay. I mean, it isn't okay. It's hard even though it's been over a decade since she died. But a decade helps a bunch with healing. Acceptance. We can't control everything, especially not other people and their choices." Joel's eyes danced with understanding, and I felt the connection. He got it. Not just on the surface, but Joel got it. "We can't, but fuck, we wish we could, right?" I thought about his brother, Danny. I imagined Joel was picturing him at that moment. "We do," I agreed. "You know, when you aren't scowling at me or running away, you're nice to talk to." To my delight, Joel stuck his tongue out at me instead of getting defensive. "Be careful. I may have just eaten, but I'm pretty fast. Still plenty of opportunity to run." I pointed to the uneaten sushi on the table. "More for me, I guess." He smiled. "Well, now I'm going to stay and eat more just to spite you." "I won't stop you," I replied with a grin. I swallowed a bite, then asked, "How's Danny?" Joel glowered. "Who knows? He comes in, sets my world on fire, then is gone while I'm still putting out the flames. He's a flight attendant, never in one place for long. He might still be in L.A., or he might be working." "Either way, he's making you crazy," I guessed. "Absolutely. I love that kid so much, but my 2 sisters and I are all settled. He's the wild card. I don't think any of us know what to do with him." "Why do you have to do anything?" "Because I'm constantly afraid he'll bite off more than he can chew, or that his need to flit around is covering up something deeper, something I don't see, and that I'm supposed to help with." I thought about my mother and her invisible illness, how her manic highs would last for weeks, exhausting in their intensity, but also addictive in her radiance. I'd spent the time riding her high, basking in her abundant joy and energy, while trying to prepare for the crash. Family can be hard, I admitted, especially if we've been in a caregiver role too early. I took care of my mom a lot. It took a long time to stop feeling like her suicide was my fault. Joel sucked in air between his teeth. Fuck, Kai. There was something about Joel using a nickname that caused my stomach to flip. But in past experience, if I pointed it out, he'd become a turtle and withdraw into his shell. Instead, I shrugged, a default. Again, early caregiver. But ultimately, I was her child. I was a child. And even when I wasn't there, it wasn't shouldn't have been on me. Still, I'm sorry, but you're also spot on. I worry all the time that if something happens to him, it's because I wasn't there or doing my job. It's on Danny. And one day, I might be able to believe that. We finished up the food until Joel's phone pinged, and he looked genuinely irritated at it. I'm sorry, I have to go see other clients. He looked at me and cleared his throat. It's been nice to spend time with you, as your manager. His voice dropped on that last bit, and I almost laughed. I grinned. I wasn't the fastest draw in the world, but I knew my answer now. Joel was definitely into me. His weird reactions, the blushing, the trying to be sharp to push me away. He was into me, and wished he wasn't. Probably because I was his client. I got it. It was still flattering, and Joel was not the kind of guy I would normally go for. But there was something about him. He was handsome, driven, and organized. And after lunch, I now knew he was also human. Why are you looking at me like that? The flush was back, and Joel was staring at me, suddenly timid. I must have been gazing at him as I pieced the puzzle together. Joel wasn't the typical guy I'd try to get to know when I decided to give romance a shot. But how had my experiences with past attempts at relationships turned out? Maybe a change wouldn't be so bad. And the truth was, now that I had a little insight, I wanted to know even more about him. I wanted to hear about his large family, his sisters, and his crazy brother. I could test the waters more, see if there was anything between us. If there could be anything between us. Most likely, he wouldn't have the patience for my slow process. But at least we could say we gave it a fair shot. Are you free for dinner tomorrow night? I asked. His stunned, open-mouthed reaction was delightful. You know, I teased. Just a client getting to know his manager better. I mean, my eyebrow quirked. I can plan it if you'd like. You just have to show up. Think you're up for that? Joel's mouth opened and closed. He nodded, his eyes almost glassy in their wideness. Cool. I'll text you the details. And with that, I speared a piece of salmon and popped it in my mouth, while Joel hurried away. Now, I realized, I had a date to plan. Chapter 10, Joel. And now I'm going on a date. With Kyzer. Apparently I'd walked through a portal into an alternate universe where this sort of thing happened, because I'd spent weeks trying to talk myself out of it, wondering if there could even be a chance with Kyzer. And then, right as I decided to start seriously considering pursuing the possibility of crushing on him, of dating him maybe, he'd asked me out. He'd also chosen the restaurant, a place on the coast called Malibu Seafood, and I was crazy excited. I loved seafood, and Ella had a shellfish allergy, so I'd grown up rarely eating it. The avoidance had stuck, but so too had my intense love of shrimp and oysters. So anytime I did have seafood, it still felt special. Somehow Kai had known or managed to get it right with one try on a guess. Either way, I made sure to wear a button-down shirt and I could roll the sleeves up on for eating. along with an undershirt in case things got messy. I checked my hair 4 separate times before it was time to go. My fingers drummed on the wheel for the whole drive there, my foot made of lead. At least no cops were out. I didn't think highly anxious over a date qualified as an excuse to break the law. As I sped along, changing lanes and constantly checking the time, I still tried to convince myself this was real. That was the thing about crushes, wasn't it? Even the obsessive ones. You never allow yourself to truly believe it could happen. I'd been practically crawling with thoughts of Kyzer for weeks, and I'd grown desperate to seek release from the wanting. But I'd also relished it, hadn't I? How he shocked my body with desire. It felt safe to crave because there was no way he'd want me back. There's still no guarantee he does want you back, at least not that way. But he did want to get to know me, and for now, that was enough. I whipped into a parking spot, doing my best to tuck my emotional whiplash regarding the date as far away as I was able to. The thing that helped the most? Seeing Kyzer waiting. He was wearing a short-sleeved, button-down shirt. It was a cheesy camp plaid, but somehow it paired beautifully with his strong, ink-covered biceps and hinted at his delicious, tapered waist. His long hair was pulled up in the bun again, and I had to admit, it was a favorite look of mine. Though that might be due to the fantasies of being the one to take out the elastic and watching his ginger-tinted waves fall free. I managed to walk across the parking lot without stumbling, even when he smiled and my heart tried to jump out of my chest. "Hey," I managed. "Hey," he replied back, his voice a low rumble. "Thanks for coming." "Thanks for inviting me." "As a client getting to know his manager, mind you," Kyzer quipped, the wry quality inescapable. He was teasing me, again. Right. I should have meant it, but there was no conviction in my reply, and I knew Kyzer could tell that. We were seated on the dock, the ocean pounding away at the shore underneath the planks we walked on. I loved how the air smelled salty and sharp. Each time the breeze picked up, I imagined the small salt crystals being deposited on my skin, encasing me, preserving me in this moment. Once seated, we both hid behind menus. Was he feeling like I was? Were his palms sweating? Did he feel a bit sick with nerves? Did Kyzer have to stroke one out before the date from fear of pitching an inopportune tent at dinner? I wasn't one to linger on my faults. I knew what they were and accepted them. But for once, I knew my need for structure and planning and control was creating a stop block instead of helping me get past one. "I'm going to order a cocktail," I announced. "I'm going to drink it very quickly. It's so I won't have such a hard time talking to you. Please don't judge me." It was intended to sound like, "Please don't judge the drinking," but I caught a glint in his eyes that told me Kyzer knew I meant, "Please don't judge that I'm an idiot who can't speak around you." "Why don't we order shots? Not too many, but enough that we both loosen up a bit." Oh, Lord. His suggestion burned down my stomach as sharply as any whiskey. Managers shouldn't get intoxicated on low-lit piers with their clients, with stars overhead and the ocean singing her song in the background. "Okay," I agreed, then swallowed hard. Kyzer signaled the waiter and ordered 4 shots of Jameson, 2 for each of us. He also ordered the squid and chips, some raw oysters, and a fuck-ton of peel-and-eat steamed shrimp. My mouth was watering heavily in anticipation for food and for the man sitting across from me. "Would it be easier if I started?" Kyzer asked. "Yes, but I thought you were the shy one, so I'm feeling a bit like an asshole," I admitted. "Shy is relative." Kyzer drank his second shot slower, sipping at it instead of tossing it back. "I don't like a lot of attention. In crowds or with new people, there tends to be so much focus, especially on what I look like and how I'm different than other people. But I don't mind talking or being open about shit when I'm trying to get to know someone better." Nodding, I drank my second shot. No sipping for me. I needed the reinforcement, fast. He continued. What do you want to know about your client? I like that he was teasing while maintaining the ruse, almost as if he understood my boundaries and how difficult it was to push past them. How'd you get into art? His smile shot up like a firecracker. A solid starter, Joel. Well done. His fingers drummed on the table. Long story short, I was small. I looked at him, eyebrows lifted, incredulous. He belted out a laugh. No, really. I was puny. Other boys had physicality to show off, to make something of themselves. I lost myself in drawing. I started like most boys do, copying comic book characters and anime shows. The drawing felt right, but the style didn't. Then I saw my first Rembrandt on a field trip. I'd never considered portraits, but it clicked. I knew I wanted to draw people. What made you choose tattooing? Kyzer's smile flickered, falling slightly. Well, it's difficult to get fine art scholarships after being locked in juvenile detention. I'd gotten mixed up with the wrong crew, got caught doing something stupid. When I got out, I had to learn to stand on my own 2 feet fast. There wasn't time for classical studying, but I appreciated and I discovered I really loved inking. My mind wandered to the information my contacts had emailed over about Peyton. The prison record in the court case, which had mentioned an underage accomplice to an armed robbery. I wanted to ask more, to dive in. Kyzer said he didn't mind being open. But I also didn't want to be too heavy too soon, and accidentally scare Kyzer away. Our food arrived, steaming baskets of breaded squid rings and hot, grease-slicked fries. Oysters glistening in their half-shell, the mild color of their flesh as appealing as it was horrifying. And the shrimp, more than the two of us could possibly eat, pink and perfect. Holy shit, I said under my breath, delighted. Kyzer shot me a generous smile. Dig in. We did. The conversation paused, but this time it felt natural. The food was good, but it was messy. It was a tactile dinner involving all the senses. The briny smell of the oysters, the sting of the hot sauce, and cool slickness as it slid down the throat, competing in the most delightful way. Shrimp juice dripped down fingers and forearms, the discarded shells quickly filling up the empty bowl they brought us. And the squid, sweet Jesus, it was perfect. Chewy without feeling like rubber, the breading still so hot it burned the tongue. This is so good, I said in a half moan, reaching for another shrimp, despite the tugging feeling of fullness in my belly. I fucking love seafood, Kyzer said. I was afraid the West Coast wouldn't be able to compete with the East, but someone recommended this place. I'm just glad you don't have an allergy. I laughed, almost choking on the shrimp bite. After chuckling, wheezing, and coughing, I wiped my eyes and shook off the help of a concerned-looking Kyzer. Sorry, wrong tube. My sister is allergic to shellfish, so this is like the ultimate guilty pleasure for me. Tell me more about your family, he said. You said you're one of 4? I nodded. Yep, oldest of 4. Marjorie is married and living in New York. You like her husband? It was my turn to smile. Yeah, he loves the hell out of her and makes her happy. It's all you can want for your family, you know? Someone to love the hell out of them and make them happy. The corner of Kyzer's mouth quirked. Danny is clearly still working on that. Ha! Danny is working his way through every STD and county on the globe. Danny wouldn't know love or happiness if it bit him on the ass. I imagine his ass gets bitten a lot too. My eyes flew wide. He's my brother. God, gross. Now I'm going to barf up all this glorious seafood. Kyzer laughed. Don't do that. Tell me about your other sister instead. Ella? She's Danny's twin, about to finish nursing school. Got herself in and put herself through on merit scholarships. She's a workhorse. Like her older brother, Kyzer teased. Damn straight. If only Danny could figure his shit out. Kyzer leaned back in his chair, legs crossed. I don't know. I bet it's hard for him. I rolled my eyes. So hard. Flying around the world, doing drugs and drinking and fucking. Sure. That's how you see it. Which twin is older? I paused. Ella, by 7 minutes. Why? Ah. He shrugged. Danny's got 3 siblings who have their shit together to compare himself to. You said your mom was a single mom too, right? So his only view of the world is how he's supposed to be. But he's so young. Rebellion often hides fear. Maybe he's scared as hell he can't measure up to the rest of you, so he's screwing it up in advance to protect himself. I sat and stared at him. Never had I considered that Danny was anything but a spoiled brat. Well, okay, Dr. Freud, I finally muttered, knowing it would be a while for me to process the new view of my brother. Kyzer's laugh was like a sunrise. Fair enough. But now, as the eldest and the caretaker, is that why you never relax? First my brother, and now you're coming for me? What kind of... I almost said date. Almost. And I felt the burn of the swallowed word. Dinner is this? The kind where we get to know each other. How was he so goddamn smooth? Fine, I huffed. I can relax, I just enjoy being busy. But I do know how to have a good time. Really? He wrinkled his nose like he didn't believe me. Prove it. My stomach flipped. How? He took me to a carnival, a cheap, sleazy beachfront carnival filled with fried food and death trap rides. But we didn't ride the rides, and Lord knew there was no room for food. No, Kyzer had something else in mind. He wanted to compete. For hours we went from game booth to game booth. Sometimes I'd win, popping balloons with darts, and sometimes he'd win, the basketball shots, which I didn't think anyone could win. We'd give our stuffed animal prize to whatever kid was closest, laughing and shit-talking as we went to the next one. At the swing-a-hammer, test-your-strength game, I finally tapped out. You've got a distinct advantage, I cried over the din of the carnival-goers. Look at you. That body is like a Greek statue. We were having too good a time for me to flush or worry over that statement. Kyzer flexed, making me and the carny running the booth bend over laughing, clutching at our sides. Okay, he admitted. I've got a bit of a leg up, but I will say, I'm impressed, Joel. This has been crazy fun. He was standing close to me. The night was warm, but the breeze was picking up, making me shiver, and want to lean into him. Kyzer was smiling, and I wanted to lean into that too. To fall into him and just kiss him. The instinct was strong. My toes even started to grip in my shoes, preparing to hold my weight as I stood on tiptoe to reach his beautiful, sensual mouth. My stomach was lit up like the blinking lights surrounding us. I kept my footing, managing to stop myself from making a mistake. It wasn't a date, even though it felt an awful lot like a date. But without clarification, I wasn't going to leap to conclusions. Too much was at risk, especially with things seemingly going so well. I should go home, I said finally. I've got work tomorrow. Yeah. Kyzer seemed to sink back into himself, his shoulders rounding a bit. I noticed he stooped a lot when he walked, like he wanted to be smaller, invisible. Me too. But I had fun. Did you? There was an edge of vulnerability in his question I almost missed over the mechanical music blaring around us, but it was definitely there. It's been the best night I've had in as long as I can remember, I said, opting for honesty, even though it made me feel more laid bare than if Kyzer had stripped me out of my clothes. You're right. I don't cut loose often. I needed the reminder that fun is important too. So, as a manager to a client, thanks for teaching me something. Kyzer rubbed at the back of his neck. As a client, I'm glad I could help. We walked to our cars, and I drove home far slower than I'd arrived. I needed time to think, running through a mental list. I'd showered, thought about what I'd wear. I'd put in a lot of effort. We'd eaten, and he'd paid. We'd gone to a carnival and laughed for hours. And we'd done it because he wanted me to have a good time. Shit. It was definitely a date. If I had known how to act around him before, this was about to fuck me up 1,000 ways. Bumbling idiot, here I come.
Chapter 11. Kyzer. My attempt to get to know Joel had 100% been a date, but he'd been so skittish that I hadn't said the word, afraid he'd run off again. It helped that in protecting him, I also got to protect the part of me that inevitably became vulnerable whenever I considered dating someone. That, of course, was the part where I had to admit that I was a demi and watch as interest in me flew away as quickly as dandelion seeds. So the fact that Joel hadn't called or texted in the 4 days after our date had me curious, bordering on concern. Had I managed to frighten him off? Would it be better for both of us if I had? My client grunted on my table, their back flexing. I was going over the bone of his shoulder blade, and I knew it could be a tender area. "You need a break?" I asked after finishing a line. The relief was tangible.
Yeah, man, thanks.
"Let me get you wrapped first, and we'll say 15-minute break. There's some soda in the fridge at the back. Grab one on me. The sugar will help a lot, I promise."
Like chocolate after a Dementor?
I laughed. You got it. We covered the tattoo with plastic wrap and taped it off. As soon as he sat up and walked, I was glad we called it. The poor guy was shaking like a cold kitten. But he wasn't a complainer, so I wasn't irritated. Besides, I was inking a picture of his daughter on his shoulder blade, and I always loved seeing devoted fathers. As I was straightening up my station, a presence moved up behind me. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Eric. "What's up, boss?" His smile was mischief as he rolled a chair over to sit next to me.
"I came to see how your date went with Joel."
I startled, dripping some ink onto my pants. Eric laughed.
"I've been on Joel for weeks to talk to you. It didn't take long to put 2 and 2 together. The 2 of you after the photo shoot, your good mood the next day, and the sudden absence of our bullet point ringleader."
I joined him in chuckling, but it hiccuped with hesitation at the end. The absent part is bothering me a bit. I thought it went super well, but maybe he didn't. And did everyone know he had a crush on me? Eric's eyes went wide.
"How did you not know?"
He was hot or cold, I don't know. I'm used to people being more upfront.
"Ah,"
Eric leaned back, his fingers steepled under his chin.
"So, as your boss and someone who works with Joel on the regular, I have no idea how he's managed to stay away for 4 days. The dude likes control, but as someone who's gotten to know Joel a bit through my husband, I'd say that Joel is probably super tied up with his emotions because he had a good time."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, he is sure-footed about everything except you, and that's probably got him rattled. Why, what were you thinking? What's your next move?"
My chest squeezed. I was going to let him lead, I guess. He seems worried about the fact that he's my manager, so I figured I'd just leave the door open for him if he was interested. Eric nodded, then grunted.
"If he can get the balls to use the door. So, you want that?"
"Do you mean, do I want Joel?" I busied myself with my inks and making sure my gun stayed clean and unclogged.
"Obviously."
"I want to keep getting to know him. He's handsome, which is nice. He's driven and organized and caring, which all appeal to me. And when he lets go,
He's really fucking fun. Eric leaned close.
Is there a but?
Not yet. I just take things extra slow, and Joel lives a fast lifestyle. We may not mesh at all in the end. The thought of another person walking away from me because they couldn't wait stung. Somehow the idea that it could be Joel was harder. Maybe because he was willing to be so patient with his family. A part of me had begun to hope he'd be patient with me. My client came back over, his face no longer pale and a soda in his hand.
Thanks, man, he said again. I needed that.
Eric patted my shoulder.
Keep up the good work,
he said, but I knew he was teasing about Joel. My mind spun as I began to work on the tattoo again. The hum of the gun and the drone of the music over the speakers provided the white noise needed for my thoughts to flow. I would need to tell Joel, sooner rather than later, that I was a demi. I'd mentioned the fast lifestyle to Eric, but it was really that everything about Joel could feel like it was at super speed. The pace he walked, how he spoke, it was rushed. It didn't mean he couldn't wait for me to get to know him, for my body to hopefully fire up. But I wondered if it would frustrate him to wait. The hum of the gun kept me from getting too into my head. I was doing a portrait of my client's daughter, and Lord knew I did not want to fuck that up. At least he'd picked a good photo. It had a lot of contrast and shadows, and her eyes were well lit and expressive. Hours later, the tattoo was finally finished and my client happy. The cameras were pulled back, the mics turned off, and I finally relaxed a bit. The new shop had a killer vibe. I loved working with Eric and Chester. Kelly and Steven were nice enough, too. But I realized that as guest artists, they had a crew waiting for them in their respective cities. So they were pleasant, but not invested. On the East Coast, even in the limited time I'd worked at Get Inked, there'd been such a unity amongst the staff, a real sense of camaraderie. That had been the appeal of joining up, of allowing myself to be put under the lens of a camera like a specimen in a microscope. It would be worth it so long as I had that familial feel. Perhaps it was selfish of me. In fact, I'll just admit it was. Because tons of people would kill for my job, my home, my new city. Still, it wasn't until the cameras were off that I felt myself loosen up. Packing up my gear and cleaning my station, I double-checked with Eric and the director that they didn't need anything else from me for the day. My stomach rumbled, and I knew I'd do what I'd been doing for the past 4 nights. Grabbing dinner, taking it to the apartment I shared with Chester, eating alone, and wondering whether I'd scared Joel off for good. Therefore, it was a surprise, pleasant but startling nonetheless, to find Joel waiting for me outside of the shop. He was already pink-cheeked, his t-shirt too designer to make him look casual, though I adored the attempt.
Hey,
he said as soon as I was out.
I was hoping you'd want to go get a quick bite to eat. If you're not busy.
I'd love to, I said quickly. I was hungry and curious, and he was right there. It felt more like kismet than it should. I felt happy to see him too. He showed me to his car and he opened the passenger door for me. I was surprised to feel heat on my face as I stooped to get in. Joel drove a chic sports car. It was black, compact with a slick frame, leather seats, and a sunroof. It was immaculate inside, not a single crumb from a hastily eaten snack or spot of dried latte to be seen on the seats or console. "Your car is sweet," I said as he climbed in. He gave me a smirk as he pushed the button to turn it on. I barely noticed a difference. The engine was so quiet.
I don't have time to spend my money on a lot of things. I send some to my family, help my mom out, but other than that, I'm too busy for play. This is the exception. I really like cars.
I loved this admission from him. My own funds tended to be saved, hoarded even, because I never knew what to spend them on. It used to be tattoos, but I'd long since run out of available real estate. You could tell so much about a person based on how they spent their money. I don't know anything about cars, I said. Tell me about yours. We were speeding. I could tell by how the buildings flashed by. Joel was showing off, like a kid, and it reminded me of his smile as we played at the carnival. He didn't seem upset with me.
So, this is a BMW M5. It's considered a sports sedan. It's got a V8 twin-turbo engine with electronically actuated individual throttle bodies, and I upgraded for the titanium exhaust system. It takes 3.4 seconds to go 0 to 60.
That sounds cool. What does all that mean? His laugh made bubbles form in my belly.
It means it goes very fast, and it's very fun to drive.
Grinning, I leaned back and basked in his joy. In return, Joel took some fast turns and pulled some fun, albeit hard-pounding maneuvers, before pulling into a pizza joint.
I hope this is okay.
Absolutely. I was starving and pizza sounded heavenly. After being seated inside, we ordered pepperoni and double mushroom and sat. That cloud of awkwardness started to descend again, and I wanted to grip it, rip it to shreds, and toss it. I was about to ask him where he'd been when Joel spoke first.
So, Kai, I definitely did the thing where I had a really good time with you, got scared, and hid for a few days.
He peeked at me through lowered lashes, bashful and adorable.
I'm sorry.
My mouth felt dry. I'd hoped for an apology, but hearing it was making me nervous. Had I ruined it? Was that what he was about to tell me? Yeah, okay. But why did you get scared? Was it the clowns at the carnival? Because I had some fucking nightmares. With Joel, I could never tell how light I needed to keep things. It was good that he'd brought up the radio silence, but I still felt like he was skittish and ready to bolt. Humor, at least, offered him an out. His smile didn't reach his eyes.
Though you're right, horrifying. My reasoning was far more embarrassing. I like you. A lot. I have for a long time. I kept waiting for the attraction to go away, but instead it turned me into this bumbling idiot, which made how I felt even worse.
Holy shit. He was going balls to the wall with this honesty thing. Something in my chest loosened.
I'm sorry that I'm laying this on you too, he said. You're my client, and I wanted to be professional, but I think I need to admit that when it comes to you, I can't be. Hell, I've been struggling with letting myself consider dating you at all because it's been so long since I've actually liked someone. But I want you to know that there's no pressure. You don't have to return my feelings, and I'll still work just as hard for you.
Wow. This Joel. Seafood Joel. Carnival Joel. Sports car and harness Joel. I wanted to get to know him more. Each moment he allowed himself to become more open, I felt a more insistent yank in my chest to get to know him even more, to go further. Our pizza arrived before I could put Joel out of his misery, and he was miserable, his hands twisting in his lap and the faint sheen of sweat on his brow. As soon as our waiter was gone, I let him off the hook. Reaching across the table, I grabbed his hand. I liked how warm it felt, how smooth and soft the skin was. I'll admit, I'm a bit slow, but I did figure out that you had a crush on me. Joel looked as if he wished the seat were a furnace primed to incinerate him. So, when I asked you out, it was because I wanted to see if dating was something worth pursuing. His eyebrows scrunched tight together.
Worth pursuing?
Since you're being honest and upfront, I want to be too. I took a deep breath. I'm demisexual. I don't talk about it a lot because it's a pain in the ass to explain, and it's burned me in a lot of ways when it comes to dating. But I'm glad I am who I am because when I do allow myself to fall in love, I know it's the real thing. I swallowed hard, preparing for the worst. Joel licked his lips, his forehead barely relaxing. I know you said it's a pain in the ass, but remind me what demisexual means? It means I don't feel sexual attraction to just anyone. It isn't like I get a hard-on for certain types of guys or girls or people. I have to get to know them, to become invested in who they are inside before my body is at all reactive in a sexual way. Huh? Well, I suppose huh wasn't the worst response I'd ever received, but it left me suddenly in the hot seat and wishing the heat would go away. It sounds stupid and old-fashioned, I know, but it isn't like I'm waiting for marriage or anything. My body simply doesn't work with jumping into bed with people. Until you're really into someone, Joel said like he was tasting the words and trying to decide if he was okay with the flavor. Yes, until I'm really into someone. So when I said I wanted to know if you were worth pursuing, it was more like I needed to know if we meshed enough like this. I pointed back and forth between us before I could know if there was a chance for that. I looked pointedly at my dick. We were silent a moment longer, and I was certain I knew what was coming. Joel wanted something more, faster. Maybe he'd be like others who needed sex to feel wanted or loved first, the exact opposite of my needs. Maybe I was too much trouble. Weird. What did you decide? He asked, a bit of cheese hanging unnoticed from his lip. With deliberate care, I reached across the table and wiped away the cheese, smoothing my thumb along his lower lip. Joel's face flushed, and his pupils blew wide, his mouth falling slightly open. I decided that if you could tolerate my need for taking things slow, I'd really like to pursue something between us. He nodded, not blinking, like he'd been hit by a baseball bat. Is that something you'd be okay with? I pressed. My demisexuality? That shook him from his daze. Oh, hell yes. I can wait as long as I need to. He left out a self-deprecating laugh. If anything, it's a relief. I struggle to let myself relax and slow down, you know? I arched my eyebrow. You don't say, I replied, dry as sand. We both broke into a soft laugh. Okay, he admitted. We all know that. It would be nice to slow down. My stomach felt like it was full of champagne bubbles. Okay, I said. We finished up dinner, scarfing the pizza. I found my hunger diminished by the prospect of someone who was actually willing to date me the way I needed to date. When we got outside, though, I wanted to give Joel something. He'd been radically open with me, allowing himself to become extra vulnerable. The parking lot was almost empty as we made our way to his car. It was impossible to ignore that we walked closer together on the return trip, his shoulder occasionally brushing mine. When he went to open the passenger door for me, I stopped him. He froze, as if I were about to drop a bomb on him. Hell, maybe I was. Leaning in, I brought my mouth so close to his that our breaths mingled. He smelled of garlic, and I didn't mind in the least. The closeness of him felt right. No alarm bells or instinctual recoiling in the least. Just the warm connection that soothed like a beach breeze. I kissed him. It was soft, a brushing of our lips. Joel seemed to want to surge into me, but I felt the quiver of his body as he held himself back, out of respect, I knew, of what I'd told him. That was enough to persuade me to deepen the kiss. Pressing my mouth more firmly on his, I wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. The hard ridge of his cock pressed into my thigh, but it didn't bother me. If anything, I felt fuzzy and warm at his responsiveness to me. I traced his lower lip with my tongue until he groaned, his mouth parting. Sweeping my tongue in, I tasted him, stroking his teeth and tongued with mine until we were both panting. His fingers dug into my shoulders, half clinging, half warning, as he pushed me away. His mouth was kiss-swollen, red, and beautiful.
Right, he said, breathless. So, I don't mind taking it slow, but
kissing like that probably makes things, uncomfortable. His eyes twinkled as he chuckled.
Yeah.
We both smiled at each other, and it felt like a secret smile, an inside joke or handshake that rested solely between us. I liked the connection. Joel, I was beginning to realize, made me feel truly safe to be me. The drive home was mostly silent. I watched the LA lights streak by, but I reached over and grabbed his hand, lacing our fingers together. Occasionally I'd look at our hands. My ink-covered fingers stood in stark contrast to his tan skin. The bubbly feeling grew stronger. When he stopped in front of my apartment, I knew it was time to go. But a piece of me wanted to stay, to talk all night long and watch the sun come up, to dive headfirst into the getting to know Joel, plunging in without knowing where the bottom was. "I'm glad you told me," I said before getting out of the car. "I was worried I'd scared you off."
I scared me off. If I do it again, feel free to call me on my shit.
"If I'm moving at a turtle's pace," I started, but he cut me off.
"Then you may need a turtle's pace, and I'll be right there beside you. I'm serious, Kai. I may not understand demisexuality, but it isn't something wrong with you. It's different, and I think different might be good for me. I want to like you for being you, not someone I think you're supposed to be."
My mouth went dry. I wished I could explain what that meant. Instead, I gave him another swift kiss goodbye. I found the apartment empty, a note from Chester on the fridge. He was out with the guest artists. Don't stay up late, the usual. It was nice to be alone. I needed to process all that had been said. I was wired from the encounter. In my room, I pulled out a sketch pad and some markers and went to work, drawing the face that now consumed my every thought. Joel began to appear on the page, his eyes soft, the corner of his mouth turned up. I delighted in adding the near constant flush to his cheeks. When I finished, I admired the sketch. It wasn't as photorealistic as what I tended to ink, but it felt like it glowed with Joel's personality. As I looked for it, I felt a tightening in my balls, like something long asleep was just starting to consider waking up. It was all I needed to know. I had already begun to develop feelings for Joel. Maybe not such a turtle this time.
Chapter 12. Joel. I was supposed to be watching Milo's scene, but they were on the 5th run and Kyzer was texting me. Nothing important, just seeing how I was doing, fishing for another date. He could have been texting me his grocery list, though, and I would have been smiling like an idiot. My cheeks ached these days from the volume of smiles. My thumbs were flying over a reply to Kyzer when I heard my name. I looked up and the smile faltered. It was the security guard leading Danny over to me. "Sorry, Joel. We found him wandering. He said he was looking for you." There was the real question under the spoken question. Do you know this crazy person? "Yeah, it's my brother. It's fine. Thank you." The guard gave Danny a quick look, shrugged, and left. Danny stuck his tongue out at the back of the rear guard. "Real mature," I mumbled. "I told him I was your brother," he said,
tone a careful mock whine. Do you know how many people say shit like that trying to get on set? Ah, Danny said, but I have credentials. He whispered it like it was a conspiracy, and I couldn't help but laugh a little. When he wasn't drunk or high or a pain in my ass, Danny was funny. But he was on set, showing up without even a call. I didn't know you were back in town, I said. For that matter, I didn't know you'd left town until Ella texted me last week. You know me, he said brazenly. I'm never in one spot for long. Danny wasn't looking at me. He was craning his neck, trying to see the scene Milo had been running. Apparently, they'd called a break, because Milo was nowhere to be seen. Looking for someone? I asked. Milo Perez, obviously your hottest client. Not true. Kyzer has that title. Milo is happily married, dumbass. He shrugged, still scanning. Everybody cheats, brother. Are you fucking with me? You aren't even here to see me, are you? No. Boning brothers is majorly gross, dude. But boning mega hot superstars sounds sweet. I figured you'd be with Milo. You'd introduce us, I'd work my magic. Absolutely not. I glared at him. He huffed. Fine, but I do have to use the restroom. I came here from Mom's house, and that's like over an hour away. I pointed in the direction of the restroom. Be fast, I warned. Brother, you can't rush nature. He called out over his shoulder, strolling like he'd won the lottery. Now, I might have been too forgiving, and I have definitely given too many chances, but I wasn't stupid, just a pushover. So I followed my brother, catching the eye of a guard on the way, who followed me wordlessly. Sure as shit, Danny was looking at the names on the trailers, searching, I assumed for Milo's, nowhere close to the bathrooms. Busted, I said. Danny whirled around, smiling, until he saw the guard. Get him off set, I said, and add him to the ban list. Oh my God, Joel, Danny said, exasperated. You're such a stick in the mud. I'm a grown-ass adult. I walked with them while the guard kept a firm grip on Danny's elbow. I didn't stop him. How long are you in town for? I sounded so tired. Danny had upped and disappeared after his drunken debacle with Kyzer weeks before with no word. I'd heard through Ella he was running a bunch of domestic flights, and I hadn't heard from him since. Just the weekend. I've got a flight to Dubai Sunday afternoon. Dubai? The last place a person like Danny needed to be. I sighed. At the gate, I waited while they took Danny's photo, fingerprints, and added them into the band database. He whined the entire time, even stooping so far as to try to flirt his way out of it with the guard. Anger that felt too much like shame was building in my belly. Finally, he was finished and I crossed my arms. Listen, Danny, I have plans this weekend. Plans I am looking forward to. So for once in your grown-ass adult life, could you please stay out of trouble? Oh, don't be dramatic, Danny shot back. I pinched the bridge of my nose. He grinned. Tell me about your plans. All the details. Except the really kinky ones. Families need boundaries after all. Why are you the absolute worst? I groaned. He pulled me into a quick hug. Danny was the best hugger. Even his fast ones were firm and full, making you feel important, and I felt myself soften a bit. I'm asking a favor, Danny. Can you keep your partying at, like, a minimum? He released me, then saluted, clicking his heels. Aye, aye, Captain. The laughter escaped me before I could stop it. That was why Danny always got away with shit. He was just so goddamn delightful when he tried. When it isn't 2 a.m, at least. Our second date was a far cry from the first. Instead of getting food, we decided on a hookah lounge. Admittedly, I'd never actually hookah'd before, but Kyzer said if I didn't enjoy it, we could leave. Inside was a bit kitsched, but I liked it. Low lanterns hung from the ceiling in jeweled tones of red, orange, and purple. There were pinprick holes in them that allowed the light through,
giving the impression of stars hovering near our heads. The host led us through, and Kyzer's hand brushed my lower back. My heart flipped in my chest at the touch. His close proximity and the sultry atmosphere was already sending my mind into all the sexiest places. The booths were low. I had to stoop to get seated in ours. But it was well cushioned, and there was room under the table for my crossed legs. Kyzer, however, had to scrunch a bit, his long legs and large frame a smidge larger than the booth was made for. "They need tables for extra tall," I said. "Are you comfortable? Should we go somewhere else?" I sounded as nervous as I felt, fluttering like a butterfly caught in cross breezes.
"It's no problem," he replied with a cheeky grin. "I get used to it. Besides, you'll enjoy this."
The way he said it made my mouth dry. My body ached to enjoy more than smoking. A waiter came over, and I let Kyzer order. He started with Turkish coffee and the blueberry-flavored hookah. I watched in fascination as the waiter loaded the pipe part of the hookah, then lit it. I watched Kyzer take one of the long, snake-like extensions, placing the tip in his mouth. His cheeks hollowed as he sucked. Smoke spilled from his mouth after, sensual and twisting and smelling deliciously like blueberry pie. Gingerly, I took another one of the tubes attached to the large hookah. Do I inhale all the way like a cigarette, or is it more of a cigar thing? Kyzer grinned.
"You can inhale all the way if you want. For me, the shish is mild enough that I don't experience a lot of irritation. But you don't have to if you don't want to. You can just taste the smoke and let it out."
In the end, I opted not to inhale. I pulled the smoke into my mouth, startled that it not only smelled like blueberries, but did, in fact, taste of them as well. "Holy shit," I said, the smoke puffing from my mouth in a far less sexy way. "It tastes so good."
"You like that?"
Kyzer asked, his eyes half-lidded.
"Let me show you something fun."
He took a long drag off his, then motioned for me to come closer. Curious, I leaned in. Kyzer's lips pressed against mine, and instinct took over. My lips parted, and my eyes closed. Instead of a kiss, I felt the gentle rush of smoke enter my mouth. I inhaled, startled dizzy. I leaned back, eyes wide. When I breathed out, small trails of smoke escaped. I'd had his breath in my lungs. It was so deeply intimate that my heart skipped a few beats. "Well?" Kyzer asked, mirth dancing in his eyes. "It was fun," I said shyly. Our coffee came, and I'd wished I'd gone for something alcoholic instead. My heart tended to race around Kyzer already. Was it smart to add a hefty dose of caffeine to the mix? "Today, Danny showed up at Milo's set," I said, hoping the shish would help balance the coffee. I thought it was to see me. Kyzer looked concerned.
"It wasn't?"
"Nope. He was going to try to fuck Milo." Kyzer's eyes flared open.
"Eric's Milo?"
"The one and the same." I told him they were happily married, and his answer was, "Everyone cheats." I had him banned from the studio property. One moment, Kyzer was on the other side of our low booth. The next, he was much, much closer. Our thighs pressed and our knees tucked tight against the bottom of the table. I didn't mind in the least.
"I'm sorry. I don't even know what to do with that."
I think Danny was mostly joking. I hope he was. But the ban was for my mental health, because Milo would chew me the fuck out if Danny randomly showed up for an unwanted booty call.
"No joke. Why do you think he thought that was okay?"
I sighed and leaned into Kyzer, enjoying the strong, warm support of his muscular shoulder. I think Danny has never really been told no before, and it has made him careless. He can't think about the consequences to any action. It makes him funny and whimsical, but also an enormous pain in my ass.
"Why do you think it's so hard to say no to him? What would happen if you do?"
Not ready to answer, I took a deep drag off my hookah end, taking the smoke into my lungs and letting it sit for a moment before a deep sigh. I get so afraid he'll cut us out. My family is close, and I've worked so hard to take care of them. I still work hard to take care of them. Danny is different from us, and we all worry about him. But sometimes I think we need him.
Because he's your brother?
Yeah, and because we're all workhorses. Maybe we need the reminder to have fun, to be adventurous, you know? Just not drunk and stranded at 3 a.m. in downtown LA adventurous. Kyzer nodded.
I get it, though.
I think you're right, though, about what you said. Maybe he's too intimidated by all of us.
You'll have to decide where the line is. Only you can figure it out. There's a line where he crosses over from being a little fast and loose to being a real danger, either to himself or others. His personality will make finding that line hard, because I imagine he's great at talking himself out of trouble.
I leaned away so I could meet his gaze. Are you sure he isn't your brother? You're like spot on.
Well,
Kyzer lifted a shoulder.
Peyton was that way. My ex from the shop.
Oh, I remembered. Anger boiled low in my belly. I nodded.
Peyton is like walking charisma. He can make you feel so special. He made it easy for me to forgive and forgive and forgive until it was too late and we were both locked up.
I bet that adds an extra layer to the demisexuality, I ventured. I'd looked it up after he told me, and honestly, it only made me admire Kyzer more. It made him seem more solid, trustworthy. If and when he expressed emotions for me, I'd know they were real. Because of the trust issues. So, I meant to tell you, I did some research. Kyzer laughed loudly.
Of course you did.
And I really want you to know, I want to make room in my life for romance. I want to slow down for you. But I'll always respect your boundaries, and you don't have to do anything you aren't ready for. The green of his eyes shifted into something dark and beautiful. Haunting. The corner of his mouth quirked, and he leaned close so he could whisper in my ear.
Just because I might not be ready for sex doesn't mean we can't find some things I am ready for.
My stomach tightened and my cock twitched. The whisper of his breath, wet and hot on my ear, made me shiver. Well, I said, trying my goddamn best not to stammer. I'll just follow your lead.
My lead says we should get out of here. Your place or mine?
I gulped hard. My heart was beating so damn fast, and I knew it had nothing to do with the hit of caffeine. Is Chester here? Kyzer nodded. My place, then.
Chapter 13. Kyzer. Joel's apartment was very him. I liked it. It was clean and orderly, but it wasn't sterile. There were family photos everywhere. The walls were a light gray, but he had these great pops of color with throw pillows, lampshades, and even the lime green console table near the door. More fun than looking at his apartment, though, was watching Joel move through it, aware that I was seeing it for the first time. His neck was pink, and he kept looking around, as if searching to make sure everything was in place. This was the Joel I found myself becoming more and more attracted to. The Joel who could be the most responsible man in the room, but who remained vulnerable. I went to his couch. It was covered in teal crushed velvet, bold but classy. When I sank into the cushions, they still had plenty of firmness. I wondered how new it was, or if it was just that Joel spent so much time relaxing that his furniture, that it hadn't been broken in yet. Padding next to me, I leaned back and waited. Joel approached slowly. It felt almost like we were teenagers. That nervousness, that heart-pounding anxious hope. It was intoxicating. Joel had all but said he'd never considered we might actually date. It had been a crush for him, albeit poorly concealed. And I'd been the numbskull too dense to discern that his weirdness came from like instead of hate. But he liked me. Judging by the tent in his pants, he liked me a lot. And I was beginning to really like him too. The warm press of his body next to mine was relaxing and exciting all in one. We fit together nicely. His chest rose and fell in rapid succession as he sat stiff next to me. "Hey," I said, my voice sounding an octave lower than its normal place. Things were changing in my body, waking up. He turned, a tentative smile gracing his face. "Hey." "You seem nervous," I said. "Don't be." "Okay." He was obviously still nervous. Well, I'd just have to help him unwind. Making Joel relax was fast becoming a favorite hobby of mine. Reaching out, I brushed an out-of-place lock of hair back, smoothing it into place behind his neck. I let my fingertips trail to the nape of his neck. Joel's lips fell open, and he shuddered at my touch. I stared at his lips. They were full and soft, so sensual when they weren't pulled into his normal grim line of focus. Leaning in, I moved so my mouth hovered centimeters from his. I paid attention to his body. It was strung tight as a bowstring, but I could sense the change. He wasn't scared anymore. This was pure willpower, him holding himself back from what he so clearly wanted, waiting for me, allowing me to steer. It was such a gift to be next to someone who truly meant it when he said I could guide the situation. The control for me wasn't a kink. It was simply the result of being burned so many times when I couldn't give someone what they wanted as fast as they did. That being said, I found the power of our dynamic tasty. Smiling to myself, I closed the remaining distance and kissed him. Joel moaned into my kiss immediately. A dam shattered in him. But he held himself still, a quivering mass of heat and desire. He tasted like blueberries and smelled like the smoke from the bar. I slid my tongue across his lower lip before sucking on it and biting lightly. I wanted to kiss his full lips until they were red and swollen. Deepening the kiss, I swept my tongue into his mouth, tasting him, discovering what pace made him pant and writhe. His hands found their way to my head, his fingers weaving and tugging at my hair. Groaning, I shifted our bodies, laying him back onto the couch and draping myself over him. Joel's legs fell open, and I settled my body between them. His erection seared into my belly. Bracing myself, I broke the kiss and moved my hips, watching his reaction. His eyes were squeezed tight, but he swallowed hard and bucked into me. He was so reactive. Leaning down, I kissed and bit my way along his jaw. I dragged my tongue along the lobe of his ear, savoring his hissing response. Joel let his hands roam my body, but he did so slowly. His palms made warm trails along my neck and shoulders. He guided them down my back, his fingertips brushing over my spine. When he cupped my ass and squeezed, I rocked into him again, flexing under his grip. Joel moaned again, louder, his entire body lifting to rub on me. He kept on, rhythmically humping my stomach, the hot brand of his cock stroking against my taut abs. It was so fucking hot. So I kissed him again and angled my hips so our cocks were pressed together, jeans increasing the friction. Then I began to smoothly rock against him, stroking him with the weight and thrust of my body. "Oh, fuck," he moaned into my mouth, his legs circling higher around my waist. From this angle, I could use my body to rub against his balls, his cock simulating sex. I wasn't fully erect, but I was getting there. His own erection felt as if it were straining against his pants. I kissed him harder, increasing the tempo of my kissing to match the thrust of my hips. The heat that came from the friction and the tight lock of our clothing made everything feel so much more intense. With care, I reached one hand down, caressing his thigh, bringing his leg up higher. His ankle rested on my back, and I loved the weight of it there as he clung to me, riding my body from below. I reached down, grabbing his ass. It was firm, sculpted in my hand. I needed it, imagining how it would feel, bare in my grip, about how his flesh would ripple if I were to smack it, how perfect his juicy globes would be for gripping as I fucked him. Now I was close to fully erect. It felt strange, after so long, to have the furnace in my body stoked to near blazing. But it also felt right. Joel was pliable, needy. I doubted he'd had many lovers who'd simply worshipped him with no goal but making him come. Joel, who needed to give and take care of. Here he was, a quaking, trembling mess underneath me. His answering thrusts were becoming erratic. Pink spots had blossomed on his neck, and his breaths were coming out in quick, wet pants. My darling manager was about to blow his load in his pants. The thought was terribly alluring. Moving my hand even lower, I stroked over where I knew his tight hole would be. I couldn't get at it, not with Joel's jeans stretched so tight, but the insinuation was there. This is where I'll finger you until you beg for more. This is where I'll sink my cock, filling you with me. This is where I'll lick and tongue my name is the only word in your mind and on your lips. Joel whined then, his hips jerking frantically. I pressed harder on his ass, squeezing our bodies together tight. I rocked faster, our cocks and pants sliding, grinding at a frenzied pace. "Fuck!" Joel screamed, his fingers digging into my shoulder as his back arched and his body went taut. Wet slowly spread between us, his cum soaking into our clothes. I stayed there, gently moving my hips until he sank into the cushions of the couch, limp. His eyelashes fluttered on his cheeks. His lips were the full, red and bee-stung pout I'd hoped to create. He looked beautiful. Finally, he opened his eyes and locked gazes with me. For me, the look, that post-orgasm, hooded lid look, was more electric than the experience had been. Joel's gaze shot through me, piercing the remaining spots that had remained numb. I wanted him. But I also relished knowing I'd be able to do that for him. I'd be able to make him lie back and simply receive. Joel's eyebrow quirked. That
was the first time I've ever blown a load dry humping. Laughter came from me in a low rumble. It's a first for me to make someone blow a load dry humping. I have to say, I'm a fan. He said in kitten-sweet agreement. Then, like an afterthought popped his bubble, he said, "Do you want me to suck you off?" Because I was still hard, my cock thick and heavy between us. But it wasn't throbbing. I didn't feel a need to get off. Now wasn't the time to be greedy. This wasn't a tit for tat. I wanted to make you come, I said finally. But clearly, if you are concerned, you can feel I want you. That I think you're sexy as fuck. I just don't think I'm ready for anything else yet. Is that okay? It was my turn to shake, though the trembling was just in my heart, my lungs as they froze in fear of Joel's reaction. Would he be hurt that I didn't want more yet? Would he take it as a rejection when it was anything but? Joel didn't, though. He didn't look angry or upset. He simply smiled and reached to stroke my cheek. Okay, but you should know that whenever you are ready, I am dying to taste your cock. Said cock twitched, and Joel felt it, his pupils blowing. I'm looking forward to that, I growled before nipping his lower lip once more. It was hard to lift off him. Immediately, I missed the press and shape of his body under me. We moved with reluctance, smiling and laughing a bit at how the damp spot of his cum made our shirts stick to us. I can at least offer you a shower, he said, running a hand through his hair and appearing sheepish. He shifted in his seat a bit. Are you okay? I asked, reaching out to take one of his hands in my own. Apparently, while I didn't need an orgasm yet, I wasn't ready to not be touching him. I loved touching Joel. He sat, face pensive for a moment. I am. I really am. That was fun and unexpected and, he added with a wink, incredibly hot. It's like the carnival. You make me feel younger. You make things fun. I don't think I knew how much I needed fun until now. I squeezed his hand. Good. I want you to have fun. I'm used to sex being more than exchange. He shot me a quick, worried look. I'm not trying to pressure you, and I don't want you to feel guilty. This is a me thing, not a you thing. Because I haven't done relationships with intense feelings. So sex was more like a transaction. Understanding clicked, and the thing I'd enjoyed the most, making him simply receive with no intention of demanding anything after, was the thing he was wrestling with. Joel, you're a giver. Not just because your job means being ready to help clients get what they need. I mean, every part of you is about giving and caring, which I love. So I bet sex was like that before. Or you might have been swamped with guilt, like you were being selfish, he answered, nodding. Exactly. So I need you to know that when it comes to me, I don't see you as selfish. I see you as deserving. You deserve to be treated like a king. You deserve to have someone take their time, learning and worshiping your body. You should know it was an honor for me to make you come. It's more than enough. Joel blanched, his face white except for 2 high pink spots on his cheeks. I mean it, I added. It felt as if this conversation were tying a string between our 2 hearts, pulling them closer together. I know, he said, tone filled with wonder. I'm just going to have to work harder at letting myself believe it. As I considered leaning in for another kiss, Joel's phone rang. We both startled.
I'm so sorry. He grabbed the phone to see who it was. His face turned stormy. It's Danny, he said before answering it. I looked at the clock. It was late, and I could only guess what Danny would be calling about. If it even was Danny on the other end. Chances were it was someone like me, someone unable to let a kid stumble into a dangerous night while completely intoxicated. Joel was answering in clipped, terse phrases. Okay, fuck. Sure. Where? Okay. Yeah, I'll be there soon. He hung up, then hung his head. His shoulders were rounded like someone had just loaded a stack of bricks on them. I'm so sorry. My chest ached with empathy, while my fists balled. Danny was young, but Jesus, Joel shouldn't have to deal with this every time his brother was in town. I wanted to shake his younger brother and ask if he knew what he was doing to Joel. I didn't need to, though, because if Danny had any idea, these calls wouldn't keep coming. It's okay, I said, because the last thing Joel needed was to have to worry about me, too. Unlike Danny, I knew how to take care of myself. If it's okay, I'll rinse out my shirt in your bathroom and call an Uber. I'll be gone by the time you bring him back. I'm sorry, Joel said again. I reached out and cupped his face in my hands. It's okay, Joel. It's your family and you need to help him. I get it, and I'm not mad. I had a really, really good night with you. Thank you, he whispered. I wish our night wasn't ending. I warmed at that. Yeah, me too. But we've got time. I'm not going anywhere. So go help your brother and give him a verbal ass-whooping from the both of us. That brought a smile to his face. It was weak, but it was a smile. He kissed me briefly, changed clothes at record-breaking speed, and was out the door while I was in the bathroom soaking the stain on my shirt and waiting for my ride. As much as Danny's call was frustrating, it couldn't dampen my mood. My erection faded, but the heat that had gathered in my belly remained unspooled. I'd said we had more time, but my body was telling me that I might not need much more to be ready to do more with Joel, to become closer in a physical way, not just in my heart. It was hopeful, exciting, and by the time my ride came, I wasn't just cleaned up. I was already eager to see Joel again. Chapter 14, Joel. There wasn't going to be enough coffee in the world for this morning. Danny was still sleeping off his night in my guest bedroom. I'd asked him, as a favor, as a brother, just one fucking weekend. My night had been incredible until that call, with the bouncer saying if I couldn't come get Danny within 30 minutes, they were going to call the police. And when I'd shown up, I'd heard Danny's belligerent yelling before I saw him. The bouncer had been holding him by an elbow. At times, it seemed to keep him from flying at patrons exiting, then holding my brother up as his balance deserted him. Mortification crawled under my skin. Danny was in bad shape. As I'd gotten closer, I'd seen my brother's cheek was beginning to swell, the skin red and angry, and I'd known it would turn into a bruise. So not only had he been drunk off his ass, but he'd been in a fight. Retrieving him had been terrible. The bouncer had all but thrown my brother at me, informing me Danny had earned a lifetime ban at the bar. 2 bans in one day. Not exactly a record worth celebrating. On the drive home, I'd been forced to pull to the side of the road quickly so Danny could vomit his guts out. He managed to not get any in my car, but I was forced to roll down the windows to avoid the sour stink of bile and booze. Not only was he drunk and picking fights, but one look at his eyes and listening to the rapid-fire pace of his speech, and I'd been sure he was on drugs, too. Drugs, right before he was supposed to fly to Dubai. My coffee tasted bitter as I drank it, waiting for him to wake up. I was too tired and too angry to need to steel myself. The negativity that flurried around me was more
discovered that there was going to be an upcoming drug test. This had been before California had legalized, and he begged me to help him out. Like the sucker I was, I did. After all, I'd rationalized, it was his first job, and just a bit of pot. Silly for his life to get off track over something so minor, right? Fuck. I heard the guest door open and the shuffled steps to the bathroom. As I sipped my coffee, I listened to Danny dry heave in the toilet, splash water on his face when he'd finished, and brush his teeth. By the time Danny made it to my small kitchen table, my coffee was gone. I stood to refill it, trying to decide how I was going to approach him this time. I feel like shit, he moaned. My face hurts. That's because you got punched, I said over my shoulder, filling my cup. I started back to the table. You gonna get me a cup? I sat down. No. Danny's face went through a myriad of looks, like you couldn't decide the best angle to start working on me with. Go ahead and try. I was done. He got up and shuffled over, pouring himself a cup and bringing it back. I didn't miss how his eyes searched my counters for bacon, eggs, some greasy breakfast to help him sop up his mistakes. There was none. You're mad, he said after sitting down. Livid. I asked you for one thing, Danny. How many things have you asked me for over the years? How many fucking favors? I asked for you to cool it for one weekend. His eyes grew wide and dopey like a sad puppy who'd just been kicked. Things got out of hand. Some guy was saying, I don't care. This wasn't spoken with harshness or cold or any emotion at all. I said it robotically because it was the absolute truth. I simply couldn't care anymore. I messed up, Danny said, trying a new angle. It was wrong, and I know I fucked up. I know you asked me to stay out of trouble, and I'm sorry I messed up your plans. To this, I had no reply. I sipped my coffee and let my stare do the talking for me. Danny began to wither under it. I'm sorry. I'll stay in tonight. I'll stay here if you want, or at Mom's. Good, clean night. Pizza, movie, bed. After all, I've got work soon. There was a flurry of small twitches across Danny's face, as if a long-lost memory had just skirted to the surface. So, Joel, I realize this is shitty of me, but I need to ask you a favor. Are you kidding me? Somehow I managed to reach a new level of incensed. My hands squeezed my mug, imagining briefly it was his shoulders so I could shake him. Danny looked chagrined. Yeah, after a few drinks, a friend offered me some Coke last night. I know it's dumb, and it made me crazy, but I was having this great time, and all I could think of was that Coke would help it last all night. Cocaine. We've upgraded to hard drugs now. Fear shivered through my bowels. How far was my brother planning on falling? I'm not buying you drugs or paying off someone if you owe them for drugs, I spat. That's fucked up. No. He held his hands up, head shaking. No, nothing like that. It's just, I saw in my email this morning that there's another random test before Dubai. I need you to pull some strings, like last time. My inhalation took 5 long, painful seconds. I held the breath until my lungs burned with it. Slowly, I exhaled. You want me to cover you doing cocaine so you can staff an international flight? Look, it's not like I do shit like that all of the time. It's just something about LA that brings out the worst in me. I'm gonna get better. Across the table, my brother tried to look small, defeated, vulnerable. But I no longer saw that. I didn't even see my brother. I saw a ticking time bomb, one I kept letting into my house and into my life, knowing it was going to explode, but doing it anyway. When we met gazes, I saw so much in his eyes. His pleading, his panic, his discomfort. All I could think about was how much I loved him. I did, truly, with all of my heart, which was the only thing that gave me the strength to say what I needed to. No. Danny jerked back, a confused smile on his face. Funny, Joel. Hi fucking hilarious. But really, you're gonna help me, right? His voice wavered. I shook my head. Time slowed as my sincerity sank into Danny's mind. His posture stiffened and his fist clenched on the table. Sweat began to bead at his temples. What the fuck do you mean, no? You have to help me. That's what family is for. You're right. And I finally am helping you, Danny. I've been enabling you for too long, and you're getting worse. You dug yourself a deep hole, and you gotta figure your own way out. Jojo, he pleaded, you can't be serious. I'll lose my job. What am I supposed to do? Maybe think twice before putting shit up your nose next time. He winced as if I'd slapped him. Then, to my surprise, Danny launched from his chair and took a swing at me. His fist connected with my jaw. My teeth clacked painfully, audibly together, and my head snapped back from the impact. Pain began to immediately throb and radiate through my face. Too stunned to move, I looked at my baby brother in disbelief. His face was white, his nostrils flared. Danny's eyes, so like my own, were filled with tears. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, he said, half to me and half to himself. I'm so fucking sorry, Jojo. I don't know what happened. I can't believe I did that. I held up my hand, moving my jaw slowly to make sure nothing was broken. It wasn't. It had been awkward, and my brother may have picked many fights, but he was far from a brawler. It looks like you're going to be in town for a while. You can use my guest bedroom for a month while you look for another job, but there will be no more drinking, no more drugs, no more sex. If any of that happens, you are no longer welcome in my home. For once, it seemed Danny had nothing to say. He sat, sunken into himself. I, on the other hand, had a surge of energy. I need to go to work. Take today to figure some shit out, Danny. As I grabbed my keys and walked out, I heard him sobbing. I'm sorry, he called out after my retreating figure. It was too late. Anger followed me on the drive to my first meeting at Get Inked. Eric and I had planned to go over the remainder of the shooting schedule a few weeks before, and some troubling news concerning how the new show was going over with test audiences. Just rumbles, but the studio was paying attention and needed us all brainstorming. A lot to process when my mind was replaying the punch on a loop. Too much, most likely. Eric would probably have no problem letting me out of the meeting, but I needed something to focus on. Something that wasn't how my brother had hit me. God, it hurt so goddamn much when I thought about it. The punch itself had hurt, certainly, but that wasn't the pain that was infecting me so deeply. It was complete betrayal seeping in, taking root in my marrow. Family was everything to me. Everything. I devoted my life to taking care of them. It wasn't an exaggeration. I'd been working since I was 15, giving 100% of my money and effort into helping my mom and 3 siblings. The thing was, I didn't even mind it. I liked taking care of them. I liked knowing that all of my success could bring us all security. In Danny's case, security had been helping him keep a job for a few years that he clearly would have lost otherwise. It had been paying off people who'd wanted to file assault or harassment charges against him, or paying off damages incurred in establishments when he'd gone too wild. It had been letting him be a bull in a china shop, followed around with apologies and a broom. I'd known it hadn't been good for him, but hadn't he noticed? Hadn't he appreciated any of it? If not, then what did that make all my effort? What did it make me? It was too early for customers at Get Inked when I arrived, but the full staff and crew were there, prepping for filming. All I wanted was to disappear into Eric's office, sink into the couch, and try to forget the morning's altercation. But in my tunnel vision, I'd forgotten an important factor of the shop, the factor that hurried over to me as soon as I was through the door. Relief washed over me as I saw Kyzer. His large frame, his soft, sweet look, his long hair streaming over his shoulders. He came up to me and cupped my cheek gently. The touch sent a lightning-quick flash of pain and reignited the dull ache there. Right. What happened? He asked as I shied away. The whole world seemed to close in on us.
on him. I wanted his concern and his compassion. But I was afraid of it too. Were we still getting to know each other? I'd had to run out on him on an amazing night to go get Danny. Kyzer had no idea what had happened since I'd left him. "It's not a big deal," I said, not wanting to appear too flummoxed. It didn't matter that I was reeling inside. Kyzer put his hands on my shoulders, gently rubbing them and taking a step closer. "It looks like someone punched you," he said, and there was no mistaking the edge in his tone. He was worried for me, and I realized angry as well. "It was Danny," I admitted. "It's always Danny." Without a second thought, I closed the distance between us completely and rested my forehead on his strong chest. "I picked him up this morning. He asked for a huge favor, and I finally said no." He didn't like hearing it. "Oh, Joel," Kyzer said into my hair. I could feel his rage dissipate a bit. I was sure he was pissed, because I sure as hell was. But Danny was complicated. "I'm sorry. Do you feel safe at home?" How I loved that he considered that. But it sucked knowing my kid brother created situations where questions like that were asked. "I do. I think I just caught him by surprise." "He clearly caught you by surprise as well." I grunted a half laugh. "I need to meet with Eric, but I'm okay, really. I'm pissed, and I'll have to wade through a ton of emotional shit. But I'm okay." "Let me know if you need help with the waiting," Kyzer replied, his green eyes boring into mine. I wanted to fall into them. "And put some ice on your face. It'll help keep it from turning nasty." He leaned in, his lips lightly brushing over my bruised cheek. My heart squeezed. And then Chester said loudly, "Okay, but I thought Kyzer was a robot. Someone please explain what is going on." We were in the front of the shop and my world expanded again. The heat of each set of eyes on me was almost excruciating. Kyzer squeezed my arm before turning and yelling, "I am a robot. Joel just figured out my programming." Chester's face scrunched. "Is that even legal?" Kyzer pretended to be thoughtful. "Maybe not in all 50 states. Which meant I got to add a fierce burning of shame to my throbbing cheek as I hurried to escape to Eric's office. Of course, I was smiling the whole way. Chapter 15. Kyzer. I'd watched Joel like a hawk throughout the day whenever I'd been able to. His cheek was red and swollen, but fortunately, it didn't look like it would bruise much. Seeing it made my insides squirm with frustration. It wasn't that I wanted to go all man-hulk on Danny. The poor kid was a mess, and the last thing that would help anyone would be fistfights and shouting. But damn, it made me shake something fierce, knowing someone had hurt Joel. Not just physically, but wounding his heart too. A heart I was beginning to truly appreciate. Luckily, it had been my day to take walk-ins, and most of them were pretty quick, so I was free to check in on Joel every couple hours, make sure he was icing his face, and eventually convince him that I was taking him out for dinner. I doubted he was ready to go home and face his mess of a brother. We walked around the neighborhood, near the shop after the doors locked. There wasn't much yet. We were settled in the outskirts of town. The price had been right, and there'd been a lot of room for renovations, but there wasn't a huge amount of life happening. Well, I suppose that was relative. We were still in L.A. When I suggested a Thai restaurant, Joel instinctively touched his face. "Tell you what," I said, nudging his shoulder with mine. "I'll stay here and order takeout. You grab the car and pick me up." He worried at his lower lip. "Danny's probably at my place. I told him he could stay while he gets on his feet, since he's about to be canned from his job." "So we'll go to my place," I countered. Joel looked worried. "I don't want to intrude. I know you like having the quiet and alone time." I raised my eyebrow. "Have you met my roommate?" We shared a laugh. "I'll text Chester and warn him we'll be there, eating dinner and watching movies. Chances are high he'll find somewhere else to be." That would be, that sounds great. Joel's smile was filled with relief. While he left to get his car, I shot a quick text to Chester. He responded immediately with approximately 100 eggplant emojis, but also said he'd find somewhere else to crash. I wasn't particularly concerned over needing the space for sex, emojis or no. I wasn't there just yet. But Joel seemed to need comfort, and Chester, he sometimes struggled with that. I had a bag full of Thai food that smelled mouth-wateringly good by the time Joel pulled up to the curb. I hopped in and smiled as he groaned when the smell hit him. I couldn't help but notice he sped to my place, too. Inside, it was clean and quiet. Joel walked around, looking at the apartment, while I put out plates and got us utensils and sparkling water. "It doesn't look like you and Chester," he said as he sat down across from me at the small, glass table near the kitchen. "It's provided for this season. We'll need to find a new place soon, but it was a huge help having a place to live provided by the studio. Chester and I have joked a lot. We would have been comfortable with the shithole so long as it was free. This is the swankiest place I've ever lived. I don't know if I could make it look like me if I tried." He nodded as if remembering. "Do you know where you'll go after?" "No, but most likely Chester and I will room together to save cash and try to find a place close to work. I don't mind taking the bus or cabs, but I like walking, or maybe getting a bicycle." Joel arched his eyebrow. "What?" Joel smirked. "I'm just trying to picture you on a bike. It's cute." We filled our plates and started eating. I was still watching him carefully, trying to gauge his mood. "So, we absolutely don't have to talk about what happened with Danny. But if you want to." He sighed and dragged his hands through his hair, mussing the light locks. "What's there to say? You already know most of it, and I finally took my mom and sister's advice and told him no, and it just got so explosive." I waited. I'd learned a long time ago, the best way to be a listener was to learn to shut the fuck up and listen, which sounds self-evident, but I'd yet to meet many with that skill set. Sure enough, Joel kept going after a minute. "I'm just so angry at him. I'm angry because I told him I had a date. I asked him to stay out of trouble one time, just once, and he didn't just get into trouble. He was doing cocaine on top of drinking and picking fights. The favor he wanted? For me to help him bypass the piss test his work was going to require." I could hear Joel's foot tapping under the table, a stabbing staccato. "He's so spoiled. He's selfish and entitled, and I can't be pissed at parents for it because I'm basically the one who raised him. So all of this shit," he spat the word, "is on me for being a pushover. It didn't matter what I said or how I tried to warn him. He just kept getting worse." At that, Joel's voice cracked, and I knew the initial vent session was winding down. Now's the time to come in with something to say. "You know what I hate?" I asked him, scooping some pad thai with my chopsticks. He stiffened. "No, what do you hate?" "I hate when I go into restaurants and order something and the waiter brings out the plate and I can hear it sizzling. I can see the steam. And the waiter puts it in front of me and says, 'Don't touch, it's hot.'" I huffed, making an exaggerated face of irritation. "Because, of course I'm going to fucking touch it. I can see it's hot, and I've been warned it's hot, but, the animal part of my brain says, it can't be that hot. So I touch it and burn the shit out of my finger." A small, confused burst of laughter came from Joel. "Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about." There was an unspoken but understood, "But what the fuck are you talking about?" "When I started hanging out with Peyton, my mom could tell he was bad news. She'd seen me get bullied, so she had to have known what having actual nice encounters with peers was for me. And she still warned me. She said that someone that charming was only interested in trouble, that I shouldn't let myself get sucked in. And I knew she was right. The drugs they were doing made me uncomfortable. The way they joked and roughhoused and all that shit was so clearly not me. I saw the danger. I heard her warning. "And you stuck around with Peyton anyway," Joel said, something clicking behind his eyes. Yep. I considered myself a smart guy. I mean, I didn't go to college or anything, but I have a good head on my shoulders, and I still managed to really fuck up. And it took a major fuck up for me to figure out how to resist touching the hot plate. I leaned across the table and tucked an errant hair back into place, knowing Joel liked looking impeccable. Danny is still reaching for the plate. Joel sighed but leaned forward, seeking my touch. "But I want to save him from that. It feels like my job as his older brother." "You're a great brother. I wish I'd had someone like you in my life. I probably still would have ended up where I did, but it would have been nice to not feel so alone when I got out of juvie. I think the best thing you can do for Danny is be there for him, even when he falls. But that's not the same as bailing him out." I could see the wet accumulating in Joel's eyes and began to dig in, offering him some time to sit with what I'd said. No one wanted to see a loved one falter or fall, but in the end, tough love was still love. We ate quickly. I could see the nervous set of his body and the shift of his eyes toward my bedroom. But we'd only recently been intimate, and I was still warming up. I wasn't sure if I could do 2 nights in a row of pleasure, even if I thought it might make Joel feel better. And I wasn't sure it would. He'd had a roller coaster of a day, and his life probably felt out of control. I thought the best thing I could give him was slow, low expectation movie watching. Dependable escapism. So I guided him to the couch. It didn't take long to settle on a marathon of Bruce Lee movies. Joel leaned into me and I put an arm over his shoulders. As we watched, I played with his hair, hoping the soft, repetitive touches could help him relax. It did, far too well. Halfway through Enter the Dragon, I could hear his soft snores and felt a small bit of wet on my shirt where he was drooling. My heart swelled, cresting with such deep affection for Joel that I almost rocked back with the force of it. I'd kissed men, women, and those who were beautiful in their fluidity. I'd only slept with less than a handful of them. But none of those intimate moments sent my stomach fluttering and my heart soaring, like helping Joel stumble half asleep to my bedroom. My hands trembled with joy, with complete reverence, as I took off his shoes and changed his pants, helping him slip into a pair of my pajamas. And when I curled into bed behind him, listening to his deep, measured breaths, I wondered if I'd ever felt so completely full of affection for another person. It might not be love yet, but I wanted to share heat with Joel like this more. I wanted to feel the press of his body against mine. When the time was right, and I was certain it would be right soon, I wanted to get to know his body with fingers and tongue and cock. I wanted to fall into Joel, tumbling down with no heed, no care, just the exhilaration of knowing the joy I'd find at the bottom. Chapter 16, Joel. Nothing was familiar in the dark. I knew it wasn't my bed. This bed was less firm, the blanket's weight was different, and there was the weight of an arm draped around my waist, the hot press of a body behind me. Kyzer. Of course. My eyes itched, the salt from earlier tears, feeling as if it had crystallized in my sleep. But despite the fugue in my brain, the chain of events unraveled. Kyzer had taken care of me, had listened to my struggles with Danny. He'd fed me. We'd watched movies. I remembered Bruce Lee leaving for the competition, but I must have fallen asleep before he'd solve the case and enter the dragon. Vaguely, I remembered Kyzer helping me to his bedroom. I was in his bedroom. I was comfortable. Was I wearing his pajama bottoms? Such a kind and unnecessary thing. But clearly Kyzer had wanted me to feel safe and comfortable. And I did. So much so that I swallowed down a fresh round of tears. This wasn't what I'd anticipated with my fierce crush. The crush had been a combination of fascination over Kyzer's quiet reserve and his unbelievably gorgeous looks. What I felt now, tucked into his body, having been cared for after a bad day, it was a sensation that dug into me, infusing me with warmth and hope and a deep sense of satiety. This was far better than any of the quick hookups I'd had in the past, and Kyzer and I hadn't even slept together yet. I leaned into the moment. He was sweating, our bodies generating heat in our sleep. It managed to turn me on more, knowing we'd been pressed together long enough to create that warmth. His breath was damp on the nape of my neck, each exhalation ruffling the small hairs there. Kyzer snored, not loud lumberjack snores, but soft ones, like a kitten, a large, tattooed, pierced kitten. My cock was rock hard. My heartbeat thrummed in it, a reminder of exactly how horny for Kyzer I was. I wanted to touch myself, to stroke my dick while feeling Kyzer behind me. But I also wanted to thank him, because my cock was just one part of me, a swollen, hungry part, but not the totality of the emotions I was feeling. Thanks to Kyzer's care, I yearned for more than just getting off. I yearned to discover what it might be like to put myself first for a bit. The darkness of Kyzer's room was comforting. It seemed to make time stretch out, to make being awake at, I leaned to glance at the clock, 1 a.m, a gift instead of an irritation. The darkness allowed my thoughts to wander to the places I was scared to go in the daytime. What would it be like to share a bed every night? What would it be like to wake up to Kyzer every morning? How would my life be different if I had someone supporting me as I supported them? Partners. Lovers. Thank you, I whispered, thanking the night, thanking the release of my tears earlier, thanking Kyzer for showing me just how much I'd been missing out on in my career-only world.
You're welcome,
he murmured, his breath tickling and his voice sleep-graveled. My heart skipped a beat and I rolled over to face him. It was dark, but not so pitch black that I missed the gleam in his eyes and the soft smile on his lips. Sorry I woke you up, I whispered.
I'm glad you did. Is this okay? I can go to the couch if you want.
Was he crazy? I'd been fantasizing about being in bed with him since we'd crashed into each other that first time back east. Like hell I'd ask him to go to the couch. Feeling bold, I slid a hand over to hold his waist. Unlike me, he wasn't wearing a t-shirt. The press of his bare skin to my palm was electric. His demisexuality was at the front of my mind, though. Oh, he'd made me come before, something I thought about often, usually with my cock in my fist, but I didn't know how he felt regarding my touching him. Don't you dare move to the couch. I held my breath, waiting to see if he'd shrug from my touch. Kyzer scooted closer.
Okay then.
We lay like that, our exhalations slow and measured. My mind was still turning over all the thoughts that had bubbled up, and, feeling bold in that dark, I decided to be open. Kai, I want to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
He was still asleep, it seemed, but amusement danced in his tone. I am in danger of falling in love with you, and it scares me. Or at least, it should scare me. And the fact that I'm excited about the prospect and not running away, that's what scares me more. Kyzer propped his head up on one arm. I could feel, rather than see, his piercing gaze.
You're scared of love?
Or is it the commitment?
It's the change. It's allowing myself to be selfish and wanting. Like I've spent so much time focused on others. Work, family, it doesn't matter. My time, my money, my effort, spent on everyone and anyone but me. I swallowed hard. But I've never wanted anyone like I've wanted you. And I'm fucking terrified of allowing myself to pursue you, to let love into my life. Kyzer shifted his body closer and, without any distance between us, came into contact with my erection. He hissed and moved closer.
Change is hard. Trust is hard. And figuring out how to fit a relationship into a busy life is difficult. But you can do hard things. I'm up for it.
His hand landed on my shoulder and with tender pressure, he rolled me onto my back. I'm hard, I teased, but it came out too quick and winded as my desire ramped up.
That you are,
he murmured in appreciation, rocking into me.
And I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to take care of you. Because, Joel, I am also in danger of falling in love with you.
A needy whine built in my throat, but he smothered its escape with a kiss. The kiss was slow and languid. In the shadows, I was able to focus on the soft pressure of his lips and the way he nipped and nibbled at my mouth until my skin was crawling with desire, hoping for the same treatment. I wanted to touch him so badly. My hands trembled as I moved them to his shoulder and waist. Kyzer groaned and rolled on top of me. To my delight, I could feel the thick iron of his cock. He was hard. He was hard for me. Our kiss deepened. My tongue wrestled with his, seeking to claim his mouth. But he was on top, in control, and soon he wasn't kissing my mouth anymore, but moving his way down. I fisted the sheets when he shifted, his fingertips hooking in the elastic waist of the pajamas. He drew them down and off, tossing them and the bed covers onto the floor. I was exposed, naked, the cold air kissing my skin when it was him I wanted to be doing the kissing. I gasped, jerking hard when Kyzer closed his fist around my cock. He smoothed his thumb over my crown, spreading the pre-cum while I writhed. Then Kyzer kissed his way to my hips. I fisted the sheets as his tongue darted out, swirling around the head of my cock. Fuck, his tongue felt good. No, it felt unbelievable. Better than my imagination. Kyzer gave head like I'd imagined. He was slow, taking his time. He licked from the base of my shaft to the tip and back again. He sucked my balls into his mouth, the warm, wet chamber, and his rough tongue sending ripples of pleasure through me. I begged and moaned and wiggled as he worked me. My cock was on fire, every brush and twist of his hand and tongue shooting darts of pleasure up my spine, into my hairline, and then back down to my toes. With careful, casual speed, he stroked up and down. It was just like my dreams. Kyzer was in no hurry to get me off. And somehow, that made things hotter than any quick handy. Kyzer's thumb slid over my slit, only to be followed by the tip of his tongue. He twisted his fist as he stroked down, and my hips bucked. Holy shit, Kyzer was blowing me, and it was incredible. Not just because he was good with his mouth, but because of the relish with which he seemed to be working my body. His gaze would occasionally drift up to my face, and I'd see the hunger and desire in his eyes. For me. How anyone could get upset with his demisexuality was beyond me. Knowing Kyzer's needs and preferences made everything he did mean something. That he was doing it after we'd both tentatively dropped the L word? I shivered again. I'm gonna come, I managed, feeling the roiling heat that would signal my climax. Cold air kissed my cock. Kyzer had released it, removing his hand and mouth at once. Only one hand was on me, cupping my balls, squeezing them just to the point of tension.
Not yet, you aren't,
he said. I need to be inside of you. My breath hitched, and I almost came despite myself, his words alone sending pulses of pleasure through me. The anticipation of being filled by his cock was electric. Are you sure? I hated myself for giving him an out, but I also, I was falling in love, wasn't I? And that meant making sure everything was good for Kyzer, too. Oh, I'm sure. He rolled off me and shuffled to a bedside table, opening it up and pulling out lube and a condom. When he turned back to me, he laughed. My eyebrow was comically arched. Just because I'm Demi doesn't mean I'm unprepared. I do like sex, Joel, just... He slid back to me, his body hot next to mine. With the right person. Oh, it was all I could manage. I felt hollowed out by his proclamation, but not in a bad way. It was as if he were shelling out all of my doubts, my worries, and my ability to deny or ignore my desires, leaving me blissfully open and ready. For him. I was the right person for him, and God, what a gift that was. Kyzer lifted one of my legs, kissing my knee and inner thigh. There was the snap of a lid and the sudden, cold drip of lube down my balls, running along my crack. Kyzer locked gazes with me as his finger followed the cold, slick trail, warm as it made its way to my hole. I shuddered under that smoldering gaze. I jerked when he circled my hole, biting my lip to keep from crying out. Kyzer had made me come with nothing but friction before. Now, though, I was going to be filled with him. Desire coiled in my gut, squirming and eager for it, inviting the stretch, the slight pain, the incredible intensity created by being stuffed with cock. I was so hungry for him. I ached with it. Kyzer penetrated me to the first knuckle, and I hummed with frustration. I wanted more. 2, I gasped, pulling my knee closer to my chest to give him better access. The corner of Kyzer's mouth quirked up. 2? But I felt the immediate stretch as he slid another digit into me. I sighed, heading into the headspace that would come from being well and truly fucked. But a brief worry slammed into me. I clenched and Kyzer immediately withdrew. Too much? He asked, worry heavy in his tone. I laughed, high-pitched and bubbly. No, I realized what a slut I sound like. But it isn't that. I play with toys at my home. A lot of toys, and most of them are large. Massive even. And I didn't want you to worry about whether I was clean or fucking all of L.A. or... Kyzer silenced me with a kiss. I didn't think you were a slut. His fingertips danced around my hole. I nodded as he slid them in again. And I love that you love toys. I have a feeling we're going to discover a lot about each other's preferences soon. We can also get tested together. Until then, he curled his fingers, stroking me just where I wanted it most, and I shouted. He finger-fucked me with intention. It was slow, but he went deep, filling me fully, twisting, wiggling his fingers before slowly withdrawing. And he watched me. Every time I licked my lips, his gaze followed the tip of my tongue. He witnessed me calling his name, slowly descending into a place of pleading. He added a third finger, and I almost wept from the exquisite stretch of it. Please, I begged. Please, I need you in me. Kyzer groaned, but he pulled his fingers free of me. Immediately, I felt the absence of it. The smell of lube and sweat was thick in the air, and my body was humming with need so hard I thought I might begin to vibrate with it. There was the rip of foil, and then, soon after, the blunt pressure of a cock at my hole. I lifted my other leg, bringing my knees out wide and near my chest. Bracing himself with arms on either side of my head, Kyzer sank into me. He was large. I'd seen the tent in his pants and knew he was sizable, but then we'd gotten caught up in kisses and fingers, and I hadn't gotten a good look at his cock. But holy hell, I felt it. Thank every gene that went into creating that man. because Kyzer's cock filled me so fucking good. He rocked and made small thrusts until he was buried deep in me. I was squirming, the hugeness of it creating the best discomfort. Being impaled by him was... I slipped into the dreamlike headspace that came with being filled. You feel so good, I moaned. He withdrew and punched back into me. I groaned. I should be saying that to you, Kyzer said, before pulling back and thrusting again. Faster, I whispered. Not yet. I was going to be beyond speech if I stayed here. It sounded a bit like heaven. You're beautiful. Kyzer's voice was gravelly, so deep and rusted with lust that it stroked my insides, tickling and warming me. You're so beautiful, Joel. Everything about you. Kyzer, I moaned, grasping at his sweat-slicked shoulders. I need you. He began to pump into me then, steady thrusts that built in tempo and roughness until his skin was slapping against my own. Our grunts and moans mixed and filled the air. I descended into a hot, loose mess, wriggling and writhing, my insides quaking with the intensity of our fucking. It came on like a hot summer storm, fast and ominous. I was going to come, and it was going to hit so hard it would hurt. I ached for it. Yes. Catching my cue, Kyzer increased his speed while shifting his angle, just enough that every thrust stroked my prostate. It shoved me over the edge, and I fell. How could I ever explain what it felt like? Like sinking and flying all at once. Like every muscle in my body was clenching, contracting, and yet I felt looser and freer than I ever had. Through the roar of blood in my ears and over my shouts of pleasure, I heard Kyzer's own cry as he pushed in deep, and stayed there. I was glad we had condoms, but I wanted the sensation of his seed deep within me. We stayed like that for long minutes, him still seated in me, panting. The sheets were soaked with our sweat, and the room reeked of us. I whimpered when he pulled out. The hollowed-out feeling was there, but this time it came with a sated body, and a mind fuzzed over and warm. I listened to him throw the condom in a trash can. Some ruffling, rummaging noises, the sound of a faucet running. Then Kyzer was back. He moved me gently, exposing my hole again. The hot, wet press of a washcloth stung and soothed. With tenderness, Kyzer cleaned me up, peppering my shoulders with kisses as he did. He chucked the washcloths across the room, where it slid into a hamper. I rolled so that he could scoot into bed next to me. Kyzer slid in and I snuggled into his body, marveling at it. I traced the tattoos on his chest in the dark, imagining what my fingers were discovering. We were going to have to fuck again, in the light, and with his huge cock in my mouth. I wanted to know every inch of him. That was incredible, I said. It felt so deep. Not just in the obvious way, but, oh, I know. His chest vibrated against my face when he spoke. I could hear the whomp, whomp, whomp of his heart beating away. Thank you, he added. For being easy, I joked. His fingers began to stroke through my hair, playing with it. For letting me be myself, he said finally. I nuzzled into him deeper, trying to avoid how his declaration made my chest constrict. I liked how it felt too much. I always want you to be yourself, I said. You're amazing, Kai. I'm so glad I ran into you in that bathroom. You crashed into me, he said with a low chuckle. Semantics, a yawn stole from me. It was late, or early. It was an unreasonable time to be awake, but I wouldn't have changed it for the world. Not after experiencing Kyzer like that, feeling him so intimately. Go to sleep, he murmured into my hair. We can talk more when we wake up again. Among other things, I added, feeling cheeky. But I think it must have come out a garbled mess because I was falling asleep before the last word left my lips. I was sore in the most amazing way when I woke up. Muscles groaned in quiet protest as I stretched, but they heated quickly with the memory of earlier that morning. Two things happened simultaneously. I rolled over to discover the bed was empty at the same moment. The heavenly smell of coffee tickled my nose. For fresh, hot coffee, I could forgive waking up by myself. There was no helping the smile I wore as I made my way to the kitchen. Kyzer was at the stove, his massive back to me. In the morning light, I could see the complexity of his tattoos. While Kyzer mostly tattooed portraits, his own skin was adorned with flowers and mandalas dancing between tigers, snakes, and bears. The animals moved in and out of the more symmetrical designs, bordering on a wallpaper-like existence, except that when he moved, the ripple of muscle beneath the images gave them life. There was nothing static about the man. He must have heard me because he pointed to the chair at the glass table with the spatula.
"Sit," he ordered. "Breakfast is almost ready."
"I can help."
"No way. Taking care of you doesn't stop in the bedroom, Joel. You've got a ton on your plate right now. Let me do this."
There was no argument I could come up with that didn't fall flat. Instead, I sank into the chair, dazed and unsure of how to simply let someone take care of me. I didn't have to sit for long. Soon I had a plate of eggs, buttered toast, and fried mushrooms in front of me, along with a steaming mug of coffee. Kyzer sat across from me and dug in. I watched, awe spreading through me, like dawn's first warm light. We ate in silence. I was famished. When we finished, I insisted on helping him clean up. We worked at the sink in tandem, me washing and Kyzer drying and putting away the dishes. It felt so normal, doing these tasks with him that I normally did alone. In my head, I was singing Better Together, and it felt brilliantly true. But real life quickly culled any sense of relaxation I'd gained. As soon as I turned on my phone, it began to ping angrily at me with all the unseen texts and voicemails. Danny begging forgiveness, my mom, my sisters wanting to know what had happened, and on top of the family drama, I had all the normal client requests and queries. I sighed heavily. "I don't want to go," I mumbled. Kyzer kissed my forehead, tucking me into his muscular body.
"I know, but the faster you handle this, the better you'll feel. You don't want to let family shit fester any longer than it already has."
"I know." I pressed my face into the warmth of his chest, breathing him in. He smelled of sweat and sex, of me, and my cock began to stir. Kyzer stepped back, keeping a hand on me. Perhaps he felt how much I desired contact and reassurance.
"You've done a great first step, and I know it's been awful, but try to find a way to be proud of yourself. The second part is going to be standing by, helping Danny figure out how to help himself."
I rolled my eyes. "Oh, right. That'll be easy." Kyzer booped my nose teasingly.
"It'll be tough. Danny needs help. If he isn't an addict yet, he's on the path to get there. It'll be hard on the whole family, but with all of you, not just you, he can kick the drinking and the drugs. He's a good person."
"I know." Then I shook my head, making myself certain. "I know. I'll look into resources and share them with him, but ultimately Danny is going to have to choose."
"Exactly."
We shared about 100 sweet kisses as I cleaned up, dressed, and headed out. Danny was sitting in my kitchen when I stepped into my apartment. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, the bruised purple circles under them deep. Everything about him seemed to sag. My heart felt as if it were shattering in my chest. "I'm sorry," he said. A sigh escaped me. I thought I'd been ready to face him, but all I wanted was to tuck tail and run back to Kyzer. But Danny deserved more. "Which part are you sorry for? Sorry for hitting me? Sorry for getting caught? How many times have you said I'm sorry in your life, Danny? And when has it ever changed a damn thing?" He winced, shrinking into himself. I had to bite back an apology of my own. "The deal is still on the table. You can stay here, but no drinking, no drugs, no random strangers over for sex. Use this time to get on your feet. Grow up." Danny gave a feeble nod. "I will. I'll do better." I grunted. "I'll believe it when I see it." For once, Danny didn't joke. He didn't give me puppy eyes or try to negotiate. He sat there looking at his hands, gripped tightly in his lap. With effort, I tried to remember that this was for the best, that it was helping him, that what I'd been doing before had failed. But he was my younger brother, and he looked so completely shattered and tragic that I had to escape to my room. Love hurt when it was like this, when it was hammering nails into a weakening foundation, hoping to reinforce instead of split it further. It ached, and I ached, and I had to lie down and repeat a mantra to keep from losing it. I'm not ruining his life by being strong. I'm not ruining his life by being strong. I'm not ruining his life by being strong. If only I could truly believe it.
Chapter 17. Kyzer. The anniversary of my mother's suicide came every year, whether I wanted it to or not. It didn't matter if I spent time in therapy leading up to it, or I worked, or I tried to make plans and avoid it. It came and tore me to shreds. In LA, for the first time, an entire continent away from her grave, it was hitting harder than ever. It felt like I couldn't swallow because of the perpetual lump in my throat. My chest was cinched so tight. Breathing took effort. The best I could do was burrow in, like an ostrich, head in the sand. Oh, I couldn't avoid the pain, but I could keep my wallowing safely to myself. I was lying in the dark in my room. My bed supported my listless body. In a haze, I did what I knew I shouldn't do. I fed into the guilt I felt for her death. My mind was a film reel, turning nonstop. The ways I took care of her, texting to make sure she'd taken her meds, sitting with her and watching old movies when she was on a downswing, trying to remind her that living was worth it. Having to sit and let her manic energy wash over me while she paced and talked 100 miles an hour at 1 a.m. in our apartment. The thing about my mother was, she'd been beautiful. One of the most caring, generous, and genuine people I'd ever known. Her hair was like mine, but redder, that sparkling ginger and pale, creamy skin that spoke of the old country. Her name had been Roisin, but she made everyone call her Rose. Damn Americans can't pronounce our fucking name. Her parents had immigrated to America from Ireland, and then she passed away, only a few years after she'd graduated high school. She'd gotten pregnant by a right bastard with the sexiest smile I'd ever seen. He hadn't wanted to be a father. She hadn't wanted him to be a father. But she'd wanted me. Tears fell from the outer corners of my eyes, cold and tickling, as they dripped over my temples, my ears, and my scalp. Some part of me knew I should check my phone, but I turned it off so I could wallow. Far from mature, but it felt necessary. She used to stroke my hair every night as I went to sleep. Well, until I started hanging out with Peyton and coming home at all hours. Then she'd wait, cup of tea long gone cold in her hands, for me to come through the front door. Sometimes she'd scream and cuss, sometimes cry. The worst was when she'd stand up, silently put the cup in the sink, kiss my forehead, and go to bed without a word. My mother had waited for me because she'd worried, and I'd ignored it. A sob shuddered through me, the guilt a wave I allowed into my lungs, drowning me. Mental illness was part of what made my mom the spectacular person she was. I didn't blame her for her suicide. I blamed myself for not being there. I knew she needed someone looking out for her, just like she'd looked out for me. But surely, teen that I was, so desperate to impress, I'd chosen to ignore her needs. There was a soft knock at my door. Quickly, I wiped away the tears and snot and sat up.
Come in.
I managed, though my voice was like sandpaper. Chester stuck his head in the door, blinking at the darkness. "Dude," he said softly, "are you okay? Is this like a migraine situation? You need me to get you anything?" Shaking my head, I got up and walked over to him, flicking on the lights. "No, just a rough day." Chester's face was like sculpted marble when he was worried. His laugh lines smoothed out, and his eyes seemed to set deeper. "We've been trying to call you for hours. Eric sent me here to make sure you were okay." I took the day off, but I should have kept my phone on. It's just, I pinched the bridge of my nose, hoping to stave off a fresh round of tears. It's the anniversary of my mother's death, and I just need to be alone with it, you know? I watched as my revelation sank in. Chester slowly nodded. "Yeah, I hear you. But you also have people who care about you now, and we worry. So let us know a bit more next time so we can support you, even if it is by giving you space." I swallowed hard. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Take care of yourself. Text me for anything. I'll let everyone know you're okay and just need some space." "Thank you. I mean it. It's nice to be worried about." It was the truth. On the day where I was reminded my only family was gone, Chester was in my door, letting me know that it didn't mean I was alone. I had him, Eric, the people at work, my clients, and I had Joel. I'd call him later and fill him in. Chester left, and I decided that I wouldn't stay in the dark in my room. It was creating a bad space in me. So I went to the living room and plopped on the couch, pulling up the Classics movie channel. My mom had loved Audrey Hepburn, so I decided on a marathon of Audrey movies. At some point during breakfast at Tiffany's, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke up to a gentle knock at the door and the credits rolling on the TV screen. My body was stiff as I got up and stretched. When I looked through the people, I couldn't see anyone. Curious, I opened the door. On the doormat was a bag of takeout, some flowers, and a card. Stooping, I grabbed the card and opened it. "Kai, Chester filled me in. I'm thinking of you. Eat something, take care of yourself, and call me when you're ready. Always here for you. Joel." For a long time I remained, squatting in my doorway and rereading the card over and over. It wasn't just the thoughtfulness of the food and flowers, but the space he was giving me too. Joel knew I was having a hard time, and instead of trying to rush in and make everything better, he was giving me space, which, as I'd gotten to know him, couldn't be an easy thing to do. Joel was a fixer. But this demonstrated that he could put my needs before his in a hard situation. Smiling, I grabbed the food and headed inside. I was starving. As I ate, I thought about how my mom would have reacted to Joel. I was certain she'd be ruthless in her jokes about his quirky organization skills and need to always be going. But I also think she might have loved him. He was all the things she'd loved. Someone focused on family, someone loyal, someone who worked hard. My mom would have loved Joel. Suddenly, being alone felt impossible. I needed the connection to share my grief instead of hoarding it. I turned on my phone and called Joel. He picked up on the first ring. "Hey," he said softly. "Thank you for the food. I'm eating now." "Good. Are you okay?" My nose wrinkled and burned, so many tears were still unshed, demanding their due. If I say no, would you think less of me? "God, no. Of course not, Kai.
What do you need? And though I knew it sounded childish, I said the first thing that jumped into my mind. I need my mom. My voice cracked. Oh, babe, of course you do. Do you want me to come over, or do you need space still? Without hesitation, I blurted, Could you come over? I'll be there in 10. It was easier to wait alone, knowing he was on his way. The walls were less claustrophobic, with food in my belly and the knowledge that I didn't have to be alone. The loneliness from before dissipated. When he knocked on the front door, I sighed in relief. Everything still hurt. My eyes were swollen from crying. The guilt lingered, stroking at my mind lest I forget. But there was hope, too. And fuck, I hadn't known how desperate I was for it. Joel stood in the entryway. He held open his arms. I rushed into them, crashing into him, needing touch like I needed air. He held me, his hands stroking my back, up and down, until my breaths measured along with the sweep of his hands. When I stepped back, I wiped away snot and tears. Thank you, I croaked, my throat too full of tears to be much use. Oh, Kai, he said, stepping fully into the apartment and shutting the door. Of course. He took my hand and led me to the couch. Joel held me while I grieved. He rubbed my back while I cried, not judging the hard, jagged sobs. My face was puffy and red, and Joel peppered it with soft kisses anyway. He let me rant about my guilt, about how I should have been there. Then he encouraged me to talk about the good memories, too. It was all the same shit I'd been dwelling in all day, but with him, it became cathartic. Tell me about her, he said as my sobs slipped into hiccuping depletion. The good stuff. She was Irish, I said. Red hair, temper, the whole cliché. It was fucking awesome. His chuckle shook through me and calmed my nerves, encouraging me to continue. When I was young and did something wrong, she'd perfected how to yell so that I was a whimpering mess. But then she'd scoop me up and sing until I knew she loved me. That was the thing. She loved me so completely and deeply. As much as she'd change with her swings, that never did. When my mom could barely get out of bed for sadness, she still welcomed me in to hug me. She still wanted to hear about my day or stroke my hair. She comforted me while she was the one being smothered in black thoughts. I reached over to grab his free hand, twining our fingers together. When she was up, talking 100 miles an hour and fevered with excitement, her plans always included me, about where we'd travel or who'd we'd meet, all the adventures we'd go on. What was that like? Joel asked into my hair, the wet heat of his breath a balm. Beautiful. Painful. When she was on meds, consistently on them, thanks to me, she was just this worried, loving, sweet mother who wanted the best for me. All I had to do to keep her was to be there and help her remember the medication. My one job. I understand, he said, and I knew he did. Danny's struggle was different, but the way we both felt a need to protect family was the same. He let me purge, and not once did he flinch from my pain. When I was fully finished, empty and hollowed out by grief, he kept his arms around me. It was relaxing, deeply comforting. I felt clean. What a burden to carry, he finally said, his fingers twisting and finger combining strands of my hair. You told me about it, but hearing about her makes me wish I'd been able to meet her.
I wish you could have too.
In the future, I want you to know that if you need to be alone, you can. But you don't need to carry a burden by yourself. It's been an honor to share this with you, you know?
Slowly I looked up, meeting his gaze. Joel's eyes were warm, his smile soft. Thank you, I managed. Having you here has, well, it's made all the difference.
Where is your mom buried? Back east?
I nodded. I could picture the gravesite, the cemetery, but those were bitter memories. I hadn't been there for her funeral. I'd never had a chance to say goodbye. Visiting her grave had felt like a mockery of my mistakes, the time in juvie that had kept me from saving her.
When you're ready, I think you need to visit her again. Make your peace with her death as much as you're able to. I know you think you could have saved her, and we'll never know, but I think your mom's bipolar is to blame, not you. Her brain was sick. It was a liar, and it made her choice, not your absence.
Fuck, I scraped out. Stop. I'm gonna cry again, and I need to be done crying for now.
Okay, he said softly, but when you're ready, go see her. I'll go with you so you don't have to do it alone, and we'll find a good therapist in the area. Not because I think something's wrong with you, but because I think working through all this trauma of Peyton and juvie and your mom could really help. If you want. If you don't,
no, I want that. I leaned in and kissed his cheek, the roughness of the shadow of a beard beginning to grow in, tugging at my lips. I've done therapy, but that doesn't mean I couldn't still use it. Clearly, I added, cracking a smile and gesturing to my pathetic form. Joel kissed my forehead.
Go take a shower. Hot. Run out all the water. When you're done, I'll have some dinner for us. We can watch movies or play a game or go out, whatever you want.
Again, I almost couldn't take the tenderness and care he was offering, but I was also desperate for it. You're amazing, I breathed. His soft grin was heartbreakingly perfect.
Go, hop in the shower. What's your favorite comfort food?
Macaroni and cheese. Joel nodded his approval.
I'll make it happen. I won't make it. I'm a terrible cook. But there shall be mac and cheese.
Joel was good for his word. I showered for a long time. The water sluicing over my skin felt like it was washing away the dark. I felt scoured from the inside out, reveling in the new, like the soft skin that remains after the grime is cleared. Joel took care of me. He found amazing food. We talked about movies and books as we ate. He told me about work, the kind of everyday shit that others might get bored with. But I ate it up. At the end of the night, it was Joel's turn to tuck me in. He spooned me, the warmth of him creating a cocoon of safety and comfort that had me hovering on sleep in seconds. But before I slipped into dreams, I was happy to admit that it was a certainty. I was in love.
Chapter 18. Joel. The problem with the initial falling in love with someone was that it didn't feel real. Instead, you existed in this floaty, nebulous place where time and space held less meaning. The outside world faded into the background. All that remained was you and the other person. This was a problem because the outside world didn't give a shit. Bills didn't care if your stomach was always full of butterflies. All I wanted to do was spend time with Kyzer. Touch Kyzer. Be touched by Kyzer. But I had clients and meetings
and contracts to negotiate. Kyzer had filming too, which complicated things because our schedules didn't always line up. We did video chat every day, and that helped, but it wasn't the same as being there in person, being able to reach out and touch his arm, kiss him. It was hard to remember that part of the reason I'd avoided relationships so long was the guilt from not having the time for someone special. I wanted to make time for him, but I just couldn't abandon all the work that was already on my plate. At least my first day was with Eric at Get Inked. I'd gotten some emails from the studio that were concerning, and we needed to come up with a proactive plan. The meeting wasn't something to look forward to, but seeing Kyzer in person more than made up for it. When I arrived, though, Kyzer was in the middle of working on the large back piece that would be featured for the season. His face was a study of complete concentration, and I didn't want to disrupt him. Quietly, I made my way into Eric's office and closed the door. He was working on a schedule for the next months.
I need to hire a bookkeeper, he grunted. I'd rather be tattooing than playing at front desk man.
We can start screening for a receptionist for next season, I said, making a mental note. Eric was within his rights to request that, and having him on screen more would address part of the problem the studio had. They've done test screenings of the first few episodes, I said, wading into the topic. The focus groups include fans of the original show and ones who've never watched. Eric put down his pencil.
And?
We're not hitting the same approval ratings, I replied, cutting to the chase. A lot of things are getting the same ticks. Good-looking cast of characters, interesting art, and people like the location.
So why aren't the ratings higher?
Something is missing, I said, knowing that it couldn't be easy for Eric to hear all of this. His role in the spin-off had come in part due to drama that had occurred with Milo while he'd been at the original Get Inked. And without it, we're falling flat. He frowned.
And that something is?
The family dynamic. You're a big hit because of Milo and Sophie, but you're not getting enough screen time. And the other guys are new faces. We thought having guest spots would make the show interesting, but apparently the audience wants a consistent crew.
Kelly and Steven aren't interested in coming here permanently,
Eric said. Oh, I know. I'd been the one asked to broach the subject with them. Though Steven is flexible, I think he just wants to know if he took the job, we wouldn't cancel everything right after.
Fuck. Now I'm worried about that.
Me too. We sat and looked at each other. I finally sighed. I promise, I'm thinking of ideas, but if you come up with anything, let me know. He nodded.
I'll call Reagan too. He's going to want in on this decision for sure.
With the hard part out of the way, we were able to roll through the other logistics quickly. At the end, I was practically bouncing in my seat, eager to see if Kyzer was finished filming. Eric laughed.
I feel like you aren't really here to see me,
he teased.
I'm wounded.
Who else would I be here for? I shot back with a wink. His shoulders shook with his quiet laughter.
Get out there. I bet he's free. I'll email if I come up with anything.
Thanks, Eric. Outside of the office, the film crew was already shifting and setting up for a spotlight on Kelly and her next client. Kyzer saw me. His face lit up, and my heart felt light as a balloon. We closed the distance and hugged. It was hard to remember where we were, that I couldn't just grab his face and start kissing the hell out of him. God, I miss you, I said.
Me too,
Kyzer murmured. He kept an arm around my waist.
But I totally get it. It's not like I didn't know how busy you were.
Yeah, I squeezed him, thrilling in his nearness. I'm feeling guilty, though. I haven't had time for anyone. Not you, Mom, Ella, not even Danny. He's been staying with me, but I so rarely see him. Kyzer looked concerned.
Is he doing okay?
I think so. I hope so. He hasn't asked for help, but I left some brochures for him on the counter, and I'm pretty sure they're still there. It felt like a poor attempt to help Danny out, but there'd been no damn time. Besides, wasn't I trying to not hold his hand? To let him figure his shit out on his own? Those thoughts didn't soothe the guilt that plagued me. Kyzer planted a kiss in my hair.
He'll come around. He probably needs space and time, and so really, being busy is giving him that.
I sure as hell hoped so. I missed the comfort of Kyzer, but it was Danny who occasionally cost me sleep at night as I worried over his situation and my part in it. Thanks.
Are you free tonight? Even for a bit?
Kyzer asked. I had a client meeting, but if I was going to make this work, I needed to meet him part way. Besides, I needed him. It was disconcerting, needing someone, but comforting too, like a favorite sweater. I can be. Let me move some stuff around. Will you text me where you want to meet? Around 8? His smile was the sunshine after the rain.
Of course. Thank you.
We shared a kiss, brief as I knew people were looking. It was a taste of what could come later, and my cock twitched in anticipation. Yeah, I need to start moving a lot of stuff around so I could get more of Kai. The rest of the day was spent making calls and moving things around, carving out time for the things that were important to me. It was startling how easygoing people were about it, too. In my mind, I'd assumed I needed to be on call for my clients at all times, but most, well, they were flexible. As it neared 6, I started getting ready for my date with Kai. I had a quick stop to deliver a script and sign paperwork, but then I'd be with him. My body flushed in anticipation. I chose a linen suit that was tailored to hug my body. White button-down, no tie, and pictured Kai unfastening each button, unwrapping me like a present. My phone rang. It was my mom's ringtone, another person I needed to make time for. Hurrying over, I answered, "Hey, Mom." "Joel, Danny's at the hospital on East Olympic." She was crying, her voice thick with the tears, making it difficult to piece together what she was saying. "He's had an overdose, or alcohol poisoning. I'm not sure, but my baby is in the hospital and—" "Mom," I said, my blood turning to ice. "Are you there?" "Ella is coming to pick me up. A doctor called me and—" She couldn't finish. My mother was sobbing. I felt ripped into shreds, not knowing who to help first. Her? Danny? Danny. God, I'd been so absent. I'd cut him off from his job and what? Just left him alone? "I'm going now, Mom. I'll talk to the doctors. I'll make sure he's okay." We hung up and I was out the door, nothing on my mind but Danny. His crumpled, dejected face haunted me the entire way to the hospital. When I arrived, it was infuriatingly difficult to sign in and find out where he was. Then it took too long for a doctor to find me and explain what had happened. It had been alcohol poisoning, though ecstasy had also been in my brother's system. Some men had brought him in, dumped him in the lobby, and jetted. But the doctor said it was clear there had been partying and some rough sexual encounters that had occurred. I was going to vomit. I'd done this to Danny. I'd made this happen. I'd failed him. My family showed up shortly after. I called Marjorie to fill her in. We sat in the lobby and cried until we were finally allowed in his room. Danny was asleep, his thick, black lashes dusted pale, gaunt cheeks. He looked beautiful and sick and foreign to me. My mother immediately sat next to him, folding her body over his like a shield. In my mind, it felt as if it were to protect him from me. The nurse told us he'd be there for at least another night, maybe longer. The extent of damage he'd done to his body was still unknown. That eating and drinking would be difficult after, due to some bruising in the throat from the tube used to suction the excess alcohol out of him. Dizzy, I sank into a chair. Ella and my mom sat with Danny, crooning to him, crying softly, brushing his hair from his face. I wanted him to wake up so I could apologize. I thanked my lucky stars he was asleep because I didn't think I could face him. More out of habit than anything, I glanced at my phone, only to see missed messages from Kyzer wondering where I was. Oh, fuck! The date! My heart couldn't take much more breaking. Gently excusing myself from the room, I called him, desperate to hear his voice.
"Joel? Is everything okay?"
What happened? My voice wavered, but I managed to keep from dissolving into tears as I explained. My mom called as I was getting ready. Danny's in the hospital. He has alcohol poisoning. He was on drugs, too. They had to pump his stomach. I'm so sorry. I should have called.
Is he okay now?
Kyzer's concern hurt and soothed all at once. He is. He's resting, but it's going to make things complicated for me. I need to talk more to his doctor to see how I can help him. I heard Kyzer's deep inhalation.
Okay. I think that's smart. Are you okay?
Instead of answering, I apologized again. It was thoughtless of me not to call you. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. Joel, it was an emergency. I would never expect you to stop and call when family is in trouble. I understand. Take care of yourself and your family. We'll reschedule when it's a good time.
Some part of me wanted to argue that it might never be a good time. Who knew what Danny would need after this? All I was certain of was I'd do whatever it took to help him. Guilt tasted like bile sitting in the back of my mouth. How could I have let this happen? Thanks for understanding, I managed.
Of course, Joel.
There was a pause.
Please remember, I'm here for you, okay? Try not to be too hard on yourself. I know you're tearing yourself to pieces right now, feeling guilty about Danny. Don't.
I'll try.
Okay.
There was another pause, and I knew in my heart it was where, in a relationship, I'd say something like, I love you, and Kyzer would repeat it back. But I couldn't. I couldn't allow myself that, not with Danny in a hospital room and my selfishness, the reason he was there. I'll call you soon, is what I said instead, before hanging up. We were at the hospital for hours. When Danny finally awoke for a short time, he was all jokes and chagrin, the same apologetic spiel he'd used for years to get out of trouble. I let it slide because I could see how much it reinforced my mother and sister. But for me, it was vicious because I was the one who'd let him down, and I didn't deserve any of his buoyancy.
Chapter 19. Kyzer. We'd shot most of season 1. The last few days of filming were hectic, trying to make sure we had enough footage and confessions and usable material. Chester and I hadn't heard anything specific, but we could tell Eric was under pressure to make sure everything was going well. On top of the stress of that, I hadn't seen Joel in over 2 weeks. There'd been sporadic text, but I knew he was swamped with taking care of Danny. He'd even stopped coming in for meetings with Eric, opting for quick conference calls instead. I got it. I really did. Joel had spent his whole life looking out for Danny, and Danny had taken a nosedive, straight into dangerous, scary territory as soon as he stepped away. But I struggled to not let my feelings get hurt each time he said it wasn't a good time for me to stop by, or for him to get out. I wanted to help share the burden, just as he'd offered to me on the anniversary of my mother's death. But that wasn't something that could be forced. He had to want that, too. Now I was waiting for Chester to finish his tattoo. He'd been a constant, especially in the past 2 weeks. For all his jokes and wildness, the man had an empathetic streak a mile long. I hadn't missed the cameras catching us chatting or hanging out during slow times. Our banter was funny, I knew, but I dreaded the idea that in editing, it would come off as anything other than what it was. When the director yelled cut, I released the breath I'd been holding. Chester immediately vaulted up, stretching and chatting with his freshly wrapped client. It was a massive fantasy piece, filled with goblins and elves hiding amongst forest flora. It was awesome as fuck. But I knew the detail and color were exhausting for Chester. He made his way over.
You, me, drinks, now.
Okay, Sir Caveman, I agreed.
We went out to the same bar I'd first met Danny at. It was early, though, and quiet inside. Once we had our beers, Chester sank into a booth.
I could make love to this booth as long as it didn't want me to tattoo it, he groaned.
Be sure to remind it about your dick piercing, I joked.
Dearest Booth, he said, eyes squeezed shut. You should know, my cock is pierced for your pleasure and mine, but would you just hold me for now?
I chuckled. It was a long day, I admitted.
Chester sat up. Yes, but I did not ask you out for drinks to talk about work. I asked you out for drinks so you could tell me why you've been spending so much time with me and not with your sweetie, Joel.
I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. It's not that there's anything wrong. The situation with his brother is taking up most of his time, which I get, really. Family is important. If our roles were reversed, I'd probably be doing the same thing. Chester sat up and leaned his elbows on the table.
Sure, but
I miss him, I conceded. I miss him, and I wish he'd let me help him.
Have you told him that?
No, we haven't actually established what we are. I mean, I told him I was Demi. He knows that the level of, closeness. Chester laughed.
He knows because you fucked him that you like him a hell of a lot.
I narrowed my eyes. Don't be crude. But yes, for me, having sex means we're together, in a relationship. But in the 2 weeks since Danny's hospitalization, I realized that we never set terms. I don't know how he views me. I believe he likes me a lot. But does that mean we're together?
Oh my God, man. You're so adorable.
Chester smirked and poured me more beer from the pitcher.
Joel is totally into you. But if you want labels, you have to speak up. And if you want him to let you in more, then tell him.
You make it sound easy.
Only because I never have to take my own advice.
We both chuckled at that. It felt good to talk about it. I wouldn't say that we rushed into things, but it went faster than I expected it to. I felt more and more quickly than I've ever experienced before. It made things exciting. On top of that, everything is still new here. New job, new city, new boyfriend.
I'm not seeing the problem,
Chester admitted. I caught him checking out a girl at the bar and inwardly rolled my eyes. He couldn't turn it off. We both have issues. I never really dealt with the emotions that got stirred up when Peyton was here. I sort of shoved them down. Joel's brother gave me an excuse to focus on Joel. Then with my mom's death-iversary.
Is that a real term?
Shut up, Chess. I'm opening my heart to you. He didn't lose his smile, but I saw his brows pressed together. There. How's that for communication, buddy? I couldn't fault him for being him, though. All I'm saying is we have serious shit and trauma to work through. I don't know if our timing is off. Maybe we need to heal and grow apart. My friend shook his head firmly.
Hell no. Again, y'all are better together. If the timing is off, it's by a workable margin of error. Don't give up just because it's complicated. Shit always comes up to complicate things. You gotta learn to make the best with what you have.
It was my turn to tease. Where did you learn that, wise one?
I rewatched a lot of 90210.
Chester acted like an idiot, and he managed to leave with the girl he'd been eyeing, but he did give good advice. I just wasn't certain Joel would agree, and I was reluctant to push him with the stress of Danny. But I also thought it was fair to set some parameters for our relationship, whatever it might be, so I wouldn't feel so in the dark.
Heart fluttering like a caged bird, I called Joel. "Hey, Kai," he said on the first ring. He sounded dead on his feet, and my stomach lurched. "Hey, how are you?" I heard a feeble laugh that scarcely sounded like him echo through the line. "Fucking exhausted? Anxious? Danny's out of the hospital for now, but his kidneys are in rough shape. We're not certain if we'll be able to keep them. Currently, he's getting dialysis 3 times a week." Jesus. I pictured the young, plastered, happy-go-lucky drunk from the bar. It was hard to reconcile that with the image Joel was presenting. "I'm so sorry." "Yeah, Mom's a fucking wreck. Ella's trying to see if any of us are compatible donors." My chest clenched tight. What had I been thinking? Joel asked, "Was there something you needed, Kai?" I got it. I did. He was tired and couldn't deal with my emotional needs on top of his brothers. It was too much. Like I'd said to Chester, if our situations had been reversed, "No, I don't need anything. I just wanted to check on you. Make sure you're okay." Fuck. I was avoiding asking what I wanted. Why was it so terrifying to gain reassurance? Wait, no. I did call for a reason, I guess. I want to make sure we're still together. The pause on the other end was so long, it was unbearable. My fingernails bit into my palm. Finally, Joel sighed. Not a good start. "Of course we're still together. Why would you even ask that?" Where was all my need for reassurance coming from? I knew I sounded needy. I was being needy. But I also so rarely gave my heart out to anyone, and it never felt like this before. Love had never felt like this. Joel had brought me to life, and then, well, it felt as if he'd disappeared. I steeled myself. I know, I'm sorry. It's just that we were getting so close and doing so well. And I know you have a lot going on, but it's hard to get in touch with you. I never see you anymore. Joel exploded, cutting me off. "Are you kidding me right now? Kyzer, my brother almost died. No offense, but I didn't think I'd have to explain that something like this is kind of a priority." Bile rose in my throat, my stomach souring. I know. I'm not arguing with that. But even before that, Joel, I know you work hard, but it's like you were starting to disappear into work again. If we were together like you say we are, shouldn't you want to spend time with me when we're not fucking? In my mind, I was holding a shovel and digging a hole as deeply and as quickly as possible. In truth, I hadn't realized how much I'd been anxious about Joel's busy schedule until now. It had been a long time since my heart and body had been so awake, so full of someone else. I thought I'd been understanding this whole time, the cool boyfriend who could tolerate anything. But now I wasn't sure what I was saying, what I needed anymore. All I knew was I was making things worse, and fast. Joel spoke then, cold and clipped. "My work is important. You know as well as I do what goes into my job. You're my client, for Christ's sakes. Now I have family shit, Kyzer. I can't deal with your sudden fragility." A knife twisted in my gut. "Joel, I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything." But he wasn't through. "I'm sorry I can't give you more," Joel said. "But I feel obligated to stay close to Danny while we see what's going to happen next." "Of course. You do what you need to do, Joel. I just don't want to be a burden. And I didn't want you worrying that you needed to make me a priority when you've got so much going on. Like, I get it. You need some space and time." There was a long, silent beat. I imagined I could hear the even breaths Joel took. But then he said, "I don't think I can give you what you need, Kai.
No, I stiffened. Forget I said anything. It's on me. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, it's good you did. Better clarification now, Joel snapped.
The conversation had careened out of control. Flustered, I sputtered. That's just it, though. You've got so much going on right now. I just needed
100% of my attention?
No, Joel, I said, scrabbling to backtrack. Please. I had to make this better. Some space from the conversation would be good for both of us. I shouldn't have done this over the phone either. Better to end it now and try again when we've cooled off. Maybe some space and time will help. I don't want you feeling pulled in different directions, or worrying that you needed to make me a priority while you had family stuff happening. I'm only thinking of you. Joel, though, was on a roll.
Maybe we do need space. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you with my life happening.
Oh, fuck. He'd taken it the worst way. That's not at all what I meant.
Sure, I'll tell you what, Kai. You're right. I can't deal with this right now. I don't have emotional space for any of this. So do whatever the hell you want, okay? Enjoy your time off from filming. It'll give us a break before we have to see each other anyway.
There was no way I could salvage this conversation. The best I could do was give it space and time, and try again when Joel was rested. Maybe not in a state of constant anxiety. I'd hoped clarification on our relationship would allow me to reach in and help him. In the end, I got the clarity. But he didn't need more of me. He needed less. My body ached with loss, but I tried to remind myself this was different. I loved Joel. This was a fight, a miscommunication. Those things were bound to happen. It had taken years for my heart to thaw and my body to smolder for someone like Joel. I could wait. I could give him time, and maybe I could work on myself a bit while I waited, to be stronger for him when we, hopefully, tried again. Because my neediness had surprised me. I needed to meditate on it so I could be clearer about my needs when we were able. God, I hoped we'd be able to fix this. Okay. I'm sorry I called.
Me too.
Joel hung up. I hung my head. My mood was in the absolute toilet. With no more filming and a break in work for a week, I wasn't certain what I was supposed to do. The last thing I wanted to do was wait around the apartment, aimless, agonizing over everything I'd said wrong, which meant moving forward was my only option. I needed a break from this, too. Some distance to clear my mind. Sighing, I took out my phone and started searching for flights back home.
Chapter 20. Joel. It was hard to wrap my mind around what the doctor had just told me. Danny was on the mend. He was going to be okay. I walked slowly back to the room where Danny was hooked into a dialysis machine. We'd assumed complete kidney failure was unavoidable. But Danny was young and, aside from his addictions, healthy. If he could continue to get dialysis for a while, let his kidneys heal, he could make a full recovery. Of course, he couldn't stress or tax his kidneys. And just because the immediate trouble was over didn't mean he was out of danger. After all, I would still have to protect him from himself. I wanted to call Kyzer and tell him the good news, but I was too embarrassed to. After sleep and time, I'd revisited his call over and over. In the end, I had to admit, I'd been way over the top. I'd never given him a chance to explain. I'd been tired and worn so thin, I imagined you could have seen through me. But that didn't excuse how I spoke to someone I cared about. Not just cared about, loved. I loved Kyzer. I loved how the corners of his eyes crinkled when he smiled. I loved the copper notes in his hair that shone like pennies in the sunlight. I loved how fun he was, how invested he was in my fun. Kyzer was someone who gave generously and fully and asked little in return. Yet I'd fought back against that little bit, as if you were asking me for the moon. And fuck, so what if he had been? If I loved him like it felt I did, I should relish a chance to give him the moon if he asked for it. What was wrong with me? You look mighty thoughtful, Jojo, Danny said. He was leaning back in a recliner that probably wasn't as comfortable as it looked, tubes coming out of his arm, attached to the machine at his side. We still had another hour or so before he'd be finished. Shrugging, I sat in the not even attempting to look comfortable chair near him. I know the doctor already told you, but you're probably in the clear. No transplant or failure for you. Ah, Danny said solemnly. I can see why you look so distressed then. I sat up straighter. No, that's not... He cracked a smile. I'm joking, Captain. I know that isn't what you're thinking about. You're thinking about Kyzer. He tickled my cheeks. I wasn't particularly kind to him when I think he was trying to help, but you were still in real danger and I was sleep deprived. Have you apologized yet? I looked out a window. No, I mean, I'm embarrassed, but I'm also still taking care of you. I don't want to make things more complicated than they are. Danny laughed clear and high. I can help you with that at least. You won't be taking care of me anymore. My gaze jerked to his face, all smiles and innocence, mocking me. What are you talking about? If you think I'm going to let you live on your own after all that's happened, I won't be living on my own. I'll be living with Mom. Right now, she and Ella have my set of keys to your apartment and are packing up my stuff to move it to Mom's. It felt like my insides were shriveling, losing water. Betrayal, as it turned out, felt like death by dehydration, as if the parts of me that kept me flushed and whole were being sucked out. Why? I managed. Danny kept smiling, though his eyes gentled when he saw my hurt. Why don't you call Mom and ask? It was a dare. My phone was already in my hand, answering it. My mom didn't pick up right away, and while it rang, I stared at my brother, who dared to look like we were just chatting over coffee. Finally, my mom answered. I was wondering when you'd call. She sounded out of breath. As if to account for this, she added, We're just carrying the last of the boxes to Ella's car. Why are you moving him out? Because, Joel, baby. It isn't your job to take care of him. It's mine. I'm his mother. I don't mind. And you have your business. No. Don't. She was snapping, her voice sharp. Listen, Danny and I talked. I blame myself for a lot of how he's fallen. I wasn't able to be a good mother to him a lot of the time he was growing up, and you did such a good job stepping up for me. But you shouldn't have had to, and I can be now, and I'm going to. You weren't the one who enabled him, then left him high and dry out of nowhere. If anything, this is my fault. At this point, Danny yelled loud enough for the phone to pick him up. Actually, I'm pretty sure my actions are my fault. So maybe stop arguing over who fucked me up the most, because I win, hands down. My mom and I both said, Shut it, Danny, at the same time. He only heard me, but I saw his body quake with laughter. What a fucker. Joel, my mom said, claiming my attention once more. It's my fault you had to grow up so fast. I needed it, and I needed your help, but I've always hated it for you. I look at you, and I'm proud, fiercely proud, but I also worry that you'll never be able to let go of feeling like it's your job to take care of everyone but yourself. It isn't. I love you. You need to be able to live your life without having to put everything on hold for us. It was hard to swallow. I don't know what to say. There's nothing you need to say. Bring Danny to my house when he's done. Then go and live, Joel. We love you, you know. We want you to be happy. She hung up. I stared at Danny. You could have told me. No way. This was Ella's idea and Marjorie seconded. You never would have relinquished your martyrdom on your own. I don't think I'm a martyr, I grumbled. Danny cocked his head. No, you aren't. But you were saying you pushed Kyzer away. This seems like a good chance to unfuck that business, don't you think? I am not taking romance advice from you. You should, Danny retorted with a laugh. The only things on the hospital television for weeks were soap operas. I am like a relationship expert on what to do now. My nose scrunched. You're the worst. And you love me. Yeah, I did. After dropping off Danny and getting lots of hugs from family, I needed to sit with all that had happened and come up with a plan. But I also had a week's worth of work to catch up on. Ultimately, I knew the work needed to be backburnered. If I couldn't do that now for Kyzer, then I never would, and then I wouldn't be worthy of him. Before that, though, I went to my apartment. It was strange, knowing my mom and sister had been there without me, and weeks of Danny being under my roof had embedded each space with his presence. Now it was empty. It was just mine. I felt so lonely. In the shower, I remembered how Kyzer had taken care of me when Danny had been partying hard and stressing me out. His kindness and gentle support had made all the difference. I'd accused him of not being able to handle stress, but I was the one who'd crumbled when shit had gotten too hard. Sighing, I toweled off and got dressed. My brain was so scattered that if I was going to be good to anyone, I needed a plan at least. A bullet list of to-dos to keep me moving forward. I grabbed a legal pad and began to make a list of the things I knew needed to happen. Call Kyzer and apologize. Beg Kyzer to forgive. See if Eric has ideas for the show. See if Kyzer has ideas. Shuffle off some clients to other colleagues. Make Kyzer my priority. I looked at the list and I realized if I called Eric, I could not only knock something off the list first, but he might have some ideas on how to approach Kyzer too. After all, Eric and Milo had experienced their own turbulent time and managed to come out better for it. Feeling like I had direction put wind in my wings, I called Eric and he invited me to meet him at Get Inked. It felt strange to enter without all the studio crew working. Kelly and Steven were there, covering the floor while Chester and Kyzer took a bit of time off after filming. I'd forgotten that initially and felt a cramp in my stomach when I realized I wouldn't get to see him. Only after a moment of stunned fear had I remembered. Inside was quiet. There was the drone of Steven's tattoo gun and the music. Kelly was sitting at the front desk reading. She nodded as I walked past. I'd be sad to see her go because she was familiar, but I didn't really know her. I realized that meant the audience probably didn't either. Something about that stuck like a burr, but I couldn't dislodge it, so I ignored it. Eric shook my hand as I came into his office. How's Danny? It warmed my heart that Eric was concerned. It made me feel like I was part of a different family, one that lifted each other up when times got rough. He's okay. He moved in with my mom, so now I'm lost without someone to take care of. Eric lifted his eyebrows, teasing and asking all at once. Yeah, something like that. I twisted my fingers. Not quite ready to broach Kyzer, I focused on the other problem at hand. So, about the ratings, have any thoughts? Eric looked like he wanted to pursue the someone to take care of, but let it go. I mean, spin-offs are tough. People have come to love the original show, so there's always going to be a comparison, right? Maybe it's just a natural progression. I nodded thoughtfully. Sure, but I've been thinking about the original and its timeline. It started with the viral video of the fundraiser, remember? That showed people that this group of badass tattooed men had hearts of gold. As the show progressed, there were more moments like that. Tattoos for mastectomy patients and the like, and there was the camaraderie. Something wistful passed across Eric's strong features. Yeah, I wasn't even there that long. But Erica and I were made to feel at home, like we were family. Suddenly, all the pieces clicked fully into place. Oh, damn, I said. Eric looked up. That's it. We have a tattoo shop here, but the guest spaces, that keeps it from feeling like family. All we're showing is the tattooing and a bit of the joking behind the scenes. But the audience isn't getting the sense of family and goodwill for the community. We need to make that happen. Eric nodded slowly. Okay, but how? We need you on the screen more, for sure. We also should find some local LGBTQ plus youth programs or shelters and do a fundraiser for them. Maybe we could even have some talented local queer high school teens design the flash used. Fuck, I love that. I could see Eric was getting hyped with me, riding the creative wave. And we need more on the guys. Chester, Steven if he agrees to stay, and Kyzer, another permanent face, no more guests. Yeah, yes. Eric looked so pleased. I got that. I was running at my peak, the kind of creative stream that built and increased like a heart as you ran a race. Then, because why wouldn't he, Eric decided to rain on the parade. Although, I'm not sure Kyzer will return for season 2. I sucked in a breath, ice seeming to form along my nerves. What are you talking about? Eric shot me a, you should know look. He flew home for a week, but he's been hanging with Reagan, and Reagan texted me to let me know Kyzer's been hinting at returning to the old shop. My chest ached like it had been speared. In a way, it had, but I'd done it myself. I'd been so goddamn selfish. Well, as his manager, I'll just have to convince him to come back. That answer satisfied Eric, though it did little to avert my own guilt. Good. He's better with you. And you're a hell of a lot cooler when you're with him, Joel. He winked and I flashed a middle finger. Better hop to it.
Chapter 21. Kyzer. While I knew my purpose for flying back home, it didn't mean I rushed straight toward it. No, I procrastinated like a motherfucker. I hung out at Get Inked, hopping couches and spending time catching up with Reagan and the old crew. In fact, I was in Reagan's office at the moment, still avoiding the drive to the cemetery. The gruff, red-haired giant seemed unperturbed by my presence. I heard from Eric, he said. It seems like the test runs of the new season aren't landing as positively as they expected. Another nail in the coffin. If I didn't have the show, then was there a reason to stay in L.A.? I'd have stayed for Joel in a heartbeat, but I wasn't sure I had it in me to wait for him without being certain he'd want me back. But apparently, Joel has some great ideas about how to change that. Reagan peered at me like he was trying to sink beneath my skin and see what was underneath. Reagan was obviously hedging in my relationship with Joel. Likely Eric had explained something had happened between us, and they were digging to find out what. But I wasn't going to throw Joel under the bus. He hurt my feelings, but he hadn't been wrong. Huh, is all I said. Reagan heaved an exasperated sigh. Are you here because of Joel? Did something happen? Because I'd be happy to help if I can. You know that, right? Just because you're in the LA crew doesn't make you less of the Get Inked family. His words thawed me. He was just trying to help. I just wasn't sure I was ready for it. There was some miscommunication between myself and Joel regarding a relationship between us. I'm trying to deal with it, and coming here gives me some space to do that. But it isn't major, and I'll ask for help if I need it, I promise. My old boss nodded, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Does it have anything to do with Peyton? My body rocked back like I'd been slapped. How in the hell do you know that name? He came in here once or twice for some work. Mentioned he knew you. Romantically, I suppose, at one time. And that trying to talk to you in L.A. hadn't gone well. Anger simmered under my skin. I wish he'd stay away, I growled. Reagan held up his hands. I swear, it didn't feel malicious. In fact, I'd say Peyton is just interested in making amends, not making up. But I don't want to intrude in your business any more than I have already. I tried to release a bit of the irritation I felt. My hands squeezed and released.
Yeah, I know, I admitted. I'm sorry. I'm just raw right now.
Kyzer, may I speak freely? I nodded. Reagan leaned back in his chair. All of your emotions are valid. Who you are? It's good. That doesn't mean that it's easy. Sometimes when we talk, I feel a lot of familiarity. I had a hard time letting go of my past. It took someone special to show me that the past was holding me back. If there's a way you can confront the things that are making you so unsure.
Like Peyton?
Like whoever, Reagan countered. You know yourself best. You know who or what is making it hard to move forward. But I've gotten the sense that you're afraid to return to LA, to try to make it work there. Do you think that's because something here, something from the past, is holding you back?
I fiddled with a strand of hair. Sometimes I hate how touchy, feely, emotional all of you are. Can't a man just mope in peace? The joke hit. Reagan belted out a laugh. But inside, I was like water, trying to find the right shape or form, but too fluid to hold. I'll get out of here, and I promise to think about what you said, Reagan. It isn't that I don't want to return to LA. Motivation is important to me, and I need to decide why I should return.
He nodded. Good, do that, and ask for help if you need it. Reagan's advice had infected me, and I avoided getting inked for a few days after. He wasn't wrong. That's why it sucks so much. I'd booked a one-way flight, and now I was being forced to question why. Why'd I'd assumed I might not return? What did I want? What was I waiting for? The toughest bit to chew was that I already knew. I knew I was waiting for two things. I was waiting for Joel to call, to show that he hadn't meant it. It was a childish test, and I was going to have to get over myself and make the first move if I wanted closure. But the other part was my mother. Joel's time with me while I'd grieved had altered how I'd mourned for her. It had wrecked the narrative of what had happened, and I was having to reconcile that now. It was uncomfortable and awful, which I knew meant I needed to grit my teeth and push through it. No more avoiding. I found myself at my mother's grave. I'd avoided coming here for so long, too overwhelmed by guilt to sit and visit. Now, I made myself sit next to the grave. I ran my fingers over the stone marker. "Hey, Mom," I started, but speaking out loud didn't feel right. So I lay on the grass next to her. The sun was out and warm, and it wrapped around me like a blanket, like a hug from a mother. As I lay there, I brought each toxic thought about her death up, one by one. I should have listened to her and appreciated her more. But somehow Joel's voice piped in, countering. "You were a teenager, doing what all teens do. You couldn't have known. It's okay to accept that you were a kid still." I should have been there. She died because of my stupidity. Nope, wrong again. You weren't her keeper. She was. And her illness was worse than most. You couldn't have cured her bipolar. She died because she was sick, and it's okay to be angry about that, but not at yourself. I'm too scared to try hard at relationships because I'm afraid I'll let them down, like I let you down, Mom. You did try, though. Not everything is going to be perfect all the time. It'll be tough, but you have the strength to be there for someone without having to save them. That's not what love is. Love is accepting the things you can't change in a person or relationship and wanting to make it work anyway. I scoured my mind, but couldn't find anything else to hold close. No poison I could keep. It was cleansing and, I had to admit, embarrassing. I'd been immature with my hurt feelings, scared of making things worse. But running home had been about this. It had been about admitting that I wanted to punish myself for my mom's suicide, and I wanted to use it as an excuse to hide when things were hard. I knew I needed to call Joel, But for the moment, I let the sun warm me and enjoyed the time with my mom's spirit, until a shadow fell over me. Craning my neck, I saw someone standing close. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust. My heart plummeted. It was Peyton, carrying flowers. Before anger could grip me tight, though, I saw that he looked just as surprised to see me as I was him. "What are you doing here?" I hesitantly asked. Peyton nodded to my mother's grave.
"Paying my respects. I've been meaning to for weeks, but kept getting scared at the last minute. Reparations, you know. But my therapist encouraged me to face my fears and my past."
Huh. Sounded a lot like Reagan's advice. "You have a therapist?" I asked. My old flame gave a half shrug.
"Sure, it's hard to transition to life outside of prison. I knew I'd need help. Plus, I had a lot of shit. A lot of things I'd done to others, that I know I need to work through."
I stared at him, uncertain, confused. He continued.
"You're one of my biggest regrets, you know? Not that we didn't work out. I don't think we were meant for more. But I pulled you into my shit. I forced that job on you without thinking what getting caught might mean for either of us. When I'd heard about your mom and knew you were still locked up, it almost killed me. I ruined your life, as well as mine. I'm sorry."
Peyton's voice cracked, and he clamped his mouth shut hard, swallowed, sniffled. Then he started again.
"I'm sorry, Kai. You don't have to forgive me. I just needed you to know that I know what I've done. I know how it's hurt you and others, and I hate that I caused that harm."
The wind blew, tussling his hair. At some point, I had loved this person, and listening to him speak, I knew Peyton wasn't the devil. He wasn't a horrible person, or at least not now. He was just someone who'd made terrible decisions, and now he would have a long life of living with those choices. But understanding that didn't soften all of the hurt wrapped up in my memories of him. He'd been my first love, the person who taught me so much about who I was and how I loved, and how my differences didn't make me broken. How was I ever supposed to reconcile all of that when he was also the one who irrevocably altered my life and subsequently caused so much loss and pain? I didn't know if I would ever be able to reconcile, certainly not forgive. But I could have this conversation. I could do that. "Okay," I said. "Thanks for telling me, and for bringing those for her." I looked pointedly at the flowers. I didn't forgive him, and I didn't feel like I owed him forgiveness. But between him and Joel's words in my head, I felt a hell of a lot lighter. He placed the flowers on her grave, closing his eyes and murmuring to himself. It helped, I realized, to see someone else who'd remembered her and honor her. It helped a lot. Peyton waved as he left, leaving me lying there, gobsmacked but feather light. I wondered if this was what closure felt like. It must, though, because a buzz started humming in my body, light as a hummingbird's wings, furious and hopeful. I wanted to talk to Joel. I needed him to know I loved him. Whatever he did with that, I would have to roll with. But I had to say it to him. The difficult part was deciding how.
Chapter 22. Joel. In my mind, I was in a romantic comedy. The airplane touched down and my plan was in motion. I'd find Kyzer, fall to my knees, and beg forgiveness, and he'd swoop me into his arms. My plan of action would help erase my extremely bad behavior toward him. In my stomach, I thought I'd die from anxiety, in part because of the low-level nausea that always accompanied me when I knew I'd hurt someone I cared about and wasn't sure if I could make it better, but also because of the what if. What if Kyzer didn't forgive me? Or he did, but didn't want to pursue a relationship? Hefting down my carry-on bag, I was focused on breathing deep and staying calm as I exited the terminal. I'd catch a cab, go to get inked, seek out Joel? It barely registered that someone had called my name. It pinged around in there like a pinball let loose in a machine before finally sinking in. I scanned the crowd. Kyzer was standing there, in the airport. He had a bag in his hand. What the hell? I stood, stunned, as he crossed over to me.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked. Seeing him, being close to him was a shock to my system. None of my body seemed to be coordinating. My heart was racing, but my muscles were frozen. My stomach was light and fluttery, while my body felt leaden and rooted to the spot. I came to find you, to, apologize. What are you doing? Kyzer's smile spread easily. Beautiful. I wanted to capture the moment.
"I'm here to fly back to LA and find you, to apologize."
I laughed, but it was thin. I was shaking. What on earth do you have to apologize for? Kyzer shrugged, lips still curled up.
"I ran when things got hard. I should have recognized how you were struggling and stopped trying to make it about me. I mean, I thought that I was putting you first, but really, I was focused on making you see me."
God, I groaned, running a hand through my hair. You should have pushed harder to make me see you. I was all about a relationship until it demanded I make decisions about my life. I'd been avoiding those kind of choices by using work and family as excuses to hide. But as soon as I was horrible to you and you were gone, I swallowed hard. My eyes were growing wet. Kyzer stepped closer and tucked a finger under my chin, tipping my face up.
"What did you see?"
he asked, voice low. I saw that I love you, and I need you. I choose you, over work, over staying busy, over punishing myself for things that aren't my fault.
"Huh. Well, do you forgive me for running when it got hard?"
I nodded, feeling feverish. Of course. Do you forgive me for pushing you away and being a dick when things were tough?
Absolutely.
We stood, people rushing past us as we stared into each other's eyes. It might not have been the romantic comedy I'd planned, but it felt perfect. Hey, I said, hating to break the moment. Do you already have your ticket?
No, I was hoping to catch a flight today on standby.
Clearing my throat, I leaned close, afraid someone might hear me. If you're okay with it, I'd love to be alone with you, like now. My heart flipped in triumph as Kai's arm draped over my shoulder.
I'd love nothing more.
It was an international airport, which meant there was no shortage of hotels with available rooms nearby. At first, I suggested we grab a room and then make a red-eye back to LA. But then I saw the dancing desire in Kyzer's green eyes and suggested the flight back could wait until the next day. His answering smirk had sent my pulse fluttering. My heart rose with the elevators as we waited to arrive at our floor. Kyzer stood close enough to me in the small space that I could smell the fresh scent of his deodorant. A pang slammed through my chest. Things like scent were taken for granted, but now that I could smell Kyzer, I realized how much I'd been missing it. As soon as the elevator doors pinged open, Kyzer had my hand and was tugging me down the hall. His hurry was making me flustered. Everything had been so slow, so steady for him. Now it was like he couldn't get me alone fast enough. My heart knew what that meant. Kyzer's feelings for me were real, real, real. As soon as we were in the room, I found my back to the door, my carry-on falling with a thud at my feet. Kyzer's body was pressed firmly against mine, trapping me. His nose nuzzled my neck, my ears, my hair, as my hands grabbed his waist, gently rubbing rock-hard obliques. "I'm so happy you're here," I managed, panting. My cock was steel in my pants. It was like Kyzer was memorizing my smell, the press of my body. I ran my hand up his spine. "I missed you so much," he said. "I thought I'd fucked it up too much to be fixed," I confided.
"It was a two-way street, Joel. I messed it up too, and we'll talk about it. But I need us to talk in the way we know best right now. With our bodies."
"Jesus," I whispered. He began to nip and suck at the nape of my neck, sending tendrils of desire shooting down my spine and out to my fingers and toes.
"I've had so many fantasies about you,"
he growled, low and sultry in my ear.
"I don't know where to begin."
"That's easy," I huffed, though my voice was shaky enough to betray my bravado. "Start with the kinkiest ones." Kyzer groaned. The rumble of it moved through me like an earthquake, shaking me to pieces.
"Are you sure?"
"I guess I'll find out." His tongue made one last pass along my neck, and I rocked into him. Kyzer chuckled, then led me to the bed. He sat me on the edge of it and sank to his knees between my thighs. He was so tall, he was still almost at eye level. My hands immediately sought out his hair. It was so soft, the waves full and sleek. I loved how my fingers looked as I sank into the strawberry-kissed locks. His eyes squeezed shut for a moment, and I allowed myself the luxury of finger-combing his hair. When he opened his eyes, Kyzer smiled. It was full and soft and hit me like a punch. This man? God, the things he did to me.
"So, remember how you told me you like to be filled?"
My hands froze a moment as his words sank in, but I quickly rebounded, continuing to detangle and luxuriate in the feel of him. Yes, I feel the most turned on when I'm filled and stretched.
"I have been reading up on means of stretching you."
I swallowed, hard, as if his enormous cock weren't enough. What else could he possibly do to me? And yet I found my body humming at the idea that there could be, well, more. Go on.
"If you're up to it, I'd like to fist you."
The air whooshed out of me. They were fantasies that were so off-center that a person stuffed them down, assumed they'd stay in the realm of fantasy, because what were the chances of meeting someone who shared them? Fisting had been that for me. I'd asked previous hookups to do a large number of things to me, but I had always been too afraid for that. And here Kyzer was, on his knees, asking permission to indulge me. All of me went soft with love, with devotion. Well, almost all of me. My cock was hard enough to punch through the denim of my jeans. I licked my lips. "I'm up for that."
"Okay then."
Kyzer pulled his t-shirt off and flung it into a corner. I dropped his hair, now needing to touch the ink that adorned his skin. The ink in some spots was older, fading or blown out. It was easy to see when he'd changed artists. The ink colors might differ, or the thickness of an outline, or in some cases, the absence of an outline. But each one was so beautifully, intrinsically him. Kyzer stilled under my touch. He was about to worship me in what I knew would be the most intense way possible. Before that, I wanted to revel in him. I cupped his face between my hands and kissed him softly. The sweetness of his hot breath on my lips made me want to cry. He opened and I traced his lips with my tongue. Our kiss deepened. His tongue moved against mine, slick and needy. We warred with each other, each seeking solace, maybe, or absolution in the kiss. But a kiss wasn't where it was to be found. Panting, I broke from his lips and kissed along his jawline. The shadow of his beard stung against my lips. They tingled. I reached between us to unbuckle his belt, but because of my being on the bed and his kneeling, we bumped foreheads and laughed.
"Allow me,"
he said before smoothly rising up. He undid buckle, button, fly, and let the jeans fall off him to the floor. His boxer briefs were gray and hugged his strong hips. There was a wet spot of pre-cum at the front. Unable to help myself, I tongued the front of his underwear, lapping at the wet spot and the hard length of cock beneath dry, rough cotton. Kyzer grabbed my hair at the roots, squeezing until my scalp stung. I hooked my fingers under the band and dragged down. His cock sprang free, almost slapping me in the face. I wanted it. I was so fucking hungry for him. I grabbed the base of his dick and slapped it on my cheeks, my lips, my tongue.
"Fucking hell, Joel,"
Kyzer groaned. I looked up through hooded lids to see him watching me lick his cock. Keeping our gazes locked, I swirled my tongue around his tip, catching a salty bead of liquid and licking it away. Then I dropped my gaze, devoting myself to the gorgeous length of cock before me. He was thick and long, his veins sticking out like he was cut from marble. The silken skin of him was soft, minus the slight rough bit of chafing at his base. Kyzer liked to jerk himself without lube, the masochist. I bobbed my head in earnest, taking as much of him into my mouth as I could. Moving my fist in tandem with my lips, I jacked Kyzer off into my mouth. I wanted to taste him. His groans were getting louder, and I took it as a cue to speed up. I could smell his musk scent on the blonde curls next to my fist. He so rarely wanted me to go down on him. It was beyond a treat. Sucking him off like this, after our break, felt sacred. A way for each of us to let the other know what we felt. Kyzer's cock began to spasm in my hand, and his hips jerked erratically. Fiercely proud and turned on, I took him as deep into my throat as I could manage, until Kyzer came with a roar, his hot seed splashing into my mouth and throat. His taste was exquisite, salty and clean. I swallowed and swallowed until his knees were shaking, and he gently eased himself from my mouth. "Was that in your kinky fantasy?" I teased, looking up. His face was shiny with sweat, his eyes almost black with blown pupils.
"No, but it will be."
He sank onto the bed, his legs still wobbly.
"I need a minute."
That tickled me. Smiling, I sat beside him. "What can I do?" Kyzer's eyebrows shot up.
"You can remove your clothes. Slow, so I can watch."
Have you ever stripped for someone? It wasn't sexy. Well, not when I tried to be. But when I relaxed and focused on unbuttoning each button of my Oxford shirt before sliding it off, I found the least awkward rhythm. The heat of his stare was etched onto each newly exposed inch of skin. My undershirt fell to the floor and my nipples hardened under his intense scrutiny. Next came my pants, my own boxer briefs. I stood in front of Kyzer, fists at my side to keep from covering my chest or my cock. He looked at me with pure admiration and want.
"You're so fucking gorgeous, Joel."
I worked out. I ate well, but I was too busy to build the bodies that were popular in LA. Having him admire me like I was covered in gold was heady. "What now?" I asked, knowing I sounded meek. But the blowjob was done, and now? Was I truly going to let him fist me? My stomach clenched in anticipation. Hell yes, I was.
"Get my bag and bring it over."
Electricity zipped under my skin as I retrieved his bag and brought it over. My mouth was so dry. Everything seemed to be slowing and the air was thick. I wanted this. I was afraid of it. Kyzer unzipped his carry-on and I realized with a start, as he unloaded supplies, that someone in the TSA had probably seen each and every one of these things he removed. Nitrile gloves, the same ones he used when tattooing, a large container of J-Lube, an extra sheet. Oh, God. Oh, God. But my cock was practically pulsing with glee. My ass clenched and unclenched. I was about to be filled like I'd never been before. You sure? Kyzer asked again. Maybe he saw me sweating or could feel the hesitation, but it felt like it wasn't that I was scared of being fisted. I was scared of how intense it would be with him. So soon after we'd been wounded and raw, I wanted to keep him safe. And me. Our hearts deserved better treatment. Do you really want to? I blurted out. Because if this is just for me, we don't... Joel. Kyzer cut me off. I've been thinking about this since the moment you told me what you like. I've gotten obsessive with it. Giving you pleasure is easily my most favorite hobby. Don't take this away from me unless you aren't sure or ready. I only want your pleasure. He licked his lips. But I want all of it, Joel. I want every face you make, every shout, every time you cry my name. Those things belong to me. All of me melted. Oh, I want to. Okay, this will take a while. Oh, I knew it would. It was part of what made me quake with hunger. We started with me on my back, spread for him. The snap of the gloves should have been funny, but it almost made me come. Kyzer looked unfucking believable with the gloves on, and nothing else. The lubing up process took time, but good Lord, I loved every second of it. Kyzer slowly finger-fucked me with one, then 2 fingers. He worked the lube into me, pressing cold globs into my bowels while I moaned and tried not to writhe too much. The sensation of stretching was there, but he and I both knew I could take more. Finally, he withdrew and put the sheet down. Get on all fours. My heart pounded as I shifted into position. I clutched at the bed sheets for support. I'm going to go slow, Kyzer said, and check in a lot. I need you to tell me if we need to stop. Of course, I managed, when my body just wanted his fingers back inside of me. 2 fingers. They pushed in and out of me. Kyzer pushed them deep, making me hum in pleasure. He twisted them and scissored, stroking at my prostate until I began to grunt with the effort not to come. Then the stretching came, and I knew I had a 3rd finger in me. It wasn't the most I'd ever had, but it still began to sting. I was sweating, my hair damp. While he slowly worked me open, I breathed and let the sensations wash over me like ocean waves. Kyzer fucked me with 3 fingers until time stopped meaning something to me. He worked my ass until I was begging, beginning to blubber in my need to come, in my need for more. But he was fucking smart. He kept adding more lube. He made sure I was relaxed. I burned with the 4th finger. The stretch was unreal, but my body latched onto the pain and seemed to mix it in with the euphoria, creating a new sensation that I rode and rode and rode. Okay, Kyzer said, his fingers deep within me. Do you need to stop? Oh, hell no, I moaned. I barely recognized my own voice. He pulled a little out. I heard the squelch of more lube being slicked on. I felt feral, barely in my body anymore. And then he began to push in. There weren't words. The sensations racking through me probably weren't for most people, but they were for me. He was for me. Because I wasn't just being stuffed so full, my mind shut down, unable to comprehend what my body could do. It was Kyzer inside of me, the man who gave and gave, who took care of me, who allowed me to take care of him. We worked so well together. He showed the world this quiet, stoic image, but for me, he reminded me that fun was a necessity, not a luxury. He helped me settle into the present and made sure I knew that while work was important, I was more important. And it was that man, a tall, beautiful, strong man, who was moving inside of me, filling me past belief. Every nerve ending was on fire. I broke out in goosebumps all over my body. My cock began to jerk, and I came. It was a gale force climax unlike anything I'd previously experienced. I barely moved. My body pulsed. Every nerve ending fired. Every synapse in my brain shut off. My whole being was careening in that orgasm, and he was there with me, in me, for the whole thing. Coming down was hard. For every bit of intensity, there was an equal depletion. I was out, my skin barely keeping me together. I didn't register the cleanup, but Kyzer did it. He put away the things and put a soothing, hot towel where I needed it. Kyzer held me as I shook and twitched. He kissed my hair. Finally, I rolled over. That was the most erotic and extreme orgasm of my entire life. I croaked. Even my vocal cords were fatigued. It was incredible to watch, Kyzer admitted. He spoke to me in such a way there was no room for shame to rush in after. He'd given me a gift, and he wouldn't let me worry about it after. And to listen to. My brow furrowed. What do you mean, to listen to? I mean, we can probably never show our faces here again because you were loud. Like sexy mega porn star loud. I might get another boner if I keep thinking about it. I groaned. Kyzer laughed and peppered my shoulder with kisses. Don't think about it. I'm just in awe of you. And me, you. The sex had been humbling. Kyzer's ability to know me, better than I knew myself in some ways, was touching. But it also shook my foundations. We were good together in bed. Making each other come had never been our problem. I'd come to the East Coast to let him know my new priorities, that I was in this for the long haul if he wanted to be. But should I say anything now? Talking was easier when naked, but it also was terrifying because there was nowhere to hide. Did I talk about my fuck-ups now? Did I apologize? It could wait until morning. I could, but I didn't want to. Not while I could still feel the sweat of our lovemaking and smell us in the sheets. Now felt necessary because I didn't want to start over with Kyzer by avoiding things. Rolling onto my side, I put a hand on his hip, my thumb stroking the bone underneath. We need to talk, I said. The muscle beneath my hand flexed and held taut. I stroked more firmly. It isn't bad. Relax. He did, but Kyzer also said in a sarcastic tone, It's hard not to lock up when the first postcoital words are, we need to talk. I lightly smacked his ass. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I wanted to say that when we get back to LA, I think I'd like to see a therapist. Oh. Kyzer's brows pinched together. I'm going to be doing that too, so no judgment here. No, I mean I'd like to see one with you. Kyzer shifted so he could look more closely at my face, his eyes searching. May I ask why? I could hear his fear that something was already wrong, so I used that. You're already afraid of this going south. That's why. I think that we both need individual therapy to deal with our past. But I'd like one for us now, so we can work through not letting our fears get the best of us together. Okay. He still sounded uncertain. I moved my hand from his hip, sliding it up under the muscular contours of his body, cupping his cheek at the end. We're still in this intense beginning part of a relationship. Everything is going to be at high volume. The sex, the love, the passion, possibly the fights. I've never had a serious relationship, Kyzer. I bailed anytime things felt real. And I don't want to do that with you. Not again. But I think I might need help. Ah, Kyzer said. I could see understanding click into place. Then, to my relief, he added, that makes sense. For me too. As a demi, my few connections to people romantically limit my experience as well. It makes it hard not to take any feelings of rejection as the end, especially because so few people have wanted to stick around, even this far. Oh, babe, I crooned. I don't want to ever make you feel that way. I want to make you my priority. You are my priority. But sometimes I might need the reminder. Change comes slow for me. Falling in love comes slow for me, Kyzer said. If you are willing to wait for me, I want to be able to return the favor. Couples therapy sounds like a very good idea. Warmth bloomed in my chest. I wasn't scared for us. The foundations we were laying were strong. But I wanted to do right by Kai, not just stumble around, hoping good intentions were enough. I don't need a therapist to tell you I love you, I added. I do. I feel it in my every breath, my every heartbeat. I've been attracted to you for so long, but this runs marrow deep. Kyzer's eyes shut, and he smiled, as if he were basking in my words. I love you too, Joel. I love how dedicated and loyal you are, and how hardworking. In fact, let me make a bullet point list about the things I admire about you. He rolled onto my back and kissed my forehead. I love how you take care of your family. Kyzer's lips moved to my throat, kissing my Adam's apple. I love how dedicated you are to your clients. He drifted lower, pressing his lips to my sternum. I love how your face lights up when you finally decide to cut loose. I shivered as Kyzer kissed above my belly button. I love how you listen to me and comfort me. My cock twitched, the things the man did to my body, as if knowing he moved lower. I sucked air through my teeth as Kyzer kissed the tip of my cock, causing it to harden fully. He looked at me then, a devilish twinkle in his eye. I love your body, he said, and how responsive it is. After that, he stopped using words and started using his tongue to show me how much he loved me. It was a lot, trust me.
Chapter 24. Kyzer. I just worry that I left Chester high and dry, I said as I checked over the table. It was laden with snacks, pigs in blankets, veggie plates, cheese trays, fruit bowls, chips in a variety of flavors, guacamole, queso, salsa, hummus, and a tiered dessert tray that held small pastries, brownies, and cookies. It was enough food to feed a small country. We were in Get Inked, setting up for the screening party of our first episode in an hour. Joel came over with 2 wine bottles in his hand. He placed them near some glasses on a bar table. Underneath, a mini fridge, stocked with beer, hummed quietly.
No way. He has another few months in that apartment. I'm his manager, too, and I've got an eye out for an apartment for him. Plus, I think he mentioned Steven may opt to be his roommate, but I'd never leave him high and dry.
I laughed. You poached me as soon as we arrived back in L.A. It was true. We'd flown back, and over the course of just a week, I'd sort of unwittingly moved in with Joel. It started with needing things there for when I spent the night, but then I was spending the night every night. So finally, Joel just asked me to move in.
We'll ask forgiveness instead of permission with the therapist.
Living with him was perfection. I got to watch the sun come up and warm him to wakefulness. We made love when we wanted, even when our schedules didn't line up. We knew the other was at home, waiting for a bedtime snuggle. I never felt so happy. Now it was time to screen the premiere of the first season. Eric said he was still working on some things for season 2, but Joel had spilled some of the beans. He told me that we were getting more permanent staff and incorporating more of the fundraising and community efforts we'd started toward the end of the first season. It had felt like a balm I hadn't known I'd needed. It was part of what hadn't fully clicked. I loved the art and the setting in the studio. I adored Chester and Eric, but something had been missing, and it had been the sense of family. Any news on who the final artist will be? I asked, walking over to Joel. I always wanted to be near him, touching. His eyes danced.
I'm pretty sure that will be announced tonight.
And you aren't going to tell me? He shook his head.
No spoilers.
I leaned in to kiss him, my lips pressing softly against his. The front door chimed as it opened.
Ahoy, party people!
Chester shouted as he walked in. No, not walked, strutted. He had a man, Nick, I thought, with him. They'd been seeing each other for a week, which I was certain was a record for Chester. I teased him about it, and he'd looked appalled.
I am not settling down like every other fucker on this show. This show is a curse I intend to break. I will be single forever. This cock is ride or die. Me and him and no one else.
We'd laughed, but personally, my money was the curse would win. If you called finding love and happiness a curse. Joel extracted himself from me, though I sensed his reluctance, and went over to shake hands with Nick. Chester immediately went to grab a beer. After that, everyone filed in. Kelly's husband had flown into LA to join her. Stephen showed up, immediately gravitating to Chester. There was no missing the dark look he shot to Nick. If they did room together, I thought interesting things could happen. Finally, Eric showed up with Milo, Sophie, and the nanny. Their adorable daughter made her way to the snack table and was stopped only at the last minute from trying to carry the dessert tray away, claiming it as her own. The room was warm, voices peppering the air with excitement. Joel had already had a crew come to set up the projector and screen. People began to take their seats. I couldn't help seeing Joel's eyes keep glancing toward the door, despite everyone already being in attendance. Odd. We sat and Joel stood in front of us, holding up a wine glass. Everyone quieted down.
Tonight, we watched the pilot episode of Getting to LA. Filming the show didn't go off without a hitch. We've all encountered our own hitches. For some of us, it was being away from family.
Joel nodded to Kelly and Eric.
For others, it was being alone in a new city.
He looked at Chester, Stephen, me.
There have been good clients and demanding clients, family emergencies, equipment failure.
He waited, pausing for effect. I smiled, loving his showmanship.
But all those struggles didn't keep us from making a good start to a show that I think will have every bit as much success as the original did.
We all clapped, the exposed brick of the shop turning a few people's applause into thunder. Joel looked like he was going to start speaking again, but the front door chimed. We all twisted in our chairs to see who it was. I felt my forehead wrinkle. A young, attractive woman stepped into the shop, a hand pressed to her pregnant belly. She wasn't largely pregnant yet, but the bump and her tender touch made it clear what was going on, which was curious, since we absolutely did not tattoo anyone who was pregnant. She looked around, nervously. Joel stepped toward her.
I'm sorry, miss, but we're closed for a private event.
Her cheeks colored pink. I'm sorry. I was told I could come here. I'm looking for But two people entered behind her. One face was very, very familiar. Dane stepped in, his arm around his husband, Christian's waist.
"Sorry we're late, everyone."
Eric's laugh boomed out. "What are you doing here, Dane?" At the same time, the woman in the entryway sagged with relief. Dane noticed her.
"Oh shit. Sorry, Amelia. Everyone, this is Amelia. She's our surrogate. We're having a baby. Baby!"
We all started laughing. Christian rolled his eyes as Dane started handing out candy cigars, sticking close to the woman who was so clearly out of her element. It took a while for everyone to simmer down. I went up and walked over to Amelia, extending a hand. "I'm Kyzer. Would you like some snacks? Water? A seat?" Her eyes widened in my facial piercings and tattoos, but she nodded. "That would be amazing." Joel joined us. We fixed Amelia a plate of snacks that Christian approved as baby-friendly and got her settled. My head was spinning. What was going on? I found my hand taken up by Joel's. He tugged me to the front of the room, motioning to Eric and Dane to join him.
"So, I'd imagined a smoother introduction." We all laughed. "But Dane and Christian have officially relocated to LA, and Dane is joining us as a final permanent member of the LA Geddington location."
My body hummed with happiness. Though between Chester's partygoer personality and Dane's antics, it was going to be an interesting work environment. Still, Dane had always been kind to me when I'd first started, and having a familiar face was wonderful. Christian nodded.
"We're happy to be here, and Dane's been talking nonstop about the new location. We'll miss our friends back home, but between the work here, my new job at the hospital, and..."
He looked at Amelia's stomach with such complete adoration that my stomach tightened. A new hunger, suddenly, there I'd never anticipated.
"Our baby will be here in 4 months. It's a little boy."
We all clapped. Chester and Dane whooped, then looked at each other like dogs trying to decide dominance. I leaned in to whisper to Joel's ear, "You're going to have your hands full with that."
"Hmm?"
He blinked, then saw what I was hinting at.
"Oh, yeah, geez."
Curious, I nudged him. "What's on your mind?" Joel blushed. God, I loved how little it took to make him bright red.
"If I say babies, are you gonna run to the hills?"
My heart leaped into my throat. No. I was thinking something similar, just...
"Not now," he agreed. "Someday, but not now."
I couldn't speak. I knew my voice wouldn't make it out without cracking, so I nodded and squeezed his hand. Eric held up his hand, getting everyone's attention.
"With Dane on board and some changes in the next few weeks, I think Geddington is going to turn into the place we all want it to be. A place where art goes hand in hand with generosity, a crew that supports each other and lifts each other up, a safe place where you feel as if you're with family."
His words echoed and grew in me until they were a crescendo. My life, and all the shit that had happened, had brought me here. To a man I loved. To a dream job. I was home. And I let that feeling wash over me. Dane yelled,
"I thought we were gonna watch a premiere."
And so we did. All of us thinking about the beginnings that had culminated in 2 locations. 2 shows. So much heartache, fear, love, growth. None of us was perfect. There were new stories to be written, but our past had made us who we were and had brought us together. Geddington had managed to tattoo itself and all that it stood for into our hearts.
This has been Angel Ink, Geddington Book 7. Written by Lyda. Narrated by David Piper. Copyright 2021 by Special Fiction Books. Production copyright by Special Fiction Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.